infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh, baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 36. And just a small little note, I don't know if people are paying attention. We are behind the scenes. We're creeping up on Episode 100 for the whole show. So, well, stay tuned. We're talking with preliminary about some special plans for that 100th episode. That said, welcome everyone. We got a killer show for you today. We got a bunch of big topics to go over. Talking some Nintendo Direct goodness, talking some Ocarina of Time Remake, because we have the man who literally feels like weekly is making videos on the possibilities of Ocarina of Time Remake, and Andres Restart. How you doing, buddy?
What's up? I'm chilling.
I could have introduced him as former co-host of the Nintenbyte Podcast, Andres Restart. But he's back. That's okay. Birdman's smiling because he's like, I took your spot, buddy.
It's mine now.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, but I'm excited to just talk with you guys tonight. Like it's been too long.
It has been way too long. Yeah, and we got a dealer's choice in there that I have no idea what it's going to be. And then we're also at the end of the show, before we do the Q&A, our final topic, we're going to go over an update on our Fantasy Critic League. For those that don't know, everyone on the crew plus one additional person is part of a fantasy league for video games, and it is based on review scores. You are drafting games and getting points or negative points based on review scores, and it's publicly trackable. So I'll drop a link eventually in my chat. I hope the others doing theirs. You guys can go follow it, guys. We only need like 5 more followers, and we'll be on page 1 of the follower page. Yeah. And if we get like 112 followers, we'll be number 2 right behind Kind of Funny Games. So I'm just saying, you can get our podcast maybe recognized by some other big podcasts out there.
I mean, you got to create a free to create.
Yeah, you got to create an account. That's the problem that sucks, but yeah, it's free.
It's free, and it's not that hard.
Yeah. So, anyways, that we'll be talking about that because there has been some updates, some games added, potentially, not potentially, a game challenged. That was by me. I have a strategy behind that, and we might talk a little shop about what we've been thinking so far with what we've done since draft night. So, all right. That being said. This is not our quarterly update. The quarterly update, we don't have enough scores yet on games to really worry about that. Mm-hmm. Stash, though, is already pointed, which, of course, he did, because if you know what games he drafted, you knew they came out. One of them for sure. The other one comes out this week. So, That said, let's get everyone else introduced. We got Spice Lord Eric Moore. How you doing, buddy?
Good. I got a tickle in my throat, but good.
Yep, you sure do. Thunderstash Gaming.
What's up, guys? Happy to be here. Busy week as always. That's it.
Yeah, the shirt he's wearing, by the way, is the game that comes out this week that he's locking in a 19-point victory.
Yeah, I reviewed it. Stayed up till 3 a.m. to get the review ready for embargo at 4.
Hell yeah.
Because YouTube kicked it back for a copyrighted song that Square Enix gave me permission to use.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm not dealing with shit. I'm just going to re-export it.
Square, and then Square's got to manually approve. And you're like, this is just stupid.
Yeah, I
hate
re-exported
that.
it and lowered
Gives you
the
the actual
decibels by
permission.
2 or 3.
I've had that happen before. The company gives you permission, but like it's all automatic. So like it's just automatically claimed. I'm like, this is stupid.
Well, yeah, it's AI reviewing it. So what are you supposed to do? Well, it is.
I know. And when you challenge it, it's supposed to be manually reviewed by a human. There's no way. I've challenged like 30 of them and gotten responses within 30 seconds. So that tells me it's AI. Like even doing the manual reviews, it's stupid. Someone's gonna sue them over it someday. There's a lot of evidence that those manual reviews they claim are done by humans are not.
Yeah, I think it was some country in Africa who was trying to claim the Final Fantasy Prelude song that's been around since 1986.
Yeah,
the intro theme song. I'm like, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I still don't understand. I still do not understand why people do not have to present evidence that they own the shit when they claim it.
It's because YouTube doesn't want any process in the legal process. Because a copyright claim is technically a legal claim, and they don't want to be part of that. They wash their hands of legal stuff.
It's stupid.
It is stupid. The funny thing is, they're the only platform that has the automatic system for claiming with AI. They should just make it all manual, but they don't.
Yeah.
What if I were to claim a YouTube trailer that Nintendo published?
Right.
It would show as a thing on their end. Yeah. It's instant. It happens right away.
I would never do that because
Nintendo would refute it.
But
you would assume Nintendo being Nintendo could probably directly get a hold of YouTube and call that bullshit. Then they might start examining your channel really closely and start claiming all of your shit. So I wouldn't poke the bear. But
no.
Technically, yes, you can. I just would not suggest doing it. Then we got Birdman here, Game Bird Classic.
How we doing, people? Happy to be here. I've been a busy bird, trying to get stuff done. But excited to be here. This is an exciting time. We're at the start of a new year. We're coming up to direct season. I know we'll be talking about that today. So lots of cool stuff. But yeah, stoked to have Andres back. Love this dude. It's been a while. Feel like
I love this dude.
Hell yeah.
And I'm not dudes. Sure and this dude. I like me too.
Yeah. But yeah, stoked to have Andres here. Always a good time. Known Andres for a while. Way back.
It's kind of crazy that you're his replacement.
Even smaller.
I'm
not his replacement. I'm
you knew each other. Well, you replaced. Well, technically. I don't even want to bring up who you replaced. That's why I say you replaced Andre. We'll leave it at that. There was nothing in between. Nothing else happened.
I would have given it away, but I actually don't know who I replaced. I don't remember, unfortunately. Sorry.
Technically, you replaced someone that we actually liked. Andrew Collette. Technically.
That's who it was. Yeah.
And he's very nice. He reached out when my son was going through stuff as well. He's a very nice guy. Just didn't fit his schedule, which is totally fine. But he was on trial, and then the person before him was on trial, and then it was Andres. So you replaced Andres because you're the only one that survived the trial of, hey, do you just want to do this? There is no trial.
I didn't get a trial. That's wild.
You didn't get a trial. You just we were done with it. We were done with the bullshit.
I lost many nights of sleep trying to figure out, is that because they're desperate or is it because I'm so badass they needed to lock me in?
Well, you were on a couple times. You were on a couple times, and we enjoyed when you were on. We could tell you were a little bit timid, but that's okay because you're a small creator, new, being in front of thousands of people. It's new, and then And then it was like me, Stash, and Eric just had a brief conversation, and then you said, "Oh, I can't do it." Then you came back like, was it the same night? Some shit.
It was the same. It was like an hour later. I was like, "Don't ask me because there's no way I can do it." And I'm like,
Yep.
"I'm in." An hour later.
And then our conversation I think lasted like 5 minutes between us. We're like, "Yeah, we're just fuck it.
Yep,
he's in. We're just gonna roll with it.
Yep,
we like him. We hope he's as dedicated as he claims he's going to be. So, and hey, he's been here ever since. It is what it is. Something that are meant to be." That
like
said,
a roach,
it is nice
my
to have
friend.
Andre Streetstar back on the show. Hosted many a podcast episode with him. Nintendo Prime podcast back in the day. I've been on his show when he used to do a podcast regularly. Obviously, he started off on the Nintenbyte as well before he had to step away for his own reasons to take care of his own life. Speaking of that, we were supposed to have Roger's base as well tonight. He also had some in real life stuff going on and had to step out, but he didn't step out like some guests do. I'm not going to name any names. He not only told me at 12:30 in the morning that he was going to have to cancel, so he gave me a lot of time to know he wasn't going to be here. He also said, "But I'm committing to a different episode, and so he'll be back on February 4th." So I like that. I like that. He rescheduled, so you're going to see him in a couple of weeks, guys. That being said, we got to talk about our topics today. It's our topic roulette. Again, we're talking about Nintendo Direct, Ocarina of Time, Fantasy Critic, and whatever the hell the other topic is that I didn't make because I didn't have time. Let's go to shit. I'm trying to decide. See, you know what? No, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Gamebird, you go first.
Hell yeah. I'll take Fantasy Critic.
Okay.
It was going to be my topic last week. We didn't get to do it. So
Yep, and we know we're doing that topic last, so that's good. So then the real first person, Thunderstash. What's the first topic?
Dealer's choice.
Okay, dealer's choice. Do you need some time for that, or you already know?
No. JG in chat gave a good.
Oh, you got one. Okay, so we'll go to the Stash's topic first. Eric, which one do you want, bud?
I can do. So, what is the difference between topic number one and topic number two?
Topic number one is all about Zelda, but it's tied to a direct rumor.
Got it. Okay, that's what we're kind of figuring.
The topic two is actually just about the rest of the direct shit.
Okay, so I'll do topic number two.
Okay, so keep in mind, since we're doing topic two first, that
Topic
anything
two.
Zelda we're gonna save for after that. So
yes.
I'll be doing obviously the
I mean, we can
Zelda
make topic number two, topic number four.
Nah,
or
we're
three.
good. All right. So without further ado, I don't have any of the banners, man. I don't know what the hell's going on. Okay, so Stash, I literally don't know what we're talking about. So what are we talking about?
Okay, so top three most anticipated games for quarter one of this year.
I'm gonna have to actually look up. I don't know what games are coming out. I watched your video, but I don't. Dude, there's so many release dates in that video.
Well, if you guys
Specifically
want,
for the Switch 2?
I do have an Excel list with all the games that were in my video,
That would be helpful.
and I can.
Can
I can go
is it in
through them.
order? Is it possible to like paste
I have
a
it.
first quarter?
I have it sorted in order. Yeah, I can go through these.
Yeah.
You guys want me to go through these?
There's a lot. I'm literally just looking even at the rest of January. I'm like, Jesus. This is the
Yes,
way
you
it
guys
is.
want to do? You guys want to do just Switch?
Well,
too?
we're doing top three. So you know,
Yeah.
I think
Let's
we all
get-
got
let's-
computers. You know,
Let's keep it
Okay.
Switch 2, I think.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So who do you want to go first, Stash?
For the first quarter.
Yeah, for the first quarter. Yeah.
Yeah, to the end
So
of the
through March?
fiscal year.
Yeah, through March. All right. Gotcha. All right. Well, who's gonna go first?
Who's ready to go first?
You know what? I'll go first because this is a bonus topic and nobody knows what the hell's going on. Everyone's still looking. I can see everyone intently looking at their screens, except for Stash. So I'll go first. If we're gonna keep it Switch 2, keep it a buck. I gotta go Mario Tennis Fever is one of them. Game looks stupidly good, which scares me because that means I'm starting to get too hyped for a Mario Tennis game to be let down again. but I keep hoping that this is the one. Look, I actually really enjoyed Aces. Needed more single player content, and it needed other online modes besides tournament mode, which I love tournament mode, and I'm glad that's coming back. So I'm glad they didn't get rid of it. I was worried they were going to do a different online mode, then get rid of tournament mode. No, they're keeping tournament mode. I'm good with that. So it definitely feels like there's a lot more content in this game, a lot more playable characters, a lot more rackets. So and the single player looks promising, but it also looked promising last time, and then really wasn't. So, but if I'm keeping it a buck, I do plan to get a day one. So that is definitely on my list for the first quarter. And trying to keep it just to Switch 2 sometimes is a little difficult for me because I play on all these different platforms. So I'm trying to remember what exactly is coming to Switch 2. But one I want to throw on there, and I don't know if I'm going to get to it during the first quarter because I just started the Dragon Quest 3 is Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined. Literally super stoked for that game. And I only just started my very first Dragon Quest game. Like I've done builders before, but like actually mainline games. Just started Dragon Quest 3 2D HD yesterday. Having a good time. You know, I'm not that deep into it. Obviously, I just started, but I got a feeling I'm going to fall in love with this series and might become a Dragon Quest addict the rest of this year. So, because like after that, you know, you got to go to 1 and 2. And then 7's coming out in a remade way. So then I got to jump to 7, and it is what it is. It's going to be fun though. And I'm hoping 12 gets announced at some point. I always knew I was going to love this series. I don't know why I've been avoiding playing it my whole life. And then if I'm going to go to another one, no, that one's not on Switch 2. See, I got a kind of a list here. I'm gonna. So this isn't very. I was gonna say Crimson Desert, but technically not announced for Switch 2 yet. So I'm gonna hold on.
Or was it?
Is Crimson Desert slated for this March?
Yeah, March 19th.
So I guess technically it would be in this first quarter, but
Yeah,
that seems
quarter,
unlikely to come so early for Switch 2.
Yeah, I don't think it's day and date for Switch 2. But you never know. It could get announced in the February Direct. So you know it's day and date.
Yeah.
And again, we were hinted at it. Kiwi Talks came on our show last week. It literally said it's coming to Switch 2 this year. But he said this year. He didn't say launch day. So we'll see. So I'm not going to count that yet because it's technically not confirmed, even though I'm very, very confident it's coming. So I'm just glancing at this list quick. I think I'm going to go with Resident Evil Requiem. I know it's kind of weird. I'm going with big name games. I was trying to find an indie title. Like I wanted to throw Mina out there, but we don't know if Mina's even coming out first quarter. So yeah, I'll go with Resident Evil Requiem because I know I'm day one-ing that game. I love Resident Evil. I always have. Played the demo out at PAX West with the boys, and it was a lot of fun. The demo was fun. You only got to play the Grace parts. We didn't get to play the Leon parts, which is fine. I know how Leon plays. I'm playing Resident Evil. I get it. It's more action oriented when you're him. It's more sneaking around, horror oriented when it's with her. And I actually kind of like that. It actually excites me about this game. Feels like it's going to be a blend of two things I love from Resident Evil, but never, in my mind, never mixed together really well in a single game. It's like Resident Evil is either really, really good when it's heavy action, or it's really, really good when it's heavy horror. And every time they've tried to like put them together, it hasn't worked. But I think this is going to work because they kind of separated segments of the game for each character to do the different things. So I think it's going to work out actually very well. And again, I got to play a demo of it, and the demo was great. So that's what I'm going to go with for me. Those are my top 3 that I'm anticipating for the first quarter for this year.
Do you mind if I follow that up?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for this first quarter, I probably am most excited for Resident Evil 9 Requiem. I just started replaying Resident Evil 2 Remake. I've made the decision to play through the Leon S. Kennedy games. And by the Leon S. Kennedy games, I mean the remakes for 2 and 4, because I don't think I'll have time to also play, 6? And I heard 6 is not even that good. So not that one. But yeah, I've been playing through the remake of 2. I never actually finished it. And so it's been a good time playing with Leon. And it's interesting because we've sort of seen a little bit of that blueprint of what they're doing with 9, because in Resident Evil 2, they do have the 2 different characters that have their own campaigns. And they're kind of going back to like those scary roots, but I mean, it's still Leon. There's still the action. So it's fun. It's been fun playing through that, and then I'm gonna finally play the remake of 4. I've played Resident Evil 4 like 20 times, but not the remake. So that's gonna be fun to do in preparation for Requiem next month. So that's my most anticipated game next month. I still undecided if I'm getting it on Switch 2 or PlayStation, but definitely that's kind of like the game I'm most interested in right now. I think Yoshi and the Mysterious Book is slated for autumn, so I don't know if that falls into. Yeah, so that's probably I feel like maybe it slides into March, right? But there's no guarantee.
April, May. Probably.
Yeah. So it probably technically isn't going to fit in before the fiscal year, and so in that case, nothing. I have zero excitement for anything else. I don't care for the Mario Wonder. I love Mario Wonder, but the Switch 2 edition is just multiplayer nonsense to me.
That's how cool I care about it.
But Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, I'm very excited for, but also that's probably not coming out in these first 3 months. 7 Remake, I am interested in. I did have the original. When I say the original, I mean the 7 Remake on PlayStation 4, but also I do have access to the original as well. But the Switch 2 version, I mean, I've heard good things, so I never actually finished the remake, so that's kind of maybe like my second most anticipated game for this quarter. And I mean, honestly, I don't think there's anything else I'm gonna buy. Like, tell me about your life prob. I'm not gonna buy that. I don't care when it's coming out. I'm just not. I know I'm not gonna buy it.
Sure.
The Dust Bloods also probably not coming out in the next 2 months. So, I'm really excited for the Adventures of Elliot, actually, but we don't have a release date for it yet. But if there's a direct in February, it's not. I don't know if it's out of the question that if it can make it out, like, you know, like a shadow drop or comes out pretty quickly. So
yeah, I feel like it's got to be coming soon because I mean they have a playable demo and supposedly the save data is going to be transferable to the final game. So it's kind of like, that feels like a soon game.
Yeah, and so with the optimism that somehow gets announced and it comes out before the end of the fiscal year, I would say my most anticipated games to play on Switch 2 for this first quarter, none of them are first party Nintendo.
Okay.
Well, that's just because Nintendo hasn't announced anything good the first 3 months.
Yeah, Mario Tennis is
I'm talking a little bit of trash. Okay. There's not that they aren't good. It's just, it doesn't appeal to me, to put it simply.
And Mario Tennis, I already know is going to disappoint me. So,
I mean, I'll say that I
don't want it to.
It does look good, but it's still Mario Tennis. So
I enjoy Mario Tennis.
I just don't want to spend $70 on a tennis game.
Sure, it's fair.
Yeah, but I agree. It looks good. Like, as far as Mario Tennis goes, it looks great. But so did Aces.
My expectations are so low. I might actually think the game is good. I'm expecting it to be trash.
No, I mean, I think the game is going to be a good tennis game, but that's what it is.
I'm the guy that spent, like, was it $50 on Ultra Smash back in the day on Wii U?
Jeez.
Yeah, I spent $50 on that. That game has about 2 minutes worth of content. So relative to that, I'm getting a great deal for $70. Oh man. Anyways, cool. All right, who wants to go next?
Yeah. I'll jump in.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a few things that I'm excited for on Switch 2. I don't know that I'd put Mario Tennis in that camp. It's something that I'm cautiously optimistic about. I do have a family, so this is a great one for the family. But again, I feel like Nintendo's been kind of dropping the ball with these Mario sports games recently. This one does look better. The fact that they have an adventure mode is a huge plus. How dense and substantial that is, remains to be seen. But it's looking good for right now. So we'll see. I'm hoping, fingers crossed. I mean, if they could deliver a killer sports game and then add, free content later, like we've gotten in some of the other games, or even Splatoon for that matter, I might be all in. But I'm kind of at a wait and see for Mario Sports at this point. Let's see. Not going in order of release, but another one of that I'm actually very excited for. I really liked the second game a lot, even though I saw room for improvement. And it looks like the third entry is going bigger and better than the first two have ever done. And that's Monster Hunter Stories 3. I think the game looks really, really good. I love the new, more stylized, cel-shaded art style. Looks like it's going to have a more substantial, maybe even a darker storyline than the previous entries. And everything that we've seen so far, I think looks really good. So that, as an RPG lover, that one's on my radar. Of course, the elephant in the room, I'm sure everyone's going to mention this one today. Resident Evil Requiem is definitely probably the most hyped release that's coming up. I mean, Capcom's been crushing it on all fronts, and Resident Evil especially has just been kicking butt over the last handful of entries and with the remake. So very excited about that. Cannot wait to get my hands on it. We got another one. We got another sequel. Now, this is a sequel that got a very bare bones remaster in the past, but this time it's getting almost a remake quality upgrade, and it's from one of my favorite series of all time, and that's Yakuza Kiwami 3 Dark Ties, with brand new game modes, brand new arcade games, and new story content. The game's going to look better than it's ever looked because it's going to be in the Kiwami engine. So I'm really, really excited about that. I just love this series. The story is unbelievable, over dramatic and a bit ridiculous at times, but actually a very dark and very character driven story that's really intense and really fun. Another one, it's another one that I think is going to get mentioned a lot, but Dragon Quest VII, the game just looks amazing. The art style alone reminds me of like dolls almost. I don't know how to describe it. I love it, but they remind me of like dolls. I love it. Another remaster landing on Switch. I missed this one. But it's from another great RPG series, and for a lot of people, one of the best entries in the whole series, Tales of Berseria remastered, coming to Switch. And check this, $39.99. People, if you love JRPGs, buy this game. It's dark, it's edgy. If you like the dark, edgy stuff, I know I do. I think that stuff could be really fun. This is a great game. It's one I never finished when it first, I think it released on the PS4 originally, and I never finished it. So I'm going to start over on Switch too, and this is going right into the backlog of games that I need to finish. Let me see. I think that's it for like big stuff that's coming now. I'm trying to see. I know there's some indies coming out. Stash, do you have any indies on hand over the next couple months that are coming out? Just because I feel like there's an indie or two that I'm very excited about, and I want to make sure I shout it out because it's probably a lesser known title, if I'm right.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot. Reanimal, that's one.
Reanimal, yeah, excited for that. That game looks fantastic.
Let's see. For Switch 2,
is Dave the Diver in the jungle? Is that the first quarter
DLC? Yeah, it's supposed to be. Here's one that you might be interested in: Mouse PI for Hire.
Yes, that's on my radar.
Sounds interesting.
I'm curious about that one, but yeah, the art style alone is very nice. But yeah, I mean, I'll let Eric or you take it from here. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. Obviously, we're gonna have to pick and choose. I kind of agree with Andres. I'm not sure that, going back to Mario Tennis, I'm not sure the $70 price point, especially if this is a game that's gonna be of a similar quality to Aces, where Aces I fell off of very fast. And if Aces had been $70, I feel like I would have been even more disappointed, to be honest. But I don't know. It's a good start. And I think, again, like the third-party presence right out the gate with Switch 2 has been very impressive. I think it's the best we've seen in generations. So I'm looking forward to seeing that continue this year, throughout the year, and getting more day and date stuff. But yeah, that's it for me for now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just kind of looking through some games here. I mean, Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 Complete Edition looks. I mean, it's Roller Coaster Tycoon, so should be fun. I'm honestly hoping that Fever is actually finally breaks the mold of the Nintendo sports games, because I really want a good Nintendo sports game. I was gonna say Mouse PI for Hire because that hadn't been brought up. Looks freaking fantastic. And then Resident Evil Requiem. I like playing it when we were at
It was really good
at PAX. So those are kind of the ones that I was going to go with. I actually Reanimal I was going to shout out as well. But with Stash saying those in there, but that's fine. I mean, those are all because I mean, is that the same creator as Little Nightmares? Reanimal?
It's an offshoot
Okay.
of the original team, and they formed Tarsier.
Got it. Okay. Because I was gonna say it looks like
That's why.
I was gonna say it looks quite a bit like Little Nightmares.
Yep.
And when we play it, even though I was frustrated as all hell when we played it at PAX, it was a pretty fun game. And
Well,
I've said,
it's a good game
Yeah.
to play at home too.
yeah,
Not under the
Well, yeah.
bright lights.
I don't know that was a good place for that demo.
yeah,
Like, and it sticks you like in the middle of the game where you're supposed to just understand all the mechanics, and if you've never played before, you're kind of screwed.
which I have never played
Yeah.
before.
Kinda
That was
screwed.
like the Switch 2 experience with Civ 7. Mike,
Yeah,
I don't even want to play that right now.
yeah.
See,
with-
and I like Civ, so I would have probably been okay. But
Right.
that's the thing. That's the thing. You have to like.
and I've played a bunch of Civ too, so I mean, I would probably would have fine.
And I've never played Little Nightmares 1 or 2. Now,
Right.
but towards the end of the demo, I was starting to figure this out. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, now I'm making good progress. Now I get it.
right.
But it's like, damn, now I need like another 3 hours of this thing.
Well,
and
it
now I'm
was-
kicked off.
You're right. No, for sure. It was more of the I would make it through, but then the second player would get captured, and I wasn't realizing that was what was causing me to lose. And I'm like, what the hell is this bullshit?
Yeah, I think I pointed it
And I
out
was
to
like,
you when it
yeah,
was happening.
finally, yeah. I was like, oh, that
And
still
neither of
doesn't
you,
make
neither,
sense,
neither
but
of you can get
annoying
caught.
as hell.
Yeah,
Sure.
I never figured out the combat. That's supposed
Yeah,
to be that's
right?
new in 3, and
Yeah,
I
right?
never quite figured out the timing on the combat. But that's okay.
Yeah,
It would have
that
made things easier if I could have
Right?
figured out that timing.
right. But yeah, no, those are the games that I'm kind of looking forward to.
I love, by the way, shout out to Sketch16. I love how in the chat he's acting like I'm supposed to be excited that Pokemon Pokopia comes in March. As if I have any interest in that game.
Oh, it comes out in March.
Like, if it does well, cool. I hope it hits on the audience that they want to hit on,
Mm-hmm.
and it's really, really good for them. It is not the kind of games I play. Animal Crossing is like the only kind of like super chill sim sort of game that I do like that. Otherwise, I'm good.
Yeah, I forgot it comes out March 5th. I still wouldn't put it in my top three,
Top three, yeah.
for the quarter.
Mhm.
It's not that I think this game will probably be the best selling game of the quarter, to be clear, but it just doesn't interest me. It's yeah.
I mean, it probably should sell well. I would be shocked if it doesn't sell.
Right.
Maybe saying it just doesn't interest me at all. Like, because there are elements of it that intrigue me, like the lore implications, right? And you know, like there's some interesting story stuff. Like with the first trailer, they show like they imply, right, that the Diddle lost its trainer from a long time ago, and it's kind of like, you know, carrying on its will. Or the likeness of its trainer, which is kind of sad but cute. And so like there's some interesting like maybe potential story stuff there, but it's like Pokemon Animal Crossing, but that's kind of a, I don't know. I've never really played those games for more than like 20-ish hours. So
Yeah, and I like Animal Crossing. It's fun, but I just don't need a bunch of games like that in my life because they are time sinks. They never end. And that's fine. I don't mind never ending games, but I can't play a ton of them or I'll never game anything else. And between that and I also do World of Warcraft here and there, it's like I don't need more never ending games. I mean, Stash is the same way. Like he doesn't play never ending games because otherwise you can't play anything else. I do, but then I also don't get the full experience of the never ending game because I'm not fully like I haven't beat all the content in the latest X Pack for Warcraft, and now the new one's coming. And it's like, well, I didn't have the 1,000 hours to put in. Like it is what it is. but I still have a good time. And I usually try to beat at least the story content in a game like World of Warcraft, so I understand what's happening in the next X pack. But okay, Stash, man, it's your topic. What are the 3 games you're pulling out of the rabbit?
Yes, stuff
out of the hat.
There's so many. I'm looking forward to. Like there really is a ton in quarter 1, and I think
reducing the 3 is what's gonna be hard for you.
Yeah, I didn't even do that. I apologize, guys. I just straight up ignored.
Yeah, you straight up ignored it. I'm like, please don't set the precedent for Stash to list off 50 games.
Yeah, no, I already noticed you went over, which automatically means I can go over. So that was noted already.
Yeah.
However, I'll just go quick. So, all right. In order, mainly, Escape from Ever After. I've been playing that. That comes out Friday.
Okay.
Paper Mario like RPG.
Yep.
Or Switch and all the other consoles. I Hate This Place. Also been playing that. Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass, which is like Earthbound. Been playing that.
Which I'm surprised that you didn't know about.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I know. I saw it. So I saw it on Eric's. I'll tell the story. I saw it on Eric's list for what do you call it?
Fantasy Critic.
Fantasy Critic. Yeah, I saw it. I'm like, what is that? That sounds interesting. And click on it. Of course, it's an Earthbound style RPG, and I was like, oh my god, this looks awesome. And I messaged Eric, I'm like, bro, is like because of you, I learned about a new game today. Like, congratulations, because that rarely happens.
That's very rare,
right? I took it as a compliment.
Yeah, no, totally, man. So I did reach out to him, like I said I was gonna do. I did right after.
Oh,
and they got back to me quick, and I've had a review code for like 2 weeks or a week, 2 weeks. But the same day I reached out to you, I got one the next day.
Very nice.
Yeah. Obviously, Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. That's on my most anticipated list. I'll be reviewing that early, and I'm very excited for it. And of course, I drafted that game in fantasy. Mario Tennis Fever, I am excited for. I feel like because the trailer really emphasized the story mode. Like if you go back and watch the trailer, which I was doing my most anticipated video. Of course, I got to go back and watch these trailers and cut them up. And when I watched it again, I'm like, they really emphasize the story mode here, which is obviously what we all want from it. And so I hope that that's what actually happens. Again, I know we're all cautiously watching that one. Obviously, Requiem, Monster Hunter Stories was on my list. The Virtual Boy NSO. I have it pre-ordered, of course. Fatal Frame 2. Crimson Butterfly. And then Tales of Berseria. Should be getting that soon, too, for review. But one of them that I've been looking forward to, and I played it briefly. So did you, Nate. EZX Proud Nordics.
Oh, yep. That was fun.
120 frames per second on Switch 2.
Yep. And when I played it,
Pretty
they dropped me in a
badass.
boss fight. I'm like, what am I doing? Oh, I got this. Okay, this plays like other games I played before. I got it. Yeah.
East is awesome. East is great.
Yeah, I picked up the control for it super quick. It was pretty good.
I wonder if they'll do any like performance, like just like the free performance stuff for some of the other ones, because East 8 is so freaking good. If you're a Zelda fan, if you're a Zelda fan, if you're a Metroid fan, you need to play East 8 because it's a Metroidvania Zelda style RPG in a sense. It's very dungeon crawlery with areas that you can't get to until you have a certain upgrade. It's such a great game.
It is. I really hope they do too. I'd like to see the Ease games and the Tales games. Like Berseria, that would be really nice to see a Switch 2 edition. Which you never know, because of course Bandai Namco has their own Nintendo studio, so maybe we will get one down the line. But Yeah, that's for Switch too. You know, obviously there's so many more games too on the other consoles on PS5 and PC. I think there's even an Xbox game, possibly, as long as it stays on track, that I'm looking forward to that comes out in Q1. But lot of games, guys. A lot of games. I'm getting tired just looking at this Excel sheet. Like, holy shit. It's gonna be fun though.
There you go. All right. That'll do it for our first topic on the dealer's choice. Let's head on over to Eric, I believe, next.
Are you sure you don't want to go with yours? Because it makes more sense to go in that order.
Fine. All right. I'll go next then. It's fine. There's a reason I don't like going early, but it is okay.
Okay.
Let's go then with the topic. So, yeah, there's a Nintendo Direct supposedly happening soon. I don't think anyone is shocked by this revelation. Like, if you are shocked, I guess you just don't know that Nintendo pretty much always has one in February for the most part.
I had no idea.
That said, this is kind of split up into two different topics. One, we'll talk about other Nintendo Direct stuff. This first topic, though, we're going to be talking mostly about Zelda and 40th anniversary stuff and Ocarina of Time Remake. I say all this because Nintendo Talk is actually one of the leading people right now for a Direct in February. There's been some others, but he dropped a tweet that says the following: expect a Nintendo Direct in February with some anniversary announcements in the show. And he has that as coming from his source. And as Andres Reeser, I know, knows because he covers this stuff like I do, Nintendo Talk has been very accurate over the last couple of years. He doesn't put a lot out there, but the stuff he has put out there seems to always come true. Seems to have a pretty reliable source for this kind of stuff. And in the tweet, he did go on to note some anniversaries that were going on with other franchises. But, you know, we have a ton of third-party rumors for Switch 2 right now, and even a leak that led to them just straight up announcing High on Life 2, which might have been in the Direct, but who knows now. But we want to really focus on the anniversary aspect of what he said for this topic. And we can kind of figure out that it should be about Zelda just by a process of elimination. So technically Mario's 40th, they're supposedly celebrating that through when the movie drops. But they also kind of did Mario stuff in a Direct last year. Also, Pokemon's 30th is right now, Metroid's 40th, and Animal Crossing's 25th, along with Zelda's 40th. Animal Crossing, though, just got like an update to the game, and they didn't really talk about the anniversary, so I don't know that they're going to do anything for that. Obviously, Pokemon has been already advertising the 30th anniversary as being part of Pokemon Day, which is on February 27th. So chances are anything related to Pokemon will just be saved for that. And then obviously they've just never done anything for Metroid. It is what it is. They just seem to not care. And maybe it's just because the series doesn't sell a whole lot. I don't know. I'm not saying there won't be some stuff. There might be like a first 4 figure or something that comes out that's for it, but I wouldn't expect anything. Maybe a Lego set. I don't know. I wouldn't expect anything too crazy for Metroid because they don't really do a whole lot for it. And they just had Prime 4 come out without mentioning the anniversaries coming up.
I just don't think Nintendo does anniversaries in any major way outside of Mario, Zelda, and Pokemon. Zelda.
Yeah,
like
and Pokemon
Animal Crossing is ginormous. There's no anniversary celebration for that. They could, but it's just that. And it's not to say there won't be any mention ever, because I'm sure they have actually mentioned Metroid's anniversary before, but it might be like a tweet or a Nintendo Today post or something, like a look back at history. Or like, I think they did one for Fire Emblem's anniversary, and they just released like a really old Fire Emblem game on NSO. Like, they might do something like that, but, you know, talking about them doing anything grander, there's just no precedent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Mario and Zelda. Those are the ones that they tend to do it for. And it is Zelda's 40th, and we already have a Lego set announced, which we knew was coming because they teased it last year, but then obviously we saw it.
Yeah, they teased it last year, and it was leaked months beforehand, which was rumored months before that. Because, you know, when we heard about the Deku Tree, Nate, I think you remember when we heard about the Deku Tree Lego set, we actually heard there was another. Yeah. And then BrickTap eventually leaked that there was an Ocarina of Time Lego set based off Ganondorf, which people chose to just disbelieve, even though BrickTap's in terms of
literally always right about everything.
Right. And then Nintendo literally teases it, and you're like, hey, listen, this is like the most obvious reference that Nintendo cares about Ocarina of Time in a bigger way than people want to give it credit for, and people still refuse to believe it. And now, like, this is the most they've never put out a trailer. Maybe never is the wrong word. They've done like bigger advertisements for like the Mario Lego stuff, but like they've never put like such an epic trailer for a Nintendo Lego set before. That 42-second trailer is just awesome.
Yeah, it's really well put together. Really well put. And then like how it ends, flashing to the whole set being, I'm like, dude, this is sick.
It's interesting. Like the music they use, I'm sure it's very cliche, epic music, but like the beginning of it almost reminds me of like what they do in the beginning of 7 Remake. Like it's very bombastic, very epic, and I'm like, I'm getting those vibes.
Yeah, I think someone asked a question earlier about, hey, do you think that's music from the remake? I'm like, probably not, but
not the Ocarina. No. I'm talking about Final Fantasy. Like it's just like the epic, bombastic music. It feels similar.
They asked the question about the music in the Lego promotion thing, and I was like,
no,
I don't think it's in the game, but it is pretty cool. Like
there's effort. There's a lot of effort.
Yeah. So we're gonna split this up into 2 parts. Part 1, we're gonna talk about the 40th anniversary, what we think they may or may not announce at the direct for that, and then the second part we'll talk about Ocarina of Time Remake, because I feel like that should kind of be its own section, separate away from everything else, because there's just a lot to talk about with that, our wants, our desires, do we think it's actually happening, etc. And it feels appropriate to have that conversation when we have Andres Restart on, who's got literally all the info and all the details besides myself. So it's good to have someone else on that knows all this stuff. That said, the first part, what do we think they're going to actually announce at this direct for Zelda's 40th? Andres, I see you. You're ready to burst at the seams here.
I think I misunderstood. I thought we were talking about the direct. We're talking about Zelda's 40th.
Yeah, we're talking about the 40. What? Because the rumor is there's going to be anniversary stuff in the direct.
So the funny thing is that regardless of this is direct conversation or Zelda 40th anniversary conversation, I think my answer is kind of the same.
The same.
And spoiler, I'm not talking about the Ocarina of Time remake.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think you were.
All right, so I'm fully aware that this may not have to do with Zelda's 40th anniversary, but if you've seen some of my recent videos, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. I think there's a solid chance Monolith Soft is cooking something awesome, and it might really appeal to the Zelda fan base. Even if it's not Zelda related at all, I think a lot of Zelda fans would probably really vibe with it. It might not be Zelda related, to be clear, right? But the reason why I think it might be Zelda related, right, is one, we just had a recent, very curious interview where Monolith Soft put out this chat they had with the Zelda team talking about the growth of their partnership over the years, because Monolith Soft worked on Skyward Sword, Breath, and then Tears. And a lot of people took that interview, especially towards the end, to mean that they are going to take on a larger role. I mean, they literally say that they plan to continue to build this relationship and work more on Zelda. So there is some indication perhaps that they're going to do something even bigger in the future. Does that mean just doing more, taking on more of a role with the mainline 3D Zelda projects? Probably. But does it also mean something else? And we also have, whatchamacallit, there is another interview that came out around the same time in December, where they were talking about Age of Imprisonment, and Aonuma did tease that the Zelda team wanted to have their Zelda out early for Switch 2, but Koei Tecmo beat them to the punch with Age of Imprisonment. And he says to look at Age of Imprisonment as inspiration for the next Zelda, right? In so many words. And so what's interesting about that is that, to me, that says we're not just talking about like a little Zelda thingy for the 40th anniversary, considering Aonuma's history of teasing various Zelda projects, right? Like, it's not once or twice he's done this. He did it for he literally teased Echoes of Wisdom 6 months before it was announced. Link's Awakening remake, he literally told us that he teased that. He confirmed that he teased that years in advance. Majora's Mask 3, 3D he teased. Skyward Sword HD he teased, even though Nintendo executives said he didn't, and he did. And those are just some examples. There's even more. So the notion that he's teasing something, right? Like that part is, I think most people agree with. And so I'm led to think, okay, we're getting something kind of cool Zelda for the anniversary. The question is what? because I don't actually think Ocarina of Time Remake is coming out this year, I'm led to think it has to be something else. And we've been hearing that Monolith Soft is getting close to announcing something. And then I think about this project they've been working on throughout the entire Switch era, which also had Zelda-themed art. I'm like, all right, well, what if they do something that, like, when I say I mean Nintendo does something that they probably should have done a long time ago, and is have a spin-off series that's kind of like big, kind of like how Luigi's Mansion is to Mario, or Donkey Kong is to Mario, right? Like, these are technically Mario Universe series, but they're also their own big thing. So what if Nintendo and Monolith Soft announce a new thing? It's not an Ocarina of Time Remake. It's not the next open air Zelda, but it's a new thing that we'll look at. It's not just like another Hyrule Warriors, right? Or like Tinkle's special bizarre adventure or whatever. Like, it's gonna be just something that's based off the Zelda universe, but its own IP. Because we've heard about the hirings. They've mentioned they're working on an action game. We've seen LinkedIn profile listings. It's supposedly a new IP, but it can technically be both. And so that's kind of like the crazy crackpot theory. I at least think they're about to announce something this year, even if it's not Zelda related, but it might be, which is why I'm talking about it now.
So I love this, Andres, and I'm fully on board with it. Last year, when Switch 2 first got announced and we were talking about the games on the podcast, I last year I brought up Monolith a handful of times, and my prediction for Monolith was that they're going to have something special, but that it's not going to be the next Xenoblade game. Whatever they're doing, my prediction, I've been solid on this. It's either going to be a new IP for them, which could be what you're describing, or a brand new Xeno type game that's not Xenoblade. It could be anything. Xenosphere, Xeno Canon. I don't know. But
Xeno Bonanza.
Yeah, absolutely. So I love this, and I think that I've been of the mindset that when we're talking about what could be the holiday game, if we're not going to get a big Zelda this year, if we're not going to get a next 3D mainline Mario game this year, what could be the big holiday game? And I think it was last show or the show before, I was talking about how I feel like Monolith, even though they're not the juggernaut that like the Zelda or Mario team are, I feel like they're getting a little bit more mainstream with every release. They're getting bigger, more popular. And now with the power of Switch 2, I think the team has the hardware and the tool set to deliver something that's really going to wow and push Switch 2 to its limits. And I think this is one of those teams that could just come out of nowhere with a massive hit. We see it all the time. Look at the team behind Expedition 33.
Literally that. Yeah.
Look at it, Larian. Yeah, they had hits with Divinity 1 and 2, but nothing along the lines of Baldur's Gate 3. So there's no reason why a team like Monolith can't hit a major home run with something very special that no one saw coming. So I love this idea, and I don't think it's far-fetched at all. I like it.
I'll say that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 did receive a great deal of nominations when it came out. But at the end of the day, it was a Switch 1 title, hampered by being on the Switch 1, and it was anime, right? So, I mean, I love anime, right? I when I was eating dinner, I was rewatching My Hero. But my point is simply that anime aesthetic takes away from its mainstream allure, to an extent, especially with it may sound kind of contradictory, right? Because Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is the most anime, it's the best selling, but in terms of like winning awards and stuff, it has limited it, at least here in the West, right? Sure. And so you look at something like Expedition 33, it's very similar. If Xenoblade Chronicles 3 was made for more for better hardware, it might have gotten the same kind of level of treatment as Expedition 33 has gotten this past year.
And I would also argue, I think the thing that would be so exciting about this idea of yours about Monolith working on some sort of a Zelda game, a Zelda spinoff, a Zelda RPG, whatever it could be, is that, as someone like Zelda's my favorite series of all time, but as someone who has a deep love for RPGs and JRPGs and lore and stories, like thinking about what sort of, story's never been the strong suit in a Zelda game. Some are obviously better than others, but it's never been like, you're never gonna put a Zelda story next to a story of like Xenoblade Chronicles 3 or Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, Monolith Soft is the best studio from Nintendo in terms of telling story.
Yep.
Hands
so
down.
Imagine
Not close.
what they would do with that world if they had creative control to build a story with those characters. To me, that's pretty exciting stuff. I don't know if this is something that's happening. I don't think it's far-fetched, and
it feels right.
I'd be stoked. I'd be in 100% all in on that.
Yeah. So I mean, that's kind of like my big wish slash theory. I mean, if it's not that, I think our most exciting thing I'm trying not to touch the remake, right? Like Twilight Princess HD. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna be this year. If it's not this year, it's not happening until Nintendo decides to remake it, like actually many years from now, probably. So that's kind of like the most notable thing outside of a big new spin-off, I think.
Okay. That's good. All right. Who wants to go next for just the direct predictions for what they might reveal for Zelda at this event? Let's see here. Let's go to Eric. You got anything?
Yeah. We're talking about what they're going to do for Zelda for possible in the direct here or for their 40th.
Yep.
I could see them, going, if the direct in February, their one last thing might be like a tune into, the next direct, which is discussing the Zelda movie. It goes over more of the casting, gives us a title, things like that. And kind of shows off a little bit of the movie. It gives us an actual trailer, things like that. I think that would be really fun.
Eric, you got me you got my brain started to turn, right? Because I was starting to think about it. Like I remember in what was it, 2021? Technically, that was Zelda's 30th anniversary. The February Direct did have a pretty substantial announcement. I don't think they marketed it as a 30th anniversary announcement, but it may as well have been. Aonuma came out and he had some words. He suggested that we'd hear more about Tears of the Kingdom later in the year. At that point, we didn't even know it was called Tears of the Kingdom, just a sequel. But he did spend a lot of time kind of sharing with us Skyward Sword HD. Like he had a presence. It wasn't just a Skyward Sword HD trailer, but it was also a Skyward Sword HD trailer. And so we could get something like that. And what's interesting about that is that there may still be more, right? If they follow a similar framework this year, where we have something like that in this direct, and then we still get like a big teaser for something else, maybe in the summer presentation. And then towards the end of the year, there's like another little anniversary thing. Like they did the Game & Watch, right? So they had Skyward Sword HD, the Tears of the Kingdom teaser, and the Game & Watch. Now, this time I think they're going to go bigger because, like, you're right. You brought up the movie. It makes sense to talk about the movie at some point this year. I also think I don't know if this will be in this direct. I think these things probably happen later in the year, but like I think that we'll announce like Zelda for Super Nintendo World. I think that's the next expansion. These things I think are going to be happening throughout the year. Well, I could continue, but I just was trying to shut up to let others talk.
I mean that was pretty much all I had was thinking hopefully they'd give us something on the movie, because I know they're going to have to eventually talk about it this year.
I mean, the only thing is that like with the Galaxy movie, they might focus on marketing that first, and then
right.
The second half is when we'll start to hear
about. That's why I kind of said tune in, after, because Mario is what's the date on Mario?
April
again?
I think it's April.
It's April something, like April.
Stash's birthday. That's what I know, but I don't.
Zelda is May 7th.
Oh, May 7th.
No, what's Mario?
No, the Mario
April
movie
3rd for Mario.
Yeah.
That's not my birthday. My birthday is May 7th. The Zelda movie.
Zelda movie. Okay, that's what it is. Okay.
So whose birthday is April?
Nobody. But yeah, I could see. you know, at the end of this or something, talking about, you know, a future direct being, you know, a Zelda movie, you know, not necessarily going into anything big, but saying, hey, tune into a future direct here. That would probably happen after the Mario movie comes out. For
that, Eric, that's similar to something that I was kind of wondering about this direct. I'm wondering if we don't get all the Zelda 40th goodies in this direct, but they make mention at some point halfway through to near the end of the direct, like, hey guys, guess what? The 40th anniversary is coming up for The Legend of Zelda, and we'll have a lot more to share about that at a later date.
I would love that.
They kind of
love that.
set up that, hey, like, you know, we're not necessarily going to have this celebration in time for the anniversary, but it's coming. And to me, that feels more plausible than just getting the Zelda anniversary dump in February before the Mario movie, you know? And if there is going to be an anniversary movie, there is Mario stuff that they could have in this direct, even though we know about what's going on for Mario. 1, we could get trailer 2 for the Mario movie, because we have trailer 1, and like 2, we have a tease and a TV spot. So we could get like the final trailer, you know, which is the big juicy one. We have stuff that we're still waiting on, like the Wonder Flower toy. I know that we don't have a release date, as far as I know, unless I'm wrong. I don't think we have a release date for Mario Wonder Bella Bell expansion, but maybe I'm wrong on that. We don't have one, right? Yep.
Still spring.
Yep. So we'll get an official release date. I would not be surprised if this anniversary rumor leak for this is still Mario, with maybe like a quick nod to other series. That's like, oh, other series that are celebrating big anniversaries this year are A, B, and C, and you can play their classics on NSO today. You know, I wouldn't be surprised for that with an announce with Zelda at a later time. But let's just say for shirts and gurgles that Zelda anniversary is a big part of this direct, because that's more fun, guys. That's a lot more fun to talk about.
I just want to say that, you know, if they did tease Zelda anniversary stuff, there would still have to be a Zelda anniversary announcement in this direct. It just wouldn't be the only one.
Right.
For the year. Yeah.
For sure. Yep.
So the shirts and gurgles.
The shirts and gurgles.
Yeah.
But let's say that they are gonna do their kind of Zelda anniversary drop. I do think, I mean, I made a video on this. I think you made one too, Andres. I think a bunch of people did, about why we think this has potential to be the best Zelda anniversary to date. And it's kind of just that the pieces have all lined up. I mean, you guys have already all mentioned it. We got a live action Zelda movie, which is like a childhood dream come true for most Zelda fans, people who grew up with this series. I mean, that already alone, you throw out everything else, a live action Zelda movie alone elevates this, in my opinion, already better than most Zelda anniversaries, because this is something I never thought we would ever get. It's filming in New Zealand, where they shot Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. Unbelievable. The set photos look fantastic. Fingers crossed. I really hope they don't drop the ball with this movie. I hope it kicks butt. On top of that, what's the other childhood dream? We've got a Super Nintendo Land theme park now, and they've already expanded into Donkey Kong. And we have, in the Orlando location, Zelda Stained Glass, Aonuma making visits there. It seems pretty clear that there's going to be more expansions to this park, at least in Florida, and probably some in Japan. I know Hollywood has limited real estate, so it's likely we won't see any of that unless they add attractions in different parts of the park and tear down old attractions. But that being said, those two things alone are massive, because if there's any possibility that we can go to a built Hyrule that's like Harry Potter Land, it's like the Hyrule courtyard or whatnot, and there's some sort of a ride, unbelievable. Then you've got to factor in, we know merch is always a part of the Zelda and Mario. It's so common, whether it's golden Joy-Cons or a golden Pro. I'm willing those into existence, by the way, because I want some gold with my Switch 2. Whether it's a Zelda themed Switch 2 that comes bundled with a digital code for maybe we're getting a remake this year, maybe we're getting a special port. So I definitely think hardware and accessories is going to be a big one. Additionally, we got to talk about the games. This is where I have a hard time because the pieces are lining up. I'm an Ocarina of Time remake believer. I've been forever. Andres, we've talked about this years ago.
Yeah.
I know you are too. I think everyone in the pod is a believer in the Ocarina of Time remake.
I believe.
So on one hand, I see like, oh man, we could finally see this, the like proof that it's real in this epic reimagining with modern graphics and voice acting and a fully orchestrated soundtrack. At the same time, the timing also feels right to get the tease of the next mainline game. Do they do both? I don't think so. I mean, that's, you don't want one to overshadow the other. What's more likely? I don't know. It's so hard. Part of me feels like Ocarina of Time because, we've got the Lego sets and it's not just the Ganon and Link battle. The fact that we got the Ocarina of Time Deku Tree, there was no reason for that. They could have just done the Breath of the Wild Deku Tree. Breath of the Wild was the big hot thing. It's the thing that took Zelda to the next level in the mainstream and put it into the 30 million plus sales. Ocarina didn't do that. So why even go through the effort to include that Deku Tree as well? There's other Deku Trees.
Yeah, and then there's the two interviews where Aonuma hints at Ocarina of Time being remade, right?
So
there's the patent where we see Navi flying around. Like, why are they working on Navi tech?
There's so many clues. The fear is, and I think this is the worst. I think I'd rather wait longer to see this. The fear is that maybe it's not the remake that we've all imagined. Maybe it's something in between modern, something in between the 3DS remake, something better than a remaster, but not quite a full remake. That's the concern, because I feel like this is such a special game with such a special history that needs that Final Fantasy VII treatment or that Resident Evil 2 treatment. But the timing does feel right. But the timing also feels right for the next one. So maybe I'm wrong on both, and maybe it's the monolith thing that you're pitching, because I think there's something there to that. But there's no way we get 3. There's no way we get 2, I don't think. So what's it going to be? I don't know. I'm curious to know what you guys think.
I just want to say that I feel that there is a solid chance that this remake would function as a little bit of both. It would be the remake, that we've been waiting for, right? It would do a good job of exciting that fan base early on, getting us invested in the system early on, but also in and of itself be that teaser for the next Zelda. Wind Waker HD, that was birthed from working on Wii U tech for 3D Zelda, right? It was a little bit of a showcase of some of the Wii U capabilities, and they use that as a testing ground to familiarize themselves with the Wii U to make Breath of the Wild. Now this would be on a grander scale, but I could see it kind of being a little bit of that. There's also what's interesting, like Wind Waker was also a kind of a primer for Breath of the Wild, because it was like the most open world Zelda in a long time. And then you look at Skyward Sword, they put that out shortly before Tears of the Kingdom. Shortly before, they announced the expanded sky in Tears of the Kingdom. And so Skyward Sword was also put out to kind of tease the next Zelda, right? And we've heard from Special Nick about the next open air Zelda, how it's supposed to have to do with tears in reality, maybe a light world, dark world kind of mechanic, different portals, alternate realms, which is very much like, light world, dark world, or past, future, and Ocarina of Time. So Ocarina of Time could actually, if they were to do a remake ambitiously, right? Like there would be this opportunity to have it be something that showcases Switch 2 graphics, right? Get that Zelda fan base excited, do the anniversary stuff, hype up the movie or vice versa. But also be a little bit of a teaser of, okay, so this is the new graphics tech we're using for Zelda, right? This is also mechanically, there are some similarities here to the next Zelda, right? In the same sense that Wind Waker was a teaser for Breath of the Wild. It wasn't like a Breath of the Wild demo, but it showcased that open world exploration, right? Or how Skyward Sword showcased that sky exploration that we got in Tears of the Kingdom. They may position this remake like that. And so I think it could actually be both. And so if they were to do that, we probably wouldn't be seeing an actual teaser for open air Zelda until it's actually kind of close to coming out.
For sure.
Which I think is a better, because waiting 3 years, with
It's
nothing.
painful.
Yeah. But that's all assuming the remake is this ambitious thing. If it's not an ambitious thing, then that all goes out the window.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And we don't have substantial evidence. I mean, we don't have a lot of evidence to say it's an ambitious remake. I just think it's happening. I guess, are we trying to hold back from the Ocarina of Time remake conversation? We're still like getting into it.
Yeah. We're gonna deep dive into it in a bit.
All right, so I've already kind of probably said too much, but
yeah,
I'll pin that.
Those were my thoughts for the direct. Ultimately, just to bring it full circle again, I'm not convinced we see Zelda Anniversary at the direct. I really can see the possibility of them teasing this celebration at a future date.
Well, you're wrong. I'll go last. Stash, have you gone yet on this part?
No, not yet.
All right. What are your thoughts on 40th anniversary Nintendo Direct?
Yeah, so as far as May or February, I don't see it really happening in February. Yep. It doesn't make sense. It goes against everything that I've been saying for, I think, once again, like over a year. What did I say? That the Mario movie was going to run a marketing cycle for the 40th anniversary all the way through the movie, which would take us to April, and that the Zelda 40th marketing would run from May to May. So May 2026 to May 2027 when the movie hits. That is the absolute most logical way to go about it. So
I agree.
Yeah, and why would we use a direct to talk about Zelda in February when we're pushing Mario? We already have the Yoshi game coming out in spring. We have Super Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition coming out in spring. Like it's illogical.
It's going to be Mario Direct. It's going to be Mario Anniversary stuff in the Direct. That makes the most sense.
Yeah, because Zelda's going to have its time. There's a time for this. There's a time and place, and it's not in February. I do think they will most likely say this, though, in the Direct, that you can look forward to hearing more things about Zelda throughout the year to celebrate the anniversary. Look forward to this. I also think that in the Direct, there's a good chance they'll say, look forward to the Pokemon Presents. Because if we have a Direct in February, it would make sense that they would say, hey, look forward to hearing about some great things with what we have going on here. That's where I'm at with this.
Are we on the same page then? That so you think there's a good chance they would make reference to eventual announcements regarding both anniversaries, right? But don't you think that would have to come with some kind of announcement for each particular series? Not a full-on focus on the anniversary, but some kind of game for each series would need to be have a segment in the Direct. Wouldn't you think?
I think the way they're going to do it is, I think Mario's was going to be the focus. They're going to tease the Zelda Anniversary stuff, but they're going to say something along the lines of, check out these other games that have big anniversaries, and it's going to show like a montage of the characters or the games, and saying, and you could play the classic entries in these titles on NSO. I think they'll do something like that, and that'll cover like Metroid and Kirby and I don't know what the whole bunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think this is going to be more focus on the games that are coming out, third-party games, getting updates on the games that they've already shown us. Like, when are these games coming out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things like Elden Ring, when's that coming out? Splatoon, Raiders, anything that they announced at the last two directs, we need to get an update on. Because then the next direct is going to talk about some of the newer games that are going to be coming out in the future. I mean, that's historically how they've always done it. So I don't expect them to stray from that. I do still think we get obviously Zelda news later this year.
Mm-hmm.
I do still expect a remake / remaster. Obviously, I've seen the news about the ancient stone tablets. I have it right behind me on the shelf. Physical edition. Played it. It's awesome. I think people would love to play it.
I was gonna ask you if you think it's good, but you just
Oh yeah, dude. It's awesome. I have that, and I have the broadcast satellite Legend of Zelda as well. That's redone in Super Nintendo style, the original. I think that's so cool. Look, again, if you rewind to probably a year ago when we were talking about stuff to come out on NSO, what did I say? Broadcast satellite. Everyone thought that was crazy, but I think it's going to happen. I really
some people
do.
still think it's crazy.
Yeah, they do. But Virtual Boy exists now. I still think DS is coming. Still think Wii's going to come. Wii's it's the 20th anniversary for Nintendo Wii this year. So maybe we'll see something around that time. You never know.
Yeah,
because
I think
Virtual Boy is not meant to like feed the masses. That's meant to feed the hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think I speak for all of us when I say we would like to play, right?
Absolutely,
right?
dude. Those commercials were great.
They were interesting.
I've tried to grab some of them like for use in videos, and the best I can ever find is 240p for those commercials.
Yeah,
it's so bad.
I know. Like, how can I
you
find
try and
E3?
stretch it out a little bit, and it's
I
even
could
worse.
find like E3 from like, I don't know, 2001, and it looks considerably better than this Wii commercial from like 2006 or 7. Like, how does that work? The Super Nintendo World, fully expect that expansion. I've talked to Michaela about it. Because, we want to go to Japan. But I want to go when Zelda's there.
Yeah.
That's when I want to go. I want to go hit that. I want to hit the Nintendo Museum. Do anything and everything I can. Obviously, video game related, Nintendo related while I'm there. So, waiting on that. But I think that we'll see that in 2027. I think that'll open up. So that should be exciting. I think that's about it for now. Gamebird, you mentioned that there'd be a lot of different, products to sell, clothing, this and that, all sorts of fun little things. Yes, I expect that. I expect things like this too, like this Pokemon, 30th anniversary bag of goldfish that I picked up at the store today. Because you got to catch them all, and this is one of them, obviously.
I'm assuming that's new and not old.
That's brand new.
Well, it says 30th anniversary, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where does it say 30th anniversary? Let me see.
It doesn't say 30th anniversary, Nate. But it does say time for an adventure. Build your team and let the Pokemon story unfold. 1995 to 2025.
That's some classic art right there.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, I got to get this.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously that's stuff like that. You guys got to remember, There's a big marketing push about to start for Galaxy. We're about to get some Old Spice up in here. I'm all over that.
The Old Spice.
I actually think there's probably going to be a trailer before the direct, or in the direct, one or the other. But
yeah, one or the other. I think you're right on that. Just a matter if they want to use a potentially general direct to show the trailer, if they want to use that time, or if they want to show it before. I expect one soon. This should be the final trailer. Or you think they're gonna do another trailer for?
Yeah, it seems too early.
I think they're gonna do it
for Mario.
Yeah,
no,
we've only gotten one trailer, really.
Well, we got 2 teasers, right?
Yeah,
a trailer and a TV spot.
The TV spot from the Game Awards, right? That was a brief little thing.
Yeah.
Like we've only gotten one proper trailer. I think there needs to be 2 more.
It's out in 10 weeks.
Well, if you're gonna have a big marketing campaign, you should have a big marketing campaigin with multiple trailers.
I mean, it's possible that they could do they can do one and then do like a different cut, for just before the movie drops.
I mean, there's gonna be like random stuff. Like, remember with the first one, they had like the I forget, there was like the van in Brooklyn, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's gonna be hopefully stuff like that. It'd be crazy. This would be so cool, and I don't think they're gonna do it. It's just like a random idea that would be really fun and would probably help, but also probably be too high budget. But what if they were like, hey, here's a free update to Galaxy 1 and 2, new levels. Not a lot, just like a few new Galaxy levels, and they're like, hey, check out, the movie.
That would be cool.
Maybe it showcases like Bowser Jr.'s new look or something as kind of like a reference to the movie, and it's like, hey, check out the movie coming to theaters soon or something. Like, that would be probably completely unexpected, and I doubt anyone's actually going to believe this, but I don't know. It would be fun.
I gotta ask this since we're talking like anniversaries and all, but do you guys think we're done with the Mario anniversary?
Well, I'm trying to save my thoughts for the direct stuff because we're focusing on Zelda right now, right?
Yep. Direct's a totally different topic, but yeah.
So I'm trying to hold back, but I'll just say I think there's going to be a little bit of trickle over.
Yeah, I'll hold. Nate, what do you got, man?
Well, it's nice to be the only voice of reason on the show. Absolutely. We'll announce some Zelda stuff for the anniversary next month. Eric's just like, what? What about me? No. So obviously, we don't know. Yeah, even like Nintendo Talk, he didn't seem to know which anniversary would be the one that happens here. I don't think anything Pokemon will ever get mentioned. They're already marketing the Pokemon 30th anniversary for Pokemon. Like, it's literally already being marketed for Pokemon Day. They don't need the direct to tell people, oh, go watch it. The Pokemon company has all their own marketing going. So I don't think anything like that's going to be there. And to answer Stash's question, as I said, no, I don't think there's anything else coming for Mario's 40th. I think what they have is what they have. Now they'll still market it. We'll get a release date for Yoshi and stuff, but that's for the direct talk. For the Zelda stuff, I personally do, obviously, I made the topic, do think there will be Zelda stuff in this direct. And that is for a couple of reasons.
But Nate, I don't want to cut you off. Do you think there will, because my argument, I know you had to step away. My argument was that I don't think this is going to be the big 40th dump of everything. This is all the stuff. So that's what I was arguing. I'm not saying that there won't be anything Zelda in the direct. I just don't think it's going to be the dump.
I think it will be the dump.
Okay, you think it will? Okay, I just want to clarify. So I understood.
So a couple of reasons. One, it actually is the 40th anniversary next month. I know they haven't always done Zelda stuff on the actual anniversary, but it quite literally is the 40th anniversary next month. So there's that. Two, I'm on record saying that I don't think 3D Mario is coming until 2028, and I think that would be the only other thing to reveal for an anniversary that would be exciting to most people. So with that being the case, I know Andres Rusar hasn't heard this take before. He wasn't on that episode. No. So I'm not going to go over that right now. Obviously, why all my reasons behind that. But because to frame this, because I don't think that that's getting revealed in February or even coming out this year. And I think that's the only other thing they could announce. There is this thought process I have that, look, Nintendo needs a big direct. They need a showcase direct. And the way I believe, there's nothing else really coming for Mario this year besides what's already announced, then I think they have to have something else. And that something else could be the blowout for Zelda. This is where I get crazy. Okay, because not only do I think, and we'll get into the Ocarina of Time stuff later, not only do I think that will be revealed next month. I don't know if it's going to be coming out this year. That's a different conversation. But I do think it could be revealed next month. I think they also, and this is the one I'm not sure about because I think it could happen in June instead of now, but I think they could tease the next big 3D Zelda. Just a tease. Again, I know what Andres Research said, and it makes more sense. I know we when it comes to Zelda, the big ones, especially the big 3D ones, kind of throw all sense away. They're always revealed years before the game comes out. And that's not always the intent. Sometimes the intent is to reveal it now, it comes out next year. But that's what always happens. They reveal and it's years out. And the reason I bring this all up is because I do think that Nintendo needs a showcase direct. And the best way to have a showcase direct is to showcase the games that everyone would always just universally be excited for. And that would be a big new 3D Zelda, even though it's years away. But even just a 2014 style teaser where you barely see a glimpse of the art style of the game.
That would be hype.
That would be very, very hype. And that's all we would need. They won't have to talk about this shit again until, I don't know, end of next year, maybe September direct of 2027. And they can get away with that because it's all about teasing, hey, this is why Switch 2 is here. Look at what we're doing with Zelda that we could not do on Switch 1. And the same with the Ocarina of Time remake. Even if it's not this year, showing it is just going to blow people's minds away. And that's what I mean. They need something to blow people away. And you could use Zelda's 40th as the excuse to be like, fine, let's dump a couple massive Zelda announcements. We already have the Legos coming, supposedly in March or something. I don't know. That's when the website says it's starting to ship out. So it's not like they're shying away from releasing Zelda stuff while the Mario stuff's going on. They literally had the announcement in January, which is something that Nash Riddle said was going to start. Announcements related to the 40th would start in January. Lego, it just happened. Now, they didn't label it as under the 40th anniversary, but that could be because they're waiting to reveal Ocarina of Time Remake, and they're just going to tie that all in, being like, hey, we actually already announced the 40th anniversary, and we're doing the Lego thing, we're also doing this, we're doing that. And I think that'll be the brux of it, will be those two announcements. But there will be like something for this year, whether it's that now rumored Ancient Stone tablets coming back, whether it's NSO or otherwise, or whether it's, maybe this, just because I'm speaking this right now means it's not going to happen. But Wind Waker or Twilight Princess coming back, even in just like 4K or something, 120 or 4K 60, would be cool. But it's kind of like, well, it wouldn't be 4K 120, it'd be 4K 60, maybe 1080 120 if they decided to do that. But I kind of feel like, there will be something that comes out for Zelda this year. I'm not just 100% sure on what that something is, but I think it'll be the least hyped of the announcements they have. But no one's going to give a shit because Ocarina of Time Remake and the new 3D Zelda are going to look so incredible. Everyone's just going to be like, oh, who cares if it's not this year? Who cares if Ocarina of Time's next year and it's coming out around when the Zelda movie does? Who cares? Like, this is hype as shit. Look how hype this is. And that doesn't solve them needing a big game for this year. Again, I still think there's going to be at least one besides Gen 10 Pokemon system seller coming out this year. Maybe it is Ocarina of Time, but it might not be. So it could be something else. And there's a lot of chances to announce some of that. And then the announcements might still happen in the direct, by the way. That big game could still get announced in addition to the 40th stuff. So that's what I think will happen. One thing I hope happens, because that's what I think will happen. Like, I expect this. People can call me crazy for it. This is what I expect. What I want to happen is a new Symphony of the Goddess announced. A new concert tour. Because I never got to go to the original. Couldn't afford it. Couldn't travel. It wasn't anywhere near me. I can do that now. I want to go to it. I want to take Yulia to it. She'll really appreciate it now because she's into Zelda. So I want that to come back. They ran that for like what, the 25th all the way up to the 30th. It was like 5 straight years of concerts.
Yeah.
Worldwide.
I went to that first run of Symphony of the Goddess. I saw it at the Pantages in Los Angeles, and I mentioned this in my Zelda anniversary predictions video that I did on my channel because very special memory for me. One, getting to hear music from my most loved series fully orchestrated live was, something truly, truly special. But the other part was in the lobby, Nintendo had set up kiosks with demo stations for Skyward Sword. My first time, I didn't have a YouTube channel back then. It was way before that. And so getting to demo a Zelda game early at a special event was one of the coolest things to me ever. And the demo was that first dungeon in Skyward Sword. So I hope they bring it back too, Nate, because I would love for you guys to experience that. It was definitely a very magical experience.
Bro, imagine they do announce a new concert series this year, and they do announce the remake, even if it comes out 2027. They have a demo later this year, and you can play the demo at the event, and it's like the Deku Tree dungeon, the first dungeon, you're fighting Goma, but this is all completely like reimagined, right? So it's kind of like the Wii U tech demo vibes, but actually playable, and it's Ocarina of Time reimagined in that initial thing. That would get so many people like, oh, I gotta get a Switch 2. Oh, I gotta get a like the entire Zelda fan base. Everyone at that concert sees that demo. They'll be like, I get a Switch 2.
No,
you announced the Switch 2 Lite last month. Okay, I'll buy that. I don't care. I'll play Pokemon meanwhile.
I don't have any more predictions for Zelda's 40th right now. But I will say, guys, if you're out there and you're making bets with your friends on whether Zelda's 40th is going to be celebrated next month or not, this guy over here is the king of manifestation, and what he says happens.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm probably dead wrong on everything I just said, including Mario coming out in 2028, because this guy disagrees with everything I said.
Hold up.
Most things I said, because I think it'll be the 40th will be celebrated next month. So.
Hey, we got to share. You got to share some credit. I too said that I don't think Zelda's coming here. So
I was talking about people making bets.
Yeah.
I know you're holding really hard onto the victory you got at the Game Awards, aren't you? Holding hard onto that champion. By the way,
all I have.
A single thing at all in any of these things that have happened since the Nintenbyte podcast has come into existence.
The Mario 2028 thing spawned from me talking about how I could see Mario launching in 2026 as the big holiday game, or at the latest 2027. And you said, no way, not going to happen. It's going to be 2028. And then Stash almost spit out his drink and food. He's like, you think it's coming out in 2028? Oh my God. And then he's like, guys, make signs on that. So listen, I deserve credit because Stash and I on a lot of issues have been of the same mindset. So I agree. I agree with Stash. I don't think.
All right, Bird.
Listen.
I gotcha. Sorry to steal your thunder. My bad. Again, Thunderbird. Look at that. It goes together.
Yeah.
Thunderbird.
There it is. Thunderbird.
Hell of a car.
There you go. Listen to those two. I'm always wrong. A lot of the time. Unless I know things and I don't know jack shit about this direct. So, okay.
That's the best way to go into a direct, though.
Absolutely.
Is to know
That's
nothing.
the only way I would want to go into a direct. I don't want to know.
See, me knowing doesn't matter. Seeing's what matters. You could tell me Ocarina of Time Remake is going to be there. It don't mean jack shit to me till I see it. It could just be Ocarina of Time 3D and HD. Until I see it, doesn't matter.
It could be Ocarina of Time Lego.
Yeah, could be.
And I would just never show up on the internet again.
As I said, until I see it, it doesn't matter that I know it's there. I know about some games coming to Switch 2. None of it matters to me until I see the game running on a Switch 2. It's like, but that's me. And I'm someone that loves leaks and rumors. Obviously, I covered them on my channel. And I've been talking about game leaks and rumors since I was Playground days. So I've always been kind of like wanting to know what's coming and what's coming up. Even
I love them. But I
You
just
love 'em, it's
love
like a
going in like
Yeah,
blind
it's a love,
too, you
it's a
know?
love-hate. It's a love-hate
It
relationship.
is.
I love it, but then I also
Yeah.
love not knowing anything, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's
I've-
fun. Like I do enjoy that part too. It is totally a love hate
Yeah,
thing.
we do it on the podcast all the time, and like you love the speculation. It's like,
Yep.
Have you
Yeah.
guys ever had? Have you
Fuck.
guys ever had? Because I know you guys both have connections, and Andres, I'm sure you have some people too, that you talk to that you get leaks or rumors or secrets from. But have you ever had like a huge one drop on your lap that you can't say anything about? That's just like, oh my god, how do I not talk about this?
Literally right now, I know about a game coming to Switch 2. I literally can't even hint at.
That's gnarly. I've
I
only had
respect the wishes of people who enter my DMs.
I've only had one game.
Yeah, I love that very political answer. You running for office over there?
Maybe
I've only
someday.
had one.
The slowest sip of all time. Yeah.
I've only had one game leaked to me in advance, and it's not in the way that I would have ever thought it would have happened, because I knew about the game maybe 8 months before it got announced, which is pretty wild. And that was I forget which one it was, whatever that first like big Tony Hawk remake that came out last gen. That first remake for Tony Hawk. Yeah, 1+2. I knew about that 8 months in advance because a friend of mine, who does some admin work for multiple companies, would see information that would get information literally describing Tony Hawk. So that was a pretty cool one. My buddy, I have a really good friend who works at Insomniac, and he just won't, like, I've known him for years. He's made me, he designed my logo, he drew me a Ganondorf with ink. I think I showed it off on the podcast once a long time ago.
Yep.
Dude, he won't tell me crap. He won't tell me anything. But what can you do?
I mean, that's
Invite him over for some drinks.
They're under NDAs. They're not
Right.
supposed to say anything ever. So
I know.
but things happen. Okay. So that kind of leads that to a nice pivot, because set aside the 40th anniversary, right? Ocarina of Time Remake. So I put in the notes here. You know, we have Andres Restart here. One of the guys been at the forefront of this for years at this point. Rumors dating also years back. Statements from Aonuma. There's lots of little pieces of evidence here and there that this even exists.
There's
Even if
still
you
something. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You just finish your thought. My bad.
Yeah. There's more, but I'll just say this. First, do we think the game's happening? And then, could it come out this year, or why? I guess could it come out this year or a future year? And then why do we believe or not believe it's happening? And then any changes or enhancements. So it's kind of like a loaded everything Ocarina of Time Remake question.
I mean, I feel like
You've
summarized so much that I need to like do like a video where I list every single reason. It's been a mounting pile of evidence for years.
Yeah.
The reason I cut you off is as we were talking, I was like, there's still something, because thinking about like the rumors from way back, like I remember, this is before I even had hit 10,000 subscribers. This is around the time 7 Remake was getting advertised or something. I don't remember the exact timeline, but I was like, Nintendo needs to do this for 7 Remake. Like, it was just like, it wasn't a rumor. It was just like, this just makes sense. Nintendo needs to do this for Ocarina of Time. But then I also remember there were Ocarina of Time HD rumors, and they came from Game Over Jesse. And unfortunately, Game Over Jesse, you and I know him, right? I think you know him better than I do, but like we've done some shows together. We've talked. There was even a time he was going to come on my podcast and we're going to talk about some things, and he said some things in my live chat before. I'm like, oh my God, I need to get a one-on-one with you, because there's some things you're suggesting here that are actually like a really big deal. Haven't gotten a hold of him.
He's very hard to get a hold of.
But like, so there's something there that I kind of like, I want to go back and be like, hey, what's going on? He's very busy. But
and I can let him know next time I see him around. He does pop in my live chats sometimes. I'm like, dude, why didn't you answer my last 10 DMs? I'm living life, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's-
okay.
Anyway, to answer the question very simply, I do believe in the Ocarina of Time remake, and there's so many reasons. There's a multiple teases from Aonuma, who has teased many future Zelda games. That alone should be enough reason to believe it.
Literally, forget rumors. Like, just Aonuma himself.
That's enough. But I mean, I do think there is a common sense perspective. Like, at some point or another, Nintendo's going to need to revisit these games. They need to think about what they're going to do in between every opener. Zelda takes 6 to 8 years. That's not good for the brand. They need in betweens, and 2D Zelda is not enough. 2D Zelda is good, but it's not the same thing. You need to have more Zelda stuff coming out in between. And so remaking things. I mean, you look what Capcom has done with Resident Evil. There you go. It just kind of makes sense. And the first 3D Zelda was Ocarina of Time. So if we're going to start going back to remakes, that is it. Actually, also interesting, going back to one of the interviews where Aonuma did apparently tease Ocarina of Time, the Game Informer interview, when he was asked point blank, are you going to remake Ocarina of Time in a modern way? He didn't say, oh, well, we already have Ocarina of Time 3D. He said no comment. Right. And I think that has various implications. One, that, yeah, they're probably, he's not denying it, even though and Cameron, you brought this up a couple years ago, that like during that time, like he was denying a dungeon maker at the same there was an interview the same month. Right. So the fact he didn't deny something like that, fueling that fire, is already a big thing. I lost my train of thought a little bit. Yeah, I definitely lost my train of thought. There's just too much here.
Yeah, that's why you need to make a summary video.
That's why I make a
There's
summary
so
video.
much. I know you like every time you cover it, you bring up some of the stuff from the past. It's like, yeah, I know all this stuff. I made videos on it, but dude, it just
I can't. And people get mad if I summarize things, but not everyone has seen everything.
Yep.
Right. And sometimes you need to kind of remember. Anyway, so okay, I got back to my point. Thank you. So when he was asked about remaking Ocarina of Time and said no comment, right? Not only did he have the opportunity to deny it, and he didn't, and he did the trademark laugh thing, which if you watch that video I made a while back, you go through the history of all this Numa teases. He laughs or says no comment in English. Typically when he's teasing something, he goes out of character because normally everything's being translated in Japanese. But also he could have said they've already remade it, and he didn't, which suggests that he agrees that there needs to be a remake at some point. He doesn't look at the Ocarina of Time 3D as a remake, because it's not. It's a remaster, but that's a whole other thing. Anyway, you have the patent with the Navi flying around. That's recent stuff. You have the Lego sets, right? You have the fact that historically speaking, there's always been some type of major Zelda release to push hardware. In the first couple of years of every new Nintendo generation, we have not gotten that yet. Breath and Tears of the Kingdom have not pushed hardware. They're not even blips. Like it's not the same thing. So you got that. You have the 40th anniversary. You have a live action Zelda movie. There's a lot of reasons. Anyway, I think it's happening, but do I think it's happening this year? And that's where I'm like, well, we have this rumor from Nash Weedle, right? And so, some people don't want to believe him. He keeps getting things right. So I'm like, well, he keeps getting things right. And from what he suggested, it's an ambitious remake, but he doesn't expect it until next year at the earliest. So, if we choose to believe him, then it's probably not coming out this year, right? But it would also be an ambitious remake, which is exciting, and maybe they could still tease it this year, and that could, we could still at least see it. And so, even though it's a rumor, right, I kind of feel like he might be right. So, that's kind of I feel like it's safer to assume it's not coming out this year, but there is a part of me that's kind of like, it is the 40th anniversary. We do need something big.
I think the interesting thing here is that, Aonuma making that comment that they were hoping to get a Zelda game out
Yeah.
first. Sounds like there's something that's near completion, but they just didn't quite make it to the finish line before Hyrule Warriors. That's the part that throws me off.
Same.
But
I mean, and actually, I think I saw Attack the Backlog in the chat. He had a podcast with Nash Weedle where even Nash Weedle was like, "Oh, I saw that interview too. I don't know what that means." Right? Like he agrees it means something, but
yeah,
based off what he's heard, he's not sure it's this, right? Which has me going back to the Monolith Soft thing, which could be another Zelda project, right?
Which watch it all be Twilight Princess NSO for GameCube. Is what he was referring to.
Well, that I just wouldn't make any logical sense. That's not what I'm sure some people are going to assume that, but yeah. Anyway, my prediction is that we're gonna at least hear about the remake this year. That Lego set is just that's just too loud of a scream. I think we're getting at least a teaser this year.
And it's the second Lego set to have Ocarina of Time in it.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's not the big mainstream Zelda series. I mean, it is for like core fans, but like I said earlier when you were gone, Nate, like Breath of the Wild is the one, and Tears are the one that really blew this series up and took it beyond to the mainstream to be 30 million seller. There's no reason to add a Ocarina of Time Deku Tree. They could have sold it for the same price with just the Breath of the Wild one. So it is interesting that they keep choosing to revisit this game. I mean, it's not interesting because we've been talking about this for years. We've all seen it coming. And I like my answer is, yeah, I do think we're getting an Ocarina of Time remake. When is the question, not if.
Yeah.
It's just a when.
Something else to consider is they're going to have a live action Zelda movie trailer. And I don't think that live action Zelda movie trailer is going to happen in close proximity to this teaser. Like there's got to be at least a few months of a divide, right? Like let's say the live action movie trailer is late this year. Then I would say if we're going to get a teaser, it would have to be either in this direct or summer. If we get past that point, either we're not getting live action Zelda movie marketing until like January or something, or we're not getting it. But I just don't see them happening in close proximity. I don't think Nintendo would want to have those conflate at all.
Yeah. I think we're for sure getting a trailer, at least a teaser trailer this year. They only need to release a teaser this year, near the end of the year, late summer teaser.
But you want to know what's even perhaps a more interesting conversation about this? And I kind of pulled back on it earlier. Like the idea if this is an ambitious remake or just kind of like Ocarina of Time 3D upscaled or something in between.
That's the worry. Yeah.
That like because I feel like we're on the same page, right? It's happening. We think it should be teased this year. Maybe it's not. Does anyone think it's coming out this year for sure? Stash? Oh, Great Prophet. Oh, Chosen One.
Ocarina of Time?
Yeah. When's it coming out?
I mean, on 64 came out in November. But look, Pokemon's coming out this year. I think we expected around then. We got GTA coming out in November. People who want to buy Ocarina of Time are going to buy it, and they'll buy GTA as well. So I'm not like concerned about anything with that. It's just like, do you want to do it this year or do you want to release the movie in May of 2027 and then slot the remake for a November 2027? Would that be better? Would that make more sense?
Yeah.
Now you are the only talking point. Okay, if you do it this November, you share the spotlight with GTA and whoever else. I don't know that Pokemon would do it too, but you share the spotlight. And if you want to be the only one everyone's talking about, 2027 would make more sense.
I feel like it depends on the scope of the remake. I really do. I feel like if we're getting that true next gen Zelda remake. You know, modern graphics, voice acting, orchestrated soundtrack, maybe
You're right.
more dense and feature rich mechanics, you know, more fleshed out storyline and lore building. I 100% agree with Stash. It's got to be after the movie, generate the hype with the movie, then bam, it's a 2-hit KO with that iconic game. Everyone's the fan base that's waiting for it's hyped, but everyone else who just got off that epic ride of a movie is now hyped for it. If this is something in between 3D and something modern and feels more of like a 4K upscaling, but not really reworked, maybe slightly modernized camera and controls, but not really reworked that much, I don't think they need to wait till next November for that, personally.
Those are great points. And, you know, again, when we first talked about this was like when I was a guest on the podcast before it was the Nintenbyte. I had said that what I would want is the Final Fantasy VII Remake treatment. If it's getting a Final Fantasy VII style remake treatment, then yeah, that's max level on the scale. And so, yeah, I wouldn't expect something like that this year. But if it is what you just described, if it's a upscale of the 3DS version, then I don't see any problem whatsoever releasing that this year.
Yeah. It would just be lame as hell.
Yeah, I mean, we'll buy it. We'll play it. It'll be cool, but it won't be like what we've dreamt about.
It will be lame to a degree. I think the only thing that would be exciting about that is, like, you know, when I was talking about this next direct and the possibility of what we would see if we got the 40th anniversary dump, where I was really conflicted is I'm 50-50 on Ocarina of Time and New Game Tease because the timing feels right for both. But do we really get a modern remake of Ocarina of Time from the ground up that looks glorious like Final Fantasy, and then a trailer of the next Zelda game? I don't think so. But if the Ocarina of Time one is more lower scale, listen, you could make another bet, Prime. You could make another bet. I mean, listen, I want it. I hope I'm wrong. But I just don't see them being like, boom, Final Fantasy VII remake level Ocarina of Time game coming 2027. Epic trailer, epic music. People are hyped, but that's not all. Check out this. And it's the next epic trailer for the next mainline Zelda. But check out this. And then it's the trailer for the movie. But check out this. And then it's the new expansion to the theme park. I don't think it's we got to be a little realistic here. I feel like there's got to be some sort of compromise.
The movie won't be there.
If we're going to get both this year revealed, and that's a thing, and they're both coming, and they're both nearing late stage development or completion, what I could see is Ocarina of Time maybe being first, and that being part of the anniversary, that reveal being part of the anniversary discussion, and then maybe the big September direct, which usually has the biggest reveals of the whole year, dropping the first teaser for the next Zelda game with a ETA of 2028. Then I could see both games getting announced in a year. I just don't see back-to-back trailers of fully modern. I mean, am I wrong? Let
me just put something in perspective here. Tears of the Kingdom came out May 2023, and 3D Zelda has been trending in the direction of taking longer and longer. And I'd like to think at some point or another, they're going to find a way to kind of remedy this issue. But the way they remedy this issue might not be with having a shorter development cycle, but just positioning development teams to have a second pillar of 3D Zelda, which is remaking them. And so I can easily see Ocarina of Time Remake coming out 2027 or this year for extremely lucky. But, you know, I feel like teaser this year comes out next year. And then 2029 at the very earliest for Open Air Zelda. At the earliest, but maybe they tease it in 2028. And so they kind of keep the Zelda conversation going, right? Tease Ocarina of Time Remake this year, release it 2027, tease 3D Zelda 2028, have it come out 2029. Like that's a more reasonable window. Even I'm being optimistic here. I think 2029 is an optimistic release time for the next Zelda. It's probably going to take longer, honestly.
See, I think we're gonna see. I think we're gonna get a reveal for the next mainline Zelda with a pending date of 2028. I think it's gonna say 2028, and then we're gonna get the classic Zelda delay that delays it to 2029.
Unfortunately, it's become very predictable. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when was the last time a 3D Zelda didn't get delayed?
Majora's Mask.
I mean, I
Wind
guess
Waker.
you could argue Tears of the Kingdom didn't.
Technically, Tears of the Kingdom was never given a date.
I bet you there was.
It was internally. No,
Yeah,
no, it was delayed. At one point, they said 2022, and it was delayed to 2023.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
So yeah, so my prediction will be that they'll say it's coming 2028, and then it gets pushed to 2029.
Maybe.
If I was a betting man.
I hope they stop doing that. Honestly. Yeah, it's not good look.
I know. I don't like it either because I have this.
Not say a date ever until it's actually coming out within 6 months.
By the way,
No,
I just want to put it
it.
out there. If you guys read the recent interview, multiple times Tanabe talks about how they had to cut stuff or not put everything they wanted in Metroid Prime 4 due to time constraints, and that game took a ridiculous amount of time.
Wild. That's just
Yeah.
I know I read that, but I'm like, dude, come on, man. It's one of the longest developed Nintendo games of all time.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they took a long time getting the infrastructure right, but
yeah, switching devs obviously didn't help, but
yeah. Anyway, so let me. I wanted to kind of like, do we think this is just? Do we all think it's an ambitious remake? Like what I envision, right? And this, I'm still trying to decide if it's unrealistic or not. But what I envision is something that's made to look like what a modern Zelda game could look like, right? But obviously Ocarina of Time. And it's not going to be open world, but they are going to improve a lot of some of the mechanics. Nate, you and I were kind of like chatting about it the other day, and we both recognize that this may be looking too deeply into it. But Link is jumping off that tower in the Lego set, which is not at all possible in the actual game. But if they were to implement modern Zelda mechanics, it would be being able to run up walls and jump off them. And that would actually be relatively, I don't want to say it's easy, but relatively easy to integrate into the gameplay, right? And then if you also were to remix all the dungeons with redone boss fights, you know, that could be like a pretty, that would be very like Resident Evil 4 remake, Resident Evil 2 remake style kind of thing. Like you take the core structure, but you look at some elements and you kind of redo that, up the visuals, redo the gameplay. But this core structure is an approximation of what it was. That I think would be kind of like the best case scenario. Is it the most realistic scenario? That's a whole other that's a whole other debate.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time Remake. It's obviously I believe it's coming. I've said this for years, and it could come out this year. Sure, I won't rule it out. I mean, the only reason to rule it out is Nash saying he doesn't think until 2027. But then he used the word "think," which means it didn't sound like he was told it's coming out in 2027 or beyond. It's just he doesn't personally believe on what he's been
heard
told.
of an art style change a couple years ago, and that would lead him to think there's no way it'd be ready that quickly.
Yeah, and we have no idea how big the art style change would have been if it was a thing. We'll probably never actually officially know about it. But I'm thinking it's more along. Look, I think it's a from the ground up remake, but I think it is more along the lines of like RE2, RE4 rather than Final Fantasy VII remake integrate. And I say that one because I don't want it to be segmented. I don't need 3 games. Right, that's a little wild. I also don't need them to basically take the structure of the game and then basically make a new game, which is basically what Final Fantasy Remake and Rebirth have been. It's basically a new game in the same world. I don't want to spoil too much about it because it's all connected. It is all connected, but it's the way they did it. It's very much, if you play the original and then you play these games, it's not the same thing. So I think they're going to want it to feel like it is the same thing, just upgraded and modernized, which is like what RE4 and RE2, those remakes did. And people love those remakes because it didn't take away what made the games great. It just added to, and even some of the things they did differently. Some stuff was optional, so you didn't even have to do it if you didn't like it. And I want to see that here too. Like as an example, if for some reason they let him have climbing ability on every surface, not just the ones with the vines, well, some people might not like that. They might want it to be traditional, have a toggle, make it traditional where no, you can't climb everything. Make it more like the OG, something like that. I could see them maybe doing that, but I do think like visually it's going to be impressive. I think it'll look better than anything we have seen from these fans that make Unreal Engine versions of the game, which is like what Kryzen and Rowan Link. And don't be wrong, the things they make are beautiful, but it has to be better than that because you're Nintendo. This is your game. You have the ability to do anything you want. Fans shouldn't be outdoing what you're capable of doing. So I think that it's going to be a pretty big deal, honestly. And they're going to, I don't know if it's going to be like Wii U tech demo style. I know we always comes up all the time because people like that style so much, but we've never seen a full Zelda game in it.
It should look way better.
Yeah, it should look way better. I mean, that was a long time. And the fact that now lets you know how good looking people thought that style is because you go watch the videos, it still kind of looks good. And we're in 2026. Yeah. That was like 2010, 2011. Like the fact that it still looks good lets you know, damn, that's a great art style. Maybe we should go back to that at some point because it was very Twilight Princess like, but modernized. And so it would be really cool if they did something like that. Because whether it's the Wii U tech demo style or a completely different one, they can go. I'll just give another example out there. And Chris's credit to Rowan Link. He made a version of Ocarina of Time that is like a Studio Ghibli style. I could totally get behind an art style like that. The art style looks great in his videos he's done on it. So I'm just saying it doesn't have to be like the Wii U tech demo style. It's just got to be something that's impressive, and really just makes the game feel like it's new again. You have a whole brand new generation of Zelda gamers you created from Breath of the Wild onwards that have never played Ocarina of Time, and it's the highest rated video game in history. Yeah. It is time to bring that back and show them what was the previous pillar for Zelda, even in terms of like popularity. One of the most popular Zelda games was like that, Twilight Princess, and then we got the Breath of the Wild. So I think it's time to do that. Time to really impress with it as well. And I think it's going to resonate really well. Because I do think some elements of Ocarina of Time might appear in the Zelda movie. So there's a reason to expect it sometime in the next 12 to 18 months just because of the movie coming out. I also think that there is a lot going on in the realm of where was I going to go with this? See, I did this thing with Andres. I just lost my train of thought for a second. Well, either way, I think Ocarina of Time it's the right time for it to come out, and I think it's going to do very, very, very well, and going to look visually crazy. Like it's a remake, guys. Nintendo doesn't use the word remake for hardly anything. And it was the first time they've done it to Zelda, technically a full remake. Link's Awakening was a remake. And that look at the visual differences with that game and the OG, like a huge leap. And I understand that was top down Game Boy to obviously modern day top down, but still massive leap. Well, guess what? It was triangle titties on the damn Great Fairies. So this was the 90s, and we're still seeing big old polygons on the N64. We've come a long way since those days.
As you were kind of like talking about this stuff and, with the anniversary, I think we should remind ourselves like of the whole path to Donkey Kong, the path to Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's not that different from what we're talking about now, because a lot of it's closely tied to Nintendo's cross promotion plan.
Right.
We theorized for years that there would be a Donkey Kong game coming out alongside the expansion to Super Nintendo World. And we waited so long, we had the date for Super Nintendo World, right? The Donkey Kong expansion. And we're like, oh, where's this Donkey Kong game that's been rumored by the Odyssey team since like 2018? Like, where is it? And then right before, like the month before the park opens, they're like, oh, here's Donkey Kong Bonanza. By the way, it's coming out this summer, like shortly after the park opens, right? And so I'm not saying we're going to wait for the remake when the Zelda park opens, but what I am trying to say is that there is something to the cross-promotional stuff. So we have the movie coming out.
And
Nintendo's not going to have nothing.
And don't be surprised. I mean, I fully expect a Donkey Kong movie, with Seth Rogen to be announced after or around the Zelda movie time as like the next installment of the Nintendo cinematic universe. I'm with you guys. I'm with Nate all the way here. I put forth the question, like, what are we gonna get? Like, is it gonna be the full remake that we've all dreamed of, or is it gonna be something in between? I'm of the camp that we're getting a full remake, a full modern remake. That being said, I don't think it's going to be in the style of Final Fantasy where we reimagine this game or reimagine the story. I think you keep the magic that you have and you just build on it. You just improve it. Part of that is, guys, Ocarina of Time, it has one of the best soundtracks in gaming, period. Orchestrate it. We've got voice acting now in Zelda. Voice act it. These are huge modern jumps. Visuals, rebuild them, refine them, modernize it. The combat system, it needs to be updated. It was fun for the time, but it needs to be updated. And the big one that I've talked about 100 times on this channel is add a jump button. Adding a jump button is going to require a lot of work in development, whether it's puzzles or the way the world's built. But this just comes with rebuilding the world, making it more dense, feature rich. And I think the additions you add to it, instead of changing the story or reimagining or coming up with a new ending or any of that stuff, what you do is you build on this amazing foundation by making the world feel more alive and lived in. Maybe more NPCs on a schedule, traveling, merchant carts and stuff, traveling around Hyrule Field. Make the game feel alive. And then flesh out the boss fights a little bit more. They're iconic for the time, but they are a little bit simplistic. Maybe make them a little bit more multi-phased, so they're a little bit more cinematic and pose a bigger threat than they did on the Nintendo 64. You're literally taking something that's so phenomenal and just polishing it up and strengthening its foundation in the modern era, so that people like Prime said, people whose first Zelda was Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, could jump into this one and feel like it's a game that's actually more advanced in certain aspects. I think that's the goal. And the game is it's such a precious piece of Zelda history with, again, incredible music, incredible characters, a phenomenal origin story they could really flesh out for Ganondorf to really set up Hyrule in this interesting world. Yeah, I'm all in on full remake. The fear will remain that it's something less than that, but that's what I really believe.
I just want to say that Ocarina of Time really does something so well, and that is the epic boss fight. Every dungeon has like a giant epic boss fight, and maybe it's because I played it when I was little, but I just believe that a proper ending to any major sequence in a game, and even in a lot of fiction stories, there needs to be a giant epic boss fight. And if there isn't, it just doesn't hit well. Like, you need it to happen. I don't want to spoil anything for people who have finished certain series recently, but if you don't have a proper climactic final battle, it just doesn't feel right. You need to have it. And Ocarina of Time did that for every single dungeon. Yeah. And the end was the best part. Like, they did that. They had the big shift midway through from child to adult, right? There were plot twists, like they did it They did it so right.
Yeah.
You know that meme with the guy from Bad Boys where he's like, it was perfect, just perfect.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
El perfecto.
I remember as a kid playing Ocarina of Time and like just being like, oh my god, this is so epic. Dropping into the boss room in the Shadow
Yes.
Temple and landing on the bongo, and you're like, what is this?
And
And
he's
then
like,
you see the hands come over.
yeah.
Bonk, donk, donk, and your character's just like bouncing around. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so badass.
And it's huge. It's so scary.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Dude, and that guys, imagine the Forest Temple too, which is one of my favorite dungeons to
Oh,
this day
man.
from that game.
Mm.
Imagine that fully modernized in a new engine with some of the creepiest music in Zelda. That dungeon music's super unsettling.
Mhm. Yeah, dude, I could talk about
Right.
Ocarina of Time all day. With Stash, you're still snacking over there. What are your thoughts on Ocarina of Time Remake? When's it coming? What do you want them to do to the game? Et cetera, et cetera.
Coming the same time I already said.
Yeah.
So I want to stick with that. What I would like, fully orchestrated soundtrack. A lot of what I want is again the Final Fantasy VII Remake treatment, in that everything stays intact. Everything that we have right now in the game is still there, but it's expanded upon greatly. And at the same time, you add new stuff, which again, that is what the remake trilogy is doing. So they did in Rebirth, tons of new stuff, tons of new things, tons of new areas. So that's what I want. You don't need to reinvent the wheel here. This is the highest rated game of all time. Okay. So you don't need to remove anything. All you do is build upon it. I mean, it's the strongest foundation of all time, if you think about it. So just build on that. So yeah, it's all those things. It's the nicer graphics, obviously. You know, maybe we get a jump button now.
Voice acting.
Yeah, voice acting would be great. Absolutely. All those things, all the modern amenities that you would expect from a next gen game today. But I don't want anything removed, and I don't think they will. I think everything, there's nothing that came out in that game in 98 that they can't do today for, politically correct bullshit reasons. There's no reason you have to remove anything. This game's safe.
Yeah, they got rid of the chant.
Yeah, they might.
Well, I mean, they did.
They did in the revision.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
And there is
I'm not fond of the chant anyways. It's fine.
It's pretty gruesome. They probably will tone that down.
Yeah. There will be
Take it to the
things.
extreme.
There will probably be things, you're right, that people will nitpick, and
There
throw
won't be blood
out
smeared on the
the
walls.
internet.
Come on. Why not?
Um,
Let me read T for T.
Yeah, I just want more, guys. I want more stuff. I want more dungeons. I want any of the content. I want the Triforce to be attainable outside of the Space World 97 demo.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Light Temple.
I played it. I mean, you guys know it's in the game too. It's debugged. It's in there.
Yeah.
But I played the Space World
I
demo.
mean, so with the R-Wing. So, I mean.
Yeah, that's true.
Played Star Fox.
I mean, they did have nods, obviously, to other Nintendo games there.
Oh,
Mario's
there was
picture.
no Mario. Yeah, there's no Mario picture in the game. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Guys, I think all of that's what Final Fantasy's done. Like the template's out there. You do that, see great success.
See, that's actually another thing to think about, because we've already seen Final Fantasy VII Remake kind of have this treatment. That's kind of like Square Enix's version of that, right? That big epic adventure. Nintendo would look bad if they just kind of like upscaled Ocarina of Time 3D.
They would.
Like the optics of that would not be very good, especially if you're going into the 40th anniversary. You got the movie, you have maybe the park, you have this is a new generation of Switch too. Like Nintendo needs to come at it hard, like strong. Like I honestly, if what some insiders are suggesting is true, that this year is going to be kind of tame, maybe it is true. But if it is, I think that's a failing on Nintendo's part. We waited a very long time to get to this point. And I don't think the last 7 months have been bad. They were fine. But we had a year and a half of pretty subpar content leading up to that point. And we even had like a weird, awkward kind of slow break period, after Bonanza before we got to the holiday rush. And I wouldn't say that things are very strong right now, for these first few months from Nintendo. So, I'm not saying that has to be like insane, but they better actually bring the goods for the second half. I'm not saying it has to be Ocarina of Time Remake either, but they better have big projects planned
more than
to come
just
out
Pokemon.
these first few years.
Pokemon,
Especially when Pokemon's not really quality these days, is it? Like, it's gonna get the sales, but that doesn't show
it's something
quality
more.
to Nintendo. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I got some ideas, but I know we're gonna do a little bit of direct discussion.
Yeah, we're doing that in a little bit here. Eric, you got anything you want to add? I saved you for last because you also run the next topic. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm hoping it happens just for people who want it. I'm not sure if I'll pick it up or not, but I know there were a few rumored dungeons, right, that were cut from the game. I think Andres, you said what was Light Dungeon and something else. That would be really.
I don't want to say it was cut, but yeah, there. I think there's definitely room for a dungeon.
Yeah.
It feels like there's a whole corner of the map that could have had a dungeon that they just didn't do. Because maybe it didn't fit. N64 limited limitations too. So.
The size of the game and whatnot.
I actually heard recently there was a video that did like some research into this, like the way the game is structured. Like the ice arrows were kind of it's speculated the ice arrows were planned to have a much bigger role in the game, but they basically had to just shoehorn it in as a bonus in like that side dungeon, that optional dungeon in the Gerudo hideout. At one point the ice arrows were supposed to have like true meaning. But you can play the entire game without ever getting the ice arrows.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because everything else has a purpose and meaning. I definitely there's been cut content in like all the Zelda games. So bringing some of that back, or even just making new content would be nice.
Right. Yeah.
Something that's just not in the original game.
Yeah. I mean, always adding a couple more dungeons would be the way to go, I think.
Or some shrines.
Add an overworld boss fight.
Interesting.
In Hyrule Field.
Yeah, I mean, you have that giant plant thing. Like, you could develop that. They could put something else in there. I'm serious about the shrines thing, by the way. And I think it actually would make a lot of sense because if, Ocarina of Time is supposed to take place, after the imprisoning war that we just got a spinoff of, right? That eventually leads to Tears of the Kingdom. Like, showing evidence that these are all part of the same world would be kind of cool. Now, obviously, there would be different shrines, but that could be a way to kind of fill up the overworld to give us more to do.
Be interesting.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's possible.
Well, yeah. No, I mean, I don't really know a whole lot about, I watch you play pretty much every Zelda.
Yes, yeah.
So, but I don't know a whole lot of the games themselves because I haven't actually physically played
AKA
a lot of
the perfect person that needs the remake.
Yeah, right.
Nintendo.
Yeah. So I don't really know what they could add to make it better.
How about making
What they
Navi
could-
less annoying?
Yeah, I've heard that.
I know it's a
Hey.
meme at this point,
Listen,
but
Today's audience wouldn't be able to handle Navi
Yeah, probably not.
after the Metroid Prime 4.
they
The way
probably
they handled that shit,
Gabora,
the way they
ask you-
cried about it on the internet daily.
if you got all that, and then they make the first option no, so you accidentally repeat because you're spamming A to get through. I don't think modern gamers could even handle that.
No.
And it's, by the way, guys, if you paid attention, it's the only time in the game that the correct, the answer you don't want to hit is at the top. Every other question, it's yes, no. Not that one. It's the opposite. You're like, so dude, they definitely knew they were fucking with people.
Dude,
Someone-
I mean,
whoever
I'll be
did it-
honest. It happened. I've played that game so many times, and it's happened
Still gets stuck
almost
there.
every
Yeah,
time.
dude, it's
yeah.
whoever got to make that decision or got away with the decision, if they snuck it in towards the end, they got to be smirking all the way to this day, every single time. All right,
They could expand the Goron dance.
there you go.
Flesh it out.
Flush
Yeah.
out the Goron dance. There we go.
Hell yeah.
All
The
right,
Goron dance.
Right?
all right, Eric. So what are we talking about next? I know we're
Okay.
continuing this Nintendo Direct.
Yes.
Craziness.
Let me change the banner here. Hide that out. So, outside of Zelda, what else do we expect for the Nintendo Direct?
And some of us don't expect any or much of anything Zelda. Like
Yeah.
Dash.
Yeah.
There's going to be nothing. Nintendo doesn't care about selling stuff. They don't. It's not their job to make things that we want to buy.
It'll just be another new color pair of Joy-Con that everyone bitches about because the shell is still black. No, I'll just kickstart it a little bit. Like, obviously, Zelda stuff aside, or if there is no Zelda stuff there, if there is no Zelda stuff, then I feel like they have to have some other big stuff to talk about. I firmly believe this Nintendo Direct needs to be a statement direct. Nintendo is acutely aware of the reputation. They're acutely aware that the holiday sales probably didn't go exactly as they had hoped. I'm not saying that it didn't go within their projections. That's a totally different conversation. But maybe they were hoping that it might exceed some stuff, and it doesn't sound like it did. And they're obviously aware that maintaining momentum for a new system can be difficult. And they're also aware, and they've said this themselves, games sell consoles. If you don't bring out the games that people want to buy a console for, you're not going to sell as many consoles. That's reality. I don't know that this would have made a difference, but I always wonder, what if Breath of the Wild was a launch game for Wii U? Would that have made a huge difference in the adoption rate on the Wii U? I don't know. That's an alternative history that doesn't exist. So I think about that now. The Switch 2 was able to get away with not having those kind of games in the first 6 months because it's coming off a popular system, and they were very smart with the branding. So it was very obvious to consumers that you get this if you want the next big Nintendo games, because it's, the continuation of what we already have. Very smart branding, very smart marketing. The price point, for some people it's too expensive, but then you consider everything else in the world. Maybe it's just kind of right in line with what's been happening everywhere. But when you look at the idea of the last 6 or 7 months, look, Bonanza was great. GOTY contender. Mario Kart World, sure, it won an award as well for best family game, and is going to be a bestseller for years to come because they're probably going to bundle it in every holiday. That's awesome. But as good as those games are, and even if it turns out Donkey Kong Bonanza maybe is a little bit evergreen, we don't know yet. We'll find out with this next financial report. Even if it is, it's still not the games that get people to jump out of their seat. We haven't had a new 3D Mario since 2017. It's the best-selling 3D Mario ever. It's one of the best-selling Mario games ever, actually. And we haven't had a new one since. Okay, well, you're just raising the bar every year you make us wait, because the last game was a 97 overall GOTY contender probably only didn't win it because Zelda did the same thing. So it's very fascinating to think about what the expectations are going to be. And it's on a new generation. We're a whole generation forward. That already increases expectations. So can that be here in this direct? I think if Zelda is not present in any way, then sure, they have to have something else. I don't think we can leave this direct feeling like we felt after the September direct. So we always hoped there was like some surprise or something they wanted to tease for the following year that was going to blow our minds. And then the September direct kind of came and went, and we didn't really get any of that at all. We didn't get a big game for this year or a big game for the following year. We got like Yoshi. Like, okay. Oh, don't forget the Mario Wonder update. I'm like, okay, I guess Mario Tennis. That's the big one. So like, it's one of those.
Fire Emblem.
I mean, Fire Emblem was obviously big. I enjoy Fire Emblem, but again, I don't know that people buy systems to play Fire Emblem. I think it's a game you get if you have the system. So and that's just been my feeling on Fire Emblem for a long time.
Sure.
I could be totally wrong on that. It's not like I know.
Well, maybe this will be the best selling Fire Emblem ever. Maybe it'll sell 20 million copies.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe. Who knows?
Or maybe you're exactly right. I'm just being facetious.
Well, we don't know. I mean, look, Zelda had only sold 8 million at its tops before, and now it's sold over 30 with one entry. So you never know. You never know what's going to be the game that blows up. And I think for Zelda, it helps that, hey, every entry is essentially its game unto itself. You don't have to have played prior games to enjoy it. Not every IP is that way. Fire Emblem happens to be that way, though. You don't have to play the prior games to enjoy the current. So, I don't know. Maybe Fortune's weaves that leap forward. It looks really impressive anyways. I love the art direction. That said, I do think, in this direct, we'll see something like Fortune's Weave. I think we'll be given maybe not a release date, but a release window. Like they'll say summer, fall, whatever. It's like a season. Because I think in June they'll reveal the release date for it. But I think we see Fortune's Weave again. I think that third-party games. We've heard from reliable people like Kiwi Talks and others that like there's just a ton of them coming to Switch 2 this year. And Stash has said himself earlier on the show, like, yeah, there should be a lot of really big third-party games in this direct. But there should be no shortage of big AAA third-party games lining up to try to get in that direct marketing cycle. And Nintendo's task is to, what do we put in this and what do we put in a partner showcase later? Because we'll probably do both because we have so much third-party stuff to show off. Like maybe Elden Ring doesn't make this one because it's going to go in a third-party showcase and that's where the direct is because we already know about that game, or where the release date is. So I do think that this is a prove it direct, and as such, it needs massive games. I want to see 2 games. One of them that is a guaranteed system selling game that people will always buy a Nintendo system for, whether it's Mario, whether it's Zelda, whether it's Animal Crossing, whether it's Smash Bros. Things that people will buy system for. You need one of those, and then you need your second game can be a same thing. It could be a huge system seller. Splatoon 4 for some reason, even though Splatoon Raiders is still on deck. I don't know. You announce something else. But I think the other game has to be impressive, not just in terms of wanting to make you buy a system. It needs to be a visual showcase. And I think the Switch 2 has lacked the visual showcase this whole time. Think about how many times we bring up the Wii U tech demo. That was a visual showcase for what the Wii U can do.
It's another reason for that Ocarina of Time Remake teaser.
Yeah, like we just don't have a visual showcase for Switch 2. It just doesn't exist. Nintendo never gave us one. They never gave us tech demos. They never gave, and the one demo, Welcome Tour, if you want to call that a tech demo. Okay, Welcome Tour is not a visual feast.
Yeah, most of those games start off as Switch 1 titles.
Yeah.
Bonanza, Mario Kart World. Listen, they're not possible on Switch 1 as they are, but they start off as Switch 1 titles. Dust Bloods as well. Metroid Prime 4, Switch 1 title. Best looking Switch 1 title and best looking Switch 2 title was still a Switch 1 title. There is a game that I think probably is coming out this year that is going to be that visual showcase.
What's that?
Louise mentioned 4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very curious if it can be. And I say this not because it's not going to be absolutely fucking gorgeous. It's that I popped in Luigi's Mansion 3 on my Switch 2 the other day. The game looks fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Like imagining it looking better than that, like that art. It almost feels like the art style and how good it can look kind of peaks. Like you can improve the lighting and do some stuff, but it's like, it's not. Is it really going to look like a leap over 3?
Okay, so you're saying that you feel like they kind of maximize with 3.
Yeah, like I think
so a 4
the art
wouldn't really.
direction, like there'll be
I mean-
new things, new physics, new whatever. But I think from like visually, I don't know. People will hold up 3 and 4 next to each other and just be like, well, the same thing.
All right, so actually, I mean, this is interesting because it seems like you just kind of agree that it's going to happen. You heard about the amiibo, right? From Special
Yeah.
Nick.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, that's another little that's a needle that broke the haystack, right? This makes a lot of sense. Next Level Games is overdue. But I've been playing a lot of Luigi's Mansion 1 lately on NSO, right? Looks great. But Luigi's Mansion 1 had more of a gritty feel.
Yeah.
What if they were to
go
go
back
in
to
that,
that.
they go into that more of a gritty feel, that I think that would be crazy.
That would be crazy. That would be awesome. But I try to remind myself, it's Next Level Games making it, who didn't make the first game. We saw the games, they made sense, and they didn't go that direction.
Correct.
So,
Yeah, 2 and 3 have had more of like the clean texture,
More like a
more vibrant, colorful look. That is true.
a Mario game. Yeah.
But I mean, maybe I don't know. Next Level 3 was stellar, right?
Oh, awesome. Beautiful.
Yeah,
absolutely beautiful. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough because, like just someone in the chat brought this up, a Monolith Soft anything would be a visual showcase. I agree. It can be that as long as there's another system selling game in the direct coming out this year.
I mean, it's interesting about Monolith Soft though, right? Because I feel like the argument you made for Next Level's Luigi's Mansion 3 is the opposite for them. Because they are so held back by the hardware. Were not close to maximizing. You go back and play 3, you're like, man, this could have been a beautiful game if it wasn't a blurry mess.
Yep.
Right. And it's blurry mess because the Switch sucks. Like they had to do a really low resolution to output their vision.
Do what they wanted to do with the game.
Yeah. And it still looks good, but it could look so much better, which is why I'm like hyped for just Switch 2 enhancements or additions for 1, 2, 3, and X.
Yeah.
And I think it is. I think there's some evidence for it, but I earlier I talked about Monolith Soft maybe being involved for the 40th anniversary. Even if they're not, I think what they have for this year, assuming they have something for this year, rumor has it they do, that could be huge. And if it is a new IP or something Zelda related, then guess what? That could be a big seller. We don't know.
Yeah.
That could. Remember when Retro Studios moved on from Metroid to Donkey Kong, and they're like, "Oh, so this is what sales are like." Like Monolith Soft moving away from Xenoblade for a little bit, they could have that same experience. Sure. Not saying that they should go away from Xenoblade the same way I'm not saying Retro Studios should go away from Metroid, but there are other IP that just have better selling power.
Sure. Well, Birdman, what are we thinking about this direct? Some stuff you might.
Oh man,
does it?
Yeah, I do. Say that last part again.
Does it need to be a prove it direct?
I think to a degree it does. I mean, dude, how many videos did I make or mentions in the podcast last year about like what's Nintendo's big holiday game gonna be? I wouldn't shut up about it because it was fully expected. And I think not having that obviously did hurt Switch 2 to a degree. So I fully expect that big WoW game this year, whatever it may be, whether it's Mario, Zelda, a new IP from Monolith, or
Mother
something
3.
else entirely. But I do feel like Nintendo's needs to have a solid show, and I think it needs to include a few things. One, I think continued third-party support, but more specifically, third-party support that continues day-and-date release, because that's the most important third-party support you can get. It's fine and dandy when Nintendo gets third-party games, but when they're games that came out a year and a half ago, 2 years ago on every other platform, Like, obviously the sales aren't going to be stellar. It's not as exciting. So I think something like what we're seeing with Resident Evil, that's a huge deal. So I expect to see more of that. I also expect to see something from Platinum. You know, this is a company that has very strong support for Nintendo Switch. This could be Bayonetta, like enhanced Bayonetta Switch 2 editions. This could be a new Bayonetta. I know there's belief that we might be waiting a bit longer for that. I know Astral Chain 2 is another one, obviously, that would make a lot of sense and would be very interesting to see what they could do with that game. I also wouldn't, this is, again, guys, this is Platinum. This is another company that I wouldn't rule out a new IP as well. Like, that wouldn't surprise me at all if they had a new Nintendo exclusive IP. Or it's a scenario where we get one of those Nintendo crossovers where Nintendo lends their IP again, you know, like we've seen them done. But I think Platinum makes a lot of sense. Strong third party. I do think we need that banger. I think it makes sense to see Splatoon Raiders again, although I do fully believe we're going to get a standalone direct for Splatoon Raiders that goes over what makes this game different, what makes it stand out. As far as the big one more things, this is where it gets interesting. Because I'm not convinced, obviously, that Nintendo is going to be doing the big 40th anniversary dump. And I already gave my thoughts on if they did, this is what I think they'd show. So I'm going to leave that out here and instead kind of speculate at what could be really big announcements that I could see happening here. One of them was already mentioned by Andres, and that's Luigi's Mansion, the next entry in the Luigi's Mansion series. I think one of the strongest candidates for wow factor is Monolith's next game. It just makes a lot of sense to me. I think the timing too makes perfect sense. Another one that probably is really unlikely for most people, but I would not rule this one out. I don't care what anyone says. And that is a tease of the next entry for Super Smash Brothers. Smash Bros could be this holiday game. I wouldn't rule that out, guys. I know that sounds crazy. I'm still not ruling out Mario. I think Mario is unlikely to be this year's holiday game, but I wouldn't rule it out. I don't think it's an impossibility. And
why do you
same
think
way about Smash?
Okay, so why? You're not saying it's for sure happening, right? But like, what gives you this minor confidence, I guess?
Well, because I think Smash has been worked on for a while now. I just believe that. My gut tells me that. I don't think. First off, I think Sakurai is going to be working on Smash, but I don't think it's like he finished Kirby and it's like, now what? Do I go back to Smash? Do I do something else again? I think Smash has been in development for some time now.
Concurrently with Kirby.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Okay. And I don't think they're going to go the ultimate route, and I don't think they need to, and I hope they don't. I think what they need to do is it needs to be a series reboot. We had Ultimate, now reboot it. Bring back an epic. We talk about adventure modes in the sports games and fighting games. Like, I think about what Mortal Kombat has done, you know, over the years, and they're since Mortal Kombat 9 with just these wild, unbelievable. I mean, the story mode really sells the game to a degree. I think that's something that Smash really, really needs. I think they had a step in the right direction with Subspace Emissary, but there's so much more they could do with that. And guys, this is a game that features characters across every Nintendo IP, as well as guest characters from gaming legends and series giants. Like, what better than to really dive into a fully fleshed out adventure mode or story mode that gives a reason for all these characters to be in the same universe together and duking it out. So I think Smash is on the table. Again, I'm not like, guys, we're getting Smash, but I just wouldn't rule it out. It's probably more likely a 2027 game. I don't think we get to 2028 without Smash. I really don't. But okay. I think that's a game, that's a juggernaut title. That's a title that you don't have to worry about Grand Theft Auto. That's a title that you could bundle for the holidays. It's going to sell gangbusters. People are going to show up in droves for Smash. People are going to be wanting to play Smash with their friends on holiday break. So yeah, let me think if there's anything else off the top of my head. No, listen, I do have more predictions, but I'm also working on a video as well as like a collaboration. So I don't want to dive too deep into stuff, but those are just some of my surface level thoughts. Third party, Platinum showing up, more day and date releases, and the potential for big games like Splatoon 3, Super Smash Brothers, Monolith. I do think that's probably the one I feel strongest about, or Luigi's Mansion even.
Can I counter the Smash thing?
Sure.
The reason why Smash doesn't need to show up now is because Nintendo has Mario Kart World.
Mm-hmm.
I think both Mario Kart and Smash can serve similar roles. They reach a wide audience. It's an opportunity to demonstrate multiple IP. It's kind of like, cross promotion there. And if they announce an expansion pass, that's going to kind of become the talk of the town every time there's an event, right? And so when I mentioned how I think Mario 40th anniversary stuff could trickle over. This would be the trickle over where they finally announce Mario Kart World expansion pass. And we'll hear about the first wave, and there's just going to be waves coming out every 4 months or so. And that's going to be it for the next couple of years. And then by that point, we can start talking about Smash Brothers. That's what I'm thinking, at least.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think that Mario Kart World DLC is a more sound and a stronger prediction than Smash. I just personally don't see.
Hey, man, stick to your gut. I'm not trying to just sway you.
No. You're not just swaying. Yeah. My ultimate point is I wouldn't rule out the possibility of it. And
sure.
what my gut tells me about Smash is that we won't be waiting longer than the end of 2027. That's what my gut tells me about Smash. So
I mean, if we're waiting a while, I wouldn't be surprised if we get like a Switch 2 edition to hold us over.
Sure. And that's
yeah.
I mean, even if we are only waiting till 2027, I wouldn't be surprised for a Switch 2 edition. I think Switch 2 edition makes a lot of sense to tide people over. So that's kind of my basic predicciones. Who's up?
Let's go to I think Stash, right?
My last one.
Yeah, I think so. Well, Eric, technically, it's his topic, though.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Obviously, we're gonna get updates on games. Elden Ring. I think Borderlands 4. I think Professor Layton and the New World of Steam. So all deserve updates.
What's funny?
Video version gets just restarted.
Anders just disappeared.
Just vanished out of fucking nowhere.
Oh, I didn't even realize he was gone.
He just disappeared. There he is.
There he is. He's back. Did you close the tab, buddy?
Yeah, I did. I closed the tab.
Anyways, go on, Stash.
So for Smash, yeah, this has been a steady prediction for me as well. I think we're gonna get Smash Brothers, and I do still think we're gonna get Smash Ultimate Switch 2 Edition to hold us over. I think that if they
Stash, are you saying you think we're gonna get a new Smash reveal in this direct, or are you saying that I want to make sure I understand?
No,
because this is basically a leak, right?
No, I'm not saying that it's going to be a new Smash.
Okay.
It's going to be the Smash Brothers we have.
Got it. Okay.
Switch 2 Edition.
We're talking about smashing?
Yeah, I definitely think we're going to get that.
Just checking here.
I think we would have received a free update for it already around launch if there wasn't a plan for it. Similar to like Metroid Prime 2. I think there's a reason it's not on the GameCube NSO, and there's a reason it wasn't teased at the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. There's reasons for these things because there's other plans for this stuff. And I do think it's to hold us over. That's how they're going to present it. And then they're going to wait and watch and see how it develops. Because if this can turn into Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they will allow that. Because that will allow Sakurai more time to work
they
on
could
the
just
new
announce a
Smash.
Fighter's Pass.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
That's what's in some of the collaboration videos I'm working on right now. Actually, I've already recorded, but that is my big prediction. Really, is Smash. I do think we're going to see that. And look, it might not be at this direct. It could be June, but I think we're going to get it. I would presume this year.
Yo, just gotta
for Switch
say,
2 edition.
Leon S. Kennedy. Leon S. Kennedy needs to get into Smash Brothers.
Yeah, I think Leon would be a great fit, like considering the exclusivity on GameCube and the significance of that back in the day.
Yeah.
Let me
Dude,
throw
they
this
could
out
have
at you
done-
guys.
They could have done so much with the Shadow Fighters in Ultimate, and I think that would make a lot. Like, dude, we never got Shadow the Hedgehog. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Or
yeah.
Knuckles. Like, there's a lot of
the
Shadow
the Echo
Fighters.
Fighters. The Echo Fighters. Yeah. I felt like they we have a separate classification, and there's like 3 of them. I think there's like technically 5, right? So it's
Right.
Ken's his own character, so he's not an Echo, right? Now I'm confused because I think either way
Ken's an Echo.
So yeah, Ken's an Echo. Crom is an Echo of Roy, right?
Yeah. And then
Dark
there's
Samus.
Hector. Is it Hector Belmont?
Richter.
Am I right? Richter. And Simon. Richter and Simon. Yeah.
So Dark Samus, Richter, Ken, Crom, and there's a 5th one, I think. Lucina? Yeah, Lucina.
Yeah.
From Marth. Yeah.
They've never released the full edition with all of the Fighters Pass DLC. They never released a complete edition, which is obviously a really good opportunity to do so. But there's a ton of characters you can add.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Halo, right?
Yo.
Do we expect Halo to come over? It's Halo's anniversary. It's the 25th.
Master Chief.
It's a perfect way to welcome Master Chief to the Nintendo community.
I have 3 characters I've been wanting in this series for so long. The whole life cycle of Switch 1, I was making roster predictions, and I begged for these characters every time. We never got any of them. Obviously, Scorpion from Mortal Kombat with an Echo Fighter of Sub-Zero, maybe. But the fact of getting Scorpion and Ryu and stuff in a Nintendo Smash game is wild. Getting to see them fight together is insane. You know, it would be historical. The second one is Solaire from the Dark Souls series, Sunbro, the Sun Knight. You know, and I could already see his praise the sun emote or a praise the sun finisher that sends people flying. And then this one's a personal favorite. I know this is a lesser known character, but if you played the series, you know how much this would kick ass. And that's Kiryu from the Yakuza series, which is an epic beat 'em up. He would be so freaking fantastic with Goro Majima as his Echo Fighter. But I mean, it's just 3 of many, you know. There's obviously you're going to have like the Geno people and the Waluigi people.
I think you got to put Crash Bandicoot in there for sure.
Yeah.
Especially with Crash's, 30th anniversary now. Crash is on, obviously, Nintendo Switch. The Crash Insane trilogy sold very well on Nintendo. So there's big IPs that have, lived lives on other platforms. And I think now would be a really good time to bring them over, like Crash, like Master Chief.
So this direct is supposed to be direct of anniversaries, right? Well, technically, they're celebrating Resident Evil in a really big way this year. It's the 30th anniversary this March. They already did the Resident Evil showcase. A lot of Resident Evil stuff. We know Resident Evil has at least three different games coming up next month for Switch 2. Obviously, Resident Evil's gonna have a presence in a February direct. What if you're right and there is I'm just going back to what I said earlier, right? What if you're right? There is a Smash announcement. They announced Switch 2 edition. They have to announce some new characters. Leon's part of it. Just kind of, it would just fit so well.
So I hadn't thought about Leon. I don't know why I didn't, but as soon as you brought it up, I was just like, yeah, totally see that.
And to me, Leon makes more sense.
Makes
as far as third party characters go, I can't think of a character that's more fitting that isn't already in the roster.
Yeah.
Just because we've had you just think the history on Nintendo with the timed exclusive Resident Evil 4, right? And this comeback here, it just, to me, and I know Chris is also kind of like a big character in the Resident Evil series, but maybe it's the Nintendo bias, but I feel like Leon is the real star.
He is. Everyone loves Leon. Everybody. So yeah, all right. As far as Smash, right, there's a lot of things you can do there. There's the rollback netcode is something everyone's been asking for that you could do.
Yeah.
Obviously, the resolution,
target break.
That's all there. Yeah. Can we, maybe what if you get like a $20 expansion like they did with Kirby and you get things like Subspace Emissary? These are things like for this to really be the ultimate edition and earn that name, I think you gotta have Subspace. We all love it. Everyone loved it. So there's things they can do. I don't think the ultimate is tapped out personally. I just really don't. It's such a strong foundation. Why break it down? It's not broken. It doesn't need to be fixed.
Oh, by the way, adding more costumes, like maybe 2 more costumes for each character. You could add in some Prime 4 Samus costumes, right? You could add in some more Link costumes. Maybe
I think we need more characters.
Like look for DK.
Like we need Luigi's Mansion. We need that Luigi in the game as a fighter, not as an echo, like as an actual fighter. We need updated Nintendo characters based on like their current games.
Yeah, that feels like
I think we need
like Cappy, though. Mario and Cappy.
I think we need less versions of the same character and more characters from those worlds. And
exactly.
Listen, for the Zelda roster in Smash, we have Adult Link, Young Link, and Toon Link. Now, you guys all know Wind Waker is my favorite game of all time. I love Toon Link. I play him all the time. But Toon Link could be a skin for Young Link. There's no reason for that to take a third character slot when there's so many great Zelda characters throughout so many, like Girahim.
Tingle.
You take that back.
Yeah.
Young
Tingle
Link
would be
is
hilarious.
way better than Toon Link.
Yeah. Darunia.
Way better.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's options. Like there really is a lot of options out there for more Nintendo characters. Like why don't we have a Paper
Skull Kid.
Mario? There should be a Paper Mario. There's no Mario and Luigi.
Silex.
Yeah.
Silex, to me, Silex makes so much sense. Hey, I mean, if we're still talking Metroid, there's also Ravenbeak. Yeah, all those Silex I feel like would be more interesting. Kira Howard from Astral Chain, but
yeah.
So especially if they're trying to keep it current.
Right. Like, yeah, exactly. You mentioned like trying to remix things though. Like maybe instead of giving us a second Luigi, what if they gave us what's his name, Professor Egad with the Poochie Ghost? Like they're like a combo team.
Egad would be awesome.
That would be fun, and you can get that Luigi's Mansion stuff, but you still have but it's not Luigi, not another Luigi thing. Yeah, and just never put in Waluigi. I think that'd be way more interesting.
Never put him in. Or Waluigi.
I mean, look, listen, like we're probably not going to get like 20 new characters for a Switch 2 edition, right? Like if we're talking about Switch 2 edition, we're getting 5 to 6 new characters at best. At best, like if Waluigi's one of them, that's just going to suck to me. I like, well, I know some people are like already like are going to try and like assassinate me for saying that, but I would much rather get. There's a whole bunch of other characters that would just be cooler than Waluigi. If we only get like 5 to 6 more new characters, Waluigi's doesn't make my cut. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree. If we're talking about a new Smash game, sure.
Yeah.
Waluigi, if there's like 20 new characters, yeah, you should be in it.
Cody said in my chat, Miles McKenzie. That'd be a cool assist trophy.
Let's go, Miles.
That'd be so funny.
I love Miles. It'd be great. Just rub it in their face. Rub it in.
That would be really funny.
And then he's the only voice acted character on the whole roster.
That'd be such a troll move. I would love it.
And everything. Just piss people off so much. Sometimes I wish Nintendo would just be that petty and just do that shit just to piss people off. I'd be all for it.
To jump off the Smash topic, because I think we're gonna get a lot of third-party games. Okay, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a possibility for an update. The Witcher Switch 2 edition, Kingdom Come Deliverance Switch 2. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna hear anything about Dragon Quest 12 yet. However, we might. Like, it just depends on how far along this is, because they could announce something at the Direct and then release it on like Dragon Quest Day.
Oh, that would be sick.
Or they can make an announcement on Dragon Quest Day that it's releasing later this year. So I think we're due, obviously, for Dragon Quest 12 update this year. Monster Hunter Wilds, right? What's going on with that?
Yeah.
Obviously, we know
there's
plenty going on, but what's going on?
Have they announced an expansion to Wilds yet? No, right? Not yet.
I don't think so.
I think they announced it. I know it's not out.
I would love it if the Switch 2 version could come with the expansion pass day and date.
Just like Street Fighter did. It's exactly what they did. Street Fighter season, the year 2 fighting pass. That's what you
They have not revealed the DLC. But yeah, they haven't revealed it. They've just teased that there's going to be major endgame expansion, but they haven't said anything about it.
Okay.
I think we get an update on Starfield or Oblivion on Switch 2, but not both. They're both Bethesda. They both fill a similar need. They're both games that are going to like take up a lot of your time. I don't think we're going to get those announced at the same time, but I think we're going to get one of those announced here soon. And the Kingdom Hearts, again, this is on my bingo card. I do believe we'll get an update on that. And once again, Square Enix and Disney will be very happy that Sora is in Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Because that's going to pay in dividends again.
It's actually interesting if the Switch 2 edition comes out, kind of like remarkets the Sora element too. Yeah.
Yep. And the Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah. That's a good point.
This is why when we've talked about this stuff before, I know we've had some guests on, and the comeback, I guess, has been the deals, right? The contracts. It's like, what are you talking about?
Dude, man,
this helps all of these games sell.
Yeah,
you want this. Like, they want this. Nintendo is not going to people begging. You know what I mean? Like, everybody wins here. The fans win. Nintendo wins. The developer of the IP, the publisher of the IP wins. Everybody wins.
Stash, I just love how you said you're going to talk about third parties, but it was actually low key still us talking about Smash Brothers. It's so funny.
And I don't know how it circles back.
But it just makes so much sense, actually. And if this year is to be a slow year, I'll say that a Smash Switch 2 edition is a lot more plausible than, I don't. I want it. I'll tell you that I want it. I want to play Smash Ultimate 4K, maybe 4K 120. I don't. Is that that's too much to ask for, right? They can't do, but one or the other, right?
1080 120. But the thing is, that might be tough with Smash, like with playing online. It's got to be. You're gonna have to choose one or the other when you play online.
I mean, I'm all for options, right? If that's offered the option, give us a 4K mode, give us a 120 FPS mode, just give us a mode that doesn't lag. That'd be great.
Yeah, I think they can do that. I really do. There's other games though. Like I do expect a ton from third parties. Look, obviously we're getting Dragon Quest on the 5th of February here. In my opinion, there's a reason it's coming out this early. It's because there's more. There's more to come this year. Meaning there's more to buy, not more to be announced. There's going to be more Dragon Quest stuff. It is the 40th anniversary. So there's a reason it's releasing in February, which is not, it's not the best month to release a game in. The economy still recovers for the first 2 months of the year, and it starts to recover usually around spring break. So the 3rd or 4th week in March every year.
So right around tax return time.
Yep, exactly. So it's not a lucrative, great time to release a game. However, if you have to be strategic because you have other Dragon Quest stuff coming, you got to do what you got to do. Metaphor Refantasio, again, I would expect that at some point this year. While it's still fresh. Well, it's still fresh enough. There's one thing about Mario that I think about, and I'm sure I'm the only one who's thought of this. Meaning because it's probably just not something that will be plausible, maybe, but Super Mario 64, man. It's the 30th anniversary. It's the 30th anniversary of the 64. I would love to see them do something with Mario 64. I mean, again, I've said it so many times. The best place to play Mario 64 should be on Nintendo Switch 2. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get into the details of that. But the fact that there's other places to play it that are better is not right. I do wonder if that's something they could do. If that's something they'd ever revisit. 60 FPS, 4K, something. Camera.
Yeah.
There's some things you could do to fill a gap there.
What about Mario 128?
I'm still waiting for it.
Still waiting. This might be the year.
I don't believe that tech demo. That Mario 128 tech demo. I'm like, no. We know there was a sequel to Mario 64. I mean, there was. We know that. You guys know that.
Yeah, it's Mario Sunshine.
You've seen the screenshots, I'm sure, from back in the day.
What, Mario 128?
Yeah, a sequel to Mario 64.
I remember there was a tech demo. Or is there something else you're referencing?
No, it was before that.
What can I Google to find it? I probably have seen it, but Mario 64 sequel screenshots.
Yeah, old. Let's see, old. Yeah, that's on the cutting room floor somewhere. Let's see.
I mean, the thing is, they had the 64 DD, right? And I know there's a lot of stuff that they wanted to do with that for a lot of projects.
Oh yeah, here's an image. Dude, back in the day,
Are you sharing?
there was so much hype around 64 DD.
Damn, I'm looking at. Yeah, I see like Luigi. I mean, it just looks like DLC.
Well, yeah. Same engine. Let's see.
Dude.
I mean, in a way, we kind of did get that Mario 64 sequel in Mario 64 DS. Had new levels, playable Yoshi, Luigi, Wario. Yeah, I that's what I found. I mean, the only thing that looks new to me is literally Image 2, which has Luigi in it. Like you still the other
There's
yeah.
more images I've seen too.
I'm
from back
sure.
in the day. This was in so many magazines too. Look at that release date. Third quarter 98 was the proposed release date. And we all know Zelda ended up releasing November of 98.
And I miss how Once Upon a Time games just actually got done in a reasonable amount of time. Now, I remember when we used to think 3 years was ridiculous. Now we're like, oh my god, 3 years impossible. You know,
I know.
I don't know. I'll just say this: I loved Zelda back then, and there was a massive gap between Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time.
Massive.
that's true.
Huge gap, like modern day gap.
But then
If-
Ocarina of
if
Time came
Zelda-
out in 98, Majora's Mask came out 2000, Wind Waker came out 2002.
Yep. That was a very, there was some handheld entries around there,
Oracles.
too.
Yeah. Oh man, that was
that
like
was
the glory days of
peak
Zelda,
Zelda.
where it was literally every year. It felt like we had.
It
like,
was
Zelda.
the golden age. That was the golden age. We were just
yeah.
living
Just
the
didn't know it at
dream.
the time.
Yeah.
We were too busy having fun.
I mean, in the early 2000s, there was also a lot of good Metroids all in quick succession, right? Metroid Prime
Yep.
and Fusion came out same day. Then 2 years later, we got
Still
Metroid
wild,
Prime
though.
2. Zero Mission came out during those years as well. It was so crazy.
I mean, this was when pre-order bonuses were actually really great. Do you remember some of those Zelda pre-order bonuses?
I still have it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the collector's bonus disc.
Yes.
Insane, man. Yeah. What happened to gaming? It's not as good.
Yeah, those are some nice back ends. They had that, and then they had, of course. So there's the Wind Waker pre-order bonus you mentioned. Then there was the Zelda Collector's Edition packed in with the GameCube with Zelda 1, 2,
Yep.
Ocarina of Majora's Mask. Yeah, that was awesome, dude. Best pre-order bonus. Best pre-order bonus ever was Wind Waker, though.
Oh yeah. Period.
Give us Master Quest that was only supposed to come out on 64 DD.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to point out we're like reminiscing now, and I'm like, in hindsight, it feels like those were like really great years, but also back then droughts were
They were
very
lean,
frequent.
very
Yeah.
lean.
There were tough times then too.
Yeah, the
Now we
only way
have
you can
too much
avoid
to
the
play.
drought is if you played all the games on both the GameCube and the GBA. Like you had to play both the portable and the home console in order to like not have to live through too much of a drought. But still, there's always going to be games that you're not interested in, like
Yep.
one-off games.
Yeah.
You're like, I have no interest
Photopia
in
and Tomodachi Life.
Yeah, like there's games like that. I have no interest in those. Michaela can play them. I'll live it through it vicariously through her and her experience, but I'm not going to play that. I don't have time for that shit. But
By the way, Dustbloods, I am interested in that. I don't know if we've really talked too much about it, but that
Yeah,
I feel like we're
very.
due for an update.
we are.
Yeah.
We
I
are.
hope that's a summer release.
I do too. I wonder if October. I mean, October is obviously logical, but Luigi's Mansion's logical as well. Eternal Darkness on the GameCube NSO is logical. You know, it's good.
Oh,
fit
and
for
Bloober Team
October.
supposedly has some sort of secret project for Switch 1 and 2, so I'm tempering my expectations a little bit, but I'm curious on that.
Well, so they said that it's something that they could only do on Nintendo because of the
Yeah.
technology. So it's like,
Is it because of technology or because of the IP rights and it's Eternal Darkness?
it's tough to
Well, no-
say because then they mention Eternal Darkness in the same
Right.
breath. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Like even the
are you
fact that they
messing with us?
mention Eternal Darkness, like mentioning Eternal Darkness is just like, why? It's that's from such a long time ago. But my first thought on that tease was that they're teasing an exclusive to Nintendo that's designed as an Eternal Darkness spiritual successor, but it is its own thing. That's kind of like what I interpreted of that. If it ends up being like a returning, watch it be Geist. Geist is back. I'm open to it.
Okay.
Ghost. Back then, Geist was cool. It was like, oh, Nintendo's making a first-person shooter about ghosts and possession. This is
It was sick.
interesting. Yeah, it was crazy.
Eric, you got any direct thoughts?
Yeah, so they're gonna do something that they've never done before. They're gonna do an unparalleled third party blow up.
You mean a partner showcase?
No, I was going with the unprecedented.
Oh, the unprecedented partnership with EA.
Yeah.
Back in the
So,
day with Wii U.
something they've
Oh my
never
God.
done before. An unparalleled third party blow up.
I can't believe they said that publicly.
Yeah, right. No, I mean, there almost has to be a partner showcase at some point in time coming up. I think Nintendo will get out their major hitters for themselves probably early in the month, next month, and then I would not be surprised at all to see a partner showcase at the end of the month. Just to get some of these bigger third party games coming out.
A triple direct whammy.
A triple direct whammy. Why not?
That would be wild. I'd say unprecedented, but then
Yeah, right.
last year
Unparalleled even.
Unparalleled.
Last year happened where we had a lot of directs last year.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild actually, just how many there were. Once we got to the direct right before the Switch 2 direct, it's just like, no, we got directs like every month.
We
What?
know so little of what's coming this year.
I
like-
would argue we know
For
a
Switch
lot
2.
actually, sadly. We know
I mean,
more about
when?
Nintendo third party stuff. I'm sure there's a lot. You're right. There's so much. I
What
can't
I mean
even.
is like, yeah, we don't have release dates
Sure.
outside of Mario Tennis.
Yeah, then that's a clear sign that they have to have an event that gives us dates beyond that. Well, I
What?
mean, we know
Not
about
the
March
Nintendo
5th.
Yeah.
March 5th is Pokopia, right? So
Yeah.
after that, we don't have a lot of dates, specific dates. We just have seasonal windows. Yeah. I really do hope that everything we know about is summer. I don't know. I want to play Fire Emblem and Dust Buds this summer. That's what I want.
That would be sick.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
And afterwards, I want to play things that are completely unannounced.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
I feel like a good like Imagine Monosoft's title is September, Luigi's Mansion's October, Gen 10 is November, and December is Fitness Boxing 6.
Ring
That's
Fit
a joke.
2.
I think they developed
I'm not
Ring
against
Fit
it.
too and sit on it.
Yeah.
Ring Fit 2, sit on it. That's the title.
That's
No,
so
they-
good.
No, they wait.
I know, I'm kidding.
You know what they wait for, right?
Switch Sports.
Huh.
Switch Sports 2. Switch
No.
Sports Resort.
No, COVID part 2.
Oh my god. Oh wow.
They wait for the next bullshit
Crisis.
thing to come through. That's when they release it. It's already
Well,
ready.
That's when we get
just
Metroid
waiting.
Prime 5, actually. Metroid Prime 5, it'll come out then, and people play that 6 times over. It'll sell
if-
40 million copies.
What
I
if
just
they already
really like
have
the
the new
name
Animal
Split on it.
Crossing done,
You guys are
and they're just sitting on
Wow.
that to release it
Of the Wild.
here we go. Set that
at
one
the
up.
perfect time?
I mean, having
Um,
Animal Crossing ready would be interesting.
Okay. We'll probably move on to our final topic before we get to the Q&A and all the whatchamacallit. Just quickly going over Fantasy Critic stuff, courtesy of Gamebird.
Yeah. Would someone mind pulling it up for me? I'm on one monitor.
I got 2 monitors.
Perfect.
Gotcha.
Appreciate you. Yeah, so I figured it would be a good idea. We had our first 2 weeks of drafting. So there has been changes to our rosters since then. So I thought it would be fun to kind of go through what we have, maybe the thought process behind our picks. And I did want to bring something to our attention that I was curious about. If this ends up being a Nintenbyte staple, if we have fun, if the community enjoys it, and we decide that we want to do this once a year, which I think would be awesome, but I would like to change next time, not this time, because we're already in it. I do feel like there is one rule that we should change in this, because upon thinking about it more, I feel like there's a reason why it's not a part of Fantasy Critic. So we basically gave an okay to draft ports. And so I was wondering how you guys feel, because I think having an unlimited amount of ports to draft gets a little bit out of hand. I mean, part of the fun of the game is predicting on games that we don't know how they're going to do their new experiences or new sequels or new IPs. So I feel like it takes a little bit away from the game. Nate, one of your picks, I know that you'll be going over. Is it just one game of the year? So like, to me, I feel like that takes a little bit of fun out of it. So I was thinking for next year, we already made the rules for this year, so I'm not complaining. But I was thinking about next year. How would you guys feel about making a rule where we're each allowed 1 port draft? How do you guys feel?
Like you're just afraid of losing.
No.
I'll think about it.
Let me
because Gamer, what if someone chose Borderlands 4?
Fair enough, and I
Switch
get
2,
that.
and then they get screwed.
I totally understand that. It's not about me being scared to lose. I'm just trying to think of like the sanctity of the game when I've seen a number of ports drafted, and
there's some risk
hold on.
here. Though.
There is. But let me.
I have Expedition 33. I have
first.
Expedition 33. That's the game he was referencing that just won GOTY. It's not even announced for Switch 2. It might not even come out.
I understand that. No, I understand that. But let's just say, for example, a ton of third-party games are going to get ported to Switch this year. Forza Horizon 6, let's just say, is coming out this year and coming to Switch. PlayStation decides they're bringing over Spider-Man and God of War Ragnarok and all this stuff. I do feel like it robs a little bit of the purpose of the game if you have like 5 ports drafted. No one does. This is just something I've been thinking about, because there is a reason why we had to create a separate rule specifically for our league to include ports. No other league in this game will have ports because it's not allowed in Fantasy Critic. So I was just thinking as maybe in a future game, but I don't know. It's up to you guys. I've been thinking of.
I don't know. I think more than one, but I think we can limit it, because like even a game you just mentioned, like Forza, I don't think I'd pick that for Switch 2. And the reason why is because I think everyone will cry that it doesn't have the triggers.
The triggers, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, that's a trap pick, in my
Unless
opinion.
he's your GameCube controller.
Right. But, like the reviewers, the people who
won't buy a GameCube controller because
the
they're fake
smallest
fans.
things in the world upset them. Right? Like,
right, but like
I wouldn't pick that knowing that, that's
right,
gonna like really irritate so and so over at X big game, media outlet. I wouldn't
Sure,
pick
sure. And I get that. But for example, like a game like Hi-Fi Rush, let's say that comes to Switch this year. Like,
Okay.
we know that's going to be a 90 plus just because like Final Fantasy, like that was a fair pick. We established the rules, but we all knew that was going to be a highly reviewed game because we've known that the game's amazing for the last 4 years. We've been playing it for 4 years. So I'm just saying, like, if there's unlimited picks for ports, and there's a lot of great ports coming, especially with Switch 2 being new, I just feel like it takes a little bit. Like, to me, part of the fun of this game is speculating on the unknown, and I have to reiterate, we created special rules to incorporate games that aren't even allowed in Fantasy Critic. I'm not like trying to I'm open to it. It's just something I was thinking about, and I just wanted to mention it here. Just because
rule proposal changes should come at the end of the season.
Sure, fair enough.
See how it plays
Fair
out.
enough.
Yeah,
I-
I think that's good.
Fair enough.
And I'm open to your idea.
Yeah, because
there's plenty of games to pick from, anyways. So
yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it was just a thought, and like I feel like when I was thinking about it, I was like, oh, one's fair because it gives everyone that little bit of an edge if there's a game that is just like, yeah, it's gonna get a 90 plus because it already did, and it's clearly gonna run phenomenal on Switch. I feel like it adds to that element of surprise and really, using our skills as people who follow the industry to hand pick these games on that we're speculating. I think this game's going to be a knockout. But anyways, it was just a thought that I'd mention. But let's dive into we can go in order. I believe Eric is the first person, and you can, if you want to go back over like your initial draft and what you've picked since then and why.
Yeah, I mean, all of the games up until Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass were the ones I drafted. And then I was actually searching for a topic, what was it, 2 weeks ago, and I found Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass, and as one of the articles was being written about it just coming to Switch. I was like, heck, what the heck is this? So I'm looking into it, and I mean, the games it was compared to, it was an Earthbound like and stuff like that. There was just a bunch of different games that were really, really good.
it's right there.
There you go. And I'm like, heck yeah, sign me up for it. And that was the game that I'm like, I actually think it was the very first week that when we were drafting, I was like, how in the heck do I do, how do I add one that's not on here, because this was after we were done drafting and I wasn't sure if it was available type of thing. I emailed Colin and he said originally he wasn't going to allow it because of, I can't remember what, but then it was, he came back
out in 2017.
Right. But then it was the port or whatever it was. And then, so he's like, well, what do you want? I'm like, yeah, just give me the Switch version on it. So yeah, that's kind of where I was like looking at that. And I'm like, hey, that could be either a really good pull or really bad pull. And then I've just kind of picked up, Yoshi, I think could be pretty decent, and Gears of War seems to rate pretty well. So I'm like, yeah, why not? We'll throw it out there, take a chance on it. So that's kind of what I've been thinking. I haven't added as much as you guys have, but I told Nate, and I know whatever, who cares about if I'm sharing my strategy a little bit. I kind of went on, okay, it's, the first quarter, first half of the year, I'll kind of fill up, make sure, roughly about half of my team is full. And then I got about half my team left for the second half. Hopefully, I can pick, hopefully some good games come out in the second half of the year.
Yeah.
So it could screw me. It could be a decent move. Never know. But that's kind of what I'm thinking right now.
All
right. Next up.
He's not here.
He's
Next
not
up to
here.
you, buddy.
All right. Team Birds with Benefits. if you guys remember.
The best name.
Yeah, right.
I laugh.
If you guys remember,
every week, I'm like, God damn it.
on draft day, I went with Marvel's Wolverine, replaced, a game that I'm insanely hyped for.
Dude, we have been following Replaced, I think, since 2017.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yep.
Bro,
Development hell game. It's apparently finally coming out.
I cannot believe
We got a
it.
release
I'm
date,
really
man.
excited.
It looks remarkable. I'm really hoping for some high points on. I mean, the game's just absolutely stunning. Just watching I remember that I forget which trailer it was, but one of those trailers for the game, I must have watched it like 7 times. I was just like in awe of how good the game looks. But yeah, I'm hoping for some good points on that one. Onimusha Way of the Sword. This one I think is riskier, not in the sense that I don't think Onimusha is gonna review poorly. I think it's gonna review really well, at least mid 80s. But I'm not 100% that it's gonna launch this year. But I had to pick it, and there's a little bit of bias. This is was one of my favorite series of all time growing up. I loved it on the PS2, so I'm just happy to see it back. And I do feel like this one, with Capcom's current record right now, track record, I'm feeling good about it. Mixtape, really cool looking indie game, with a huge throwback to anyone who grew up in the 90s. It's got bands like Devo, I think, and Duran Duran, and a bunch of other really cool artists in there, with a really awesome, almost Into the Spider-Verse looking animation to it that's really beautiful. Control Resonant, guys, it's Control, but more of an action game this time around. I don't know how you describe it. It looks awesome, though.
Yeah.
Really excited for that one. Neo 3, love Neo 1. It's an amazing game. Reviewed in the 80s. Neo 2 reviewed even higher, I believe. And for the first time ever, the series is taking a more open world approach with that fantastic gameplay that they've developed over the first 2 games. I think this might be a high 80s. Who knows? Fingers crossed. Maybe this one could break 90. We'll have to wait and see. Pony Island 2, probably my riskiest pick, because there's a chance
Very
that
exciting.
we just hear nothing about this game and it doesn't come out this year. But if it does land, I think it's going to score well for me. If you guys haven't heard of this game, watch the trailer. It's wild. It'll trip you out. And this guy just makes really cool games.
And the first one
Eugenics.
was the 85.
Yep. And Mugenics, this is a brand new indie game from the Binding of Isaac team. It is a tactics game, one that's very, very hyped, and people who have gotten to demo the game have said that it is one of the best tactics games they've played in years. I think that says something really nice. We'll have to see. Dave the Diver in the Jungle. Dave the Diver was one of my favorite indies. I think it was 2 years ago that it came out. Was it 2 years ago? Really cool game, especially when you're in the restaurant and serving customers. But the new DLC looks huge and looks to offer a lot. So I'm excited for it, but I also think it looks really good. That's why I chose it. Dave the Diver, I also believe, got like a 90 or a 91 when that game came out on Open Critic. So it set the bar pretty high out the gate. Cult of Lamb, Woolhaven. It's Cult of Lamb, very popular, great game. The demo, I'm not sure why does it have an hourglass? Will you highlight that hourglass? I'm not sure what happened there.
So this game
Needs
is
more
really
reviews.
has an Open Critic page, but there's not enough reviews.
Got it. So it's going to start tallying up points for that one. But yeah, Woolhaven looks awesome. I've never played Cult of Lamb. It's a game I've always been curious about. The expansion looks really, really cool, so I'm feeling really confident on it. Zero Parades for Dead Spies. This is the next game from the team that brought us help me out, guys. I just brain farted. Oh my gosh. It's right at the Disco Elysium. There we go. The team that brought us Disco Elysium. So it's that kind of point and click adventure CRPG with incredible storytelling. Again, this is another one. If you're into deep stories and more of those point and click and RPGs, even the Baldur's Gate style games, check this one out. The trailer looks amazing. Neverway. I'm not sure if you guys remember this game. This was in a Nintendo Indie Showcase last year. It looks really cool. It looks like one part Zelda, one part Stardew Valley. The art is from the artist who did Celeste, and the music I think it might be the same composer from Celeste as well. But
I remember this
game looks it looked rad. It's in a Nintendo Indie Direct, so I'm feeling good about that one. Fable. This was a game I drafted last year. I was hesitant. I almost drafted this on draft day, but the reason why I didn't was because I wasn't confident it was coming out this year. But then, as soon as I heard that we were getting that Xbox showcase at the end of the month, and that the bulk of the showcase is going to be a deep dive on Fable, made me feel like, okay, if they're going to make the entire focus of the showcase Fable, it probably means Fable's coming out this year. And usually with those style showcases with Xbox, it's always games that are coming out the same year. So I'm feeling good about this one. It's the return of a classic. I know there's been some interesting discourse over the game, but when I see the world and I've seen some of the writing in the trailer, I'm feeling pretty confident about this one. We'll see come that showcase, but I just didn't want to wait around for it to get dry. Is it tomorrow? Oh my gosh. Well, I'll know soon enough if I made a wise choice, but I didn't want to wait around and find out, to be honest with you. So I went for it. But yeah, those are my picks, the reasons behind all of them.
Yeah, Wallhaven comes out on the 22nd, so it's technically, I think, out in part of the world, but not yet in
Got it.
US. So
cool.
Makes sense.
All right. Let's scroll down here. I believe it's going to be Thunderstash next year.
All right. So I got GTA 6. I do 100% believe it's coming out this year. I don't believe the worry that was published by Jason Schreier. I think it's just him worrying. I think Rockstar is going to work their employees to the bone to get that out on time. And if you don't like it, you can see the door. Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. Very excited for that. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Obviously, enough said. Just reviewed that. The Adventures of Elliot. Previewed the game on my channel. Played through the whole demo. It plays like modern day Zelda on NES. It's awesome. Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Of course, I think we're all really looking forward to that game.
Stash, I think that game is going to review a lot higher than a lot of people might think too.
I do too, because it's Lego and it's Arkham.
Yep.
And we don't get the Arkham games, right?
Yep.
We got Suicide Squad instead. What we didn't want. We got Gotham Knights, which is also not really what people wanted. This is giving two different groups exactly what they want. Lego group and the Arkham group. So yeah, I do think it's going to review well. How well do you think it will review?
I mean, I could see this one being like a 88, 80, maybe even 8. I feel like I'm going to say an 88. I could see, which is like that's what you want.
Yeah, I could see between 80, 85 and 90 if I get really lucky and people don't complain about stupid things. I think I could see that.
And a quick side note for the viewers, because you're going to see points for Stash's next game. The reason just in case if you're just seeing the Fantasy Critic, the reason why you can't see points for Final Fantasy was because we made a special rule to draft ports. So Colin, as the team manager, is going to have to go in and manually put in the points for that. So in case you're wondering why it's not showing a score of points, that's why.
Thank you. Mio Memories in Orbit. Yeah, again, I just reviewed this game a few days ago and I absolutely loved it. I could tell when I was playing it though that it was going to get docked a few points because people were going to complain. When I say people, reviewers were going to complain that it's too hard for them, which sucks because to me that's on you. That doesn't mean the game's bad. That means you honestly need to get better. So, the thing is though, like you don't have a certain number of lives anymore. It's not like you have 3 lives and then it's game over.
You guys could trash talk each other.
But it's like, do you see what I'm saying? When we grew up, you had a certain amount of lives and then it's game over and you have to start from the beginning. Today, it's the opposite. The only way you're not going to beat the game is if you're a quitter. If you quit. Honestly, that's what it is. If you tap out, you have to tap out. They want you to see the end of the game. It benefits the developer and the publisher for you to beat the game. Because then they have that data. Then they have the trophy data. The accomplishments, the achievements. Now we know if we should make a sequel. Because if we do, you'll probably buy it because you saw the credits. You see what I'm saying? So I think it should have scored higher is my point. I think it should have got probably an 86, 87. But I didn't. I should have taken into consideration. But I also didn't know how hard it was going to be. So that sucks. But 13 points still good. Pragmata. Again, this game has been in development for 6 years. Capcom, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Well, many years for Capcom to work their magic, man. And so I'm excited for this. I think it'll do very well. Let's see. Eternal Life of Goldman. Again, I've had this pre-ordered since August 2024 at Best Buy. I checked today because Nintendo posted a trailer today. And I'm like, oh, I wonder if there's a release date. Probably not because it's not in the text, but I'll watch the trailer and there wasn't. But it prompted me to go to log into my Best Buy to see how long I've had this game pre-ordered. And I've had it pre-ordered since it was announced. So very excited for that though. DuckTales Metroidvania. It's basically what it is. Threads of Time. Do you guys know about this game?
Absolutely. It's on my radar. It's a game I'm really, really interested in.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this game.
Yeah.
Major Chrono Trigger vibes. And this is dated for I believe Q1. Which that's why when we were talking about our most anticipated games for Q1, I said, I do have one Xbox game on there if we were going to do all the platforms. And it's this one because it's only coming to Xbox as far as consoles go.
That's sad.
For now. It's it's going to wind up somewhere else. But yeah, it's a inspiration from Chrono Trigger. I believe they have former developers that worked on Chrono Trigger. Like they're basically making their Chrono Trigger. This, if you look at the story, the time travel, obviously the title, Threads of Time. This is like a modern day Chrono Trigger. It's gonna be very interesting. Mariachi Legends, dude, this game looks once again sick. Metroidvania. I featured all of these games were in my most anticipated games of 2026 video. Bloodstained, the sequel to Bloodstained. I think it's going to do better than the first Bloodstained. I really enjoyed the first one. I have confidence in Iga, so that's why I chose that. Let's see. Edge of Memories. Again, which was in my video. This is by Midgar Studio, which obviously where they got the name for that. Final Fantasy VII, Midgar. This game looks awesome. And this one's coming to everything except for Nintendo Switch. I'm sure it'll eventually come to Switch too, though, because it's an RPG. Let's see. I'll skip over one of them because I'm sure we'll have to talk about it some more. Code Vein 2. Obviously, you guys know I played it. for 3 hours. Can't say anything else about if I've played it more, but I feel really good about the game.
Veiled way of saying yes, but he can't admit it.
I feel really good about the game. This is one of the games also that I'm not concerned that that people are going to say it's too hard, because it's a Souls game. So you should know what you're getting into. But like, I don't think it's harder than, I don't know, Elden Ring or Demon Souls. I think it's good. The difficulty level is good. It's challenging, but I don't think it goes past that. It's not like completely unfair like some other Souls games. It's not infuriating. I think people will be okay with this one. That was the only thing that would deviate me from picking that game, is if I thought it was going to be too hard for the reviewers. Because again, it really sucks, but that's how you have to look at it. Is how are the people who don't have a lot of time to play video games, even though this is what they do for a living, how are they going to react to this game? I could tell you how I think people who like Souls games are going to react to it. I think they're going to love it. Beast of Reincarnation. You know, again, this is level 5. This is unlike anything they've done. We're going to find out more about it tomorrow. It's in the Xbox Direct.
Yes, it is.
One of the headlined games. I'm very excited for it. I think it looks great. Nate, however, decided to use, how many of these do we get, Bird? 2?
I think we only did one. I'll have to double check. Yeah, I think I opted out of 2 this year. That way we could be a little bit more both adventurous and forgiving our first time play.
All right. So Nate blew his load on Beast of Reincarnation. He thinks of all the games that have been picked so far between all the teams, that this one is the one that's going to score the most points under 70.
No. Not why I did it.
Let's hear your expert strategy then.
Real quick, I want to jump in and say that because I like to pop in, here and there, one, to think about, look at like some of the available games, think about what I might draft next. 2, I like to check our follower count to see if that's gone up. When I logged into Fantasy and I saw there was a counter pick, I was filled with so much joy, because it felt like the game's afoot, my friends. It's already begun. Moves are being made. Schemes are going down. And so, Nate, I love this. I don't have an impression of like good or bad choice. Just very exciting to me that we have a counter pick. And then it made me feel like, ooh, when's the next one? When am I going to see the next counter pick pop up? So it was very exciting to see someone make the first move. Stoked. Nate, the floor is yours, my friend.
I've been known to make first moves. They don't always go my way, though. So I have lots of strategies I play. I am a big fantasy player, whether it's sports or now the Fantasy Critic. I take this shit pretty seriously. So I always have thoughts and strategies. And I will note, the last fantasy league that just ended was my fantasy football league, and I'm the champion. Now, it doesn't matter I lost it the last 17 years. I won it this last time. So my strategies are starting to come around. By the way, made the playoffs at a sub 500 record, then knocked off the 1 seed and the 2 seed and the 3 seed, baby, to win the title.
Playoffs?
Talking about playoffs. That's right. Dude, I don't know how the fuck I took them out. Well, actually, I know exactly. I got very lucky with a certain player, but it doesn't matter. I'm the champion. And I had a strategy that was all about building for the playoffs, not building the rest of regular season record. It's kind of the way I look at this. I'm not trying to take early leads. I'm thinking long haul. And we only have 5 people in this league, right? So my strategy has to be, I need more points than everyone. So who do I view as the biggest threats? Well, the guy who set up the league.
Yeah, you have to, because he can cheat.
He could cheat, yeah. But
I'm
won't
just
do
kidding.
that. You won't.
he would get called out
No,
so
I
bad
know.
if he did. And
I
then
know.
Thunderstash. And the reason is Thunderstash is extremely competitive, which means, and he does his homework, and he probably knows more about the games coming out this year than anyone else on this panel. That's just the way he is. And that is totally cool. So I view him as a threat, a huge one that needs some taming. So as I was looking at his list, I'm like, what's a game on here that I either think A, is not going to score super well, and even if it did, it's only like, say it scores like a 72, 70 to 75. I'll take a -5, whatever, I don't care. Or a game that's on this list that I don't think's even going to come out this year. And that's where I was heavily tempted for GTA 6. Because I don't think it's coming out this year. I think it's going to get delayed again. But then I'm like, yeah, but if I'm wrong, I'm fucked.
Yeah, it'd be a very costly mistake.
Yeah, it'd be a very costly mistake if I'm wrong. I pretty much wouldn't be able to win. So I'm like, no, I need to pick one that if I am wrong and it does come out and it does score okay, I don't think it's going to score crazy high and fuck me over. And that is Beast of Reincarnation. The reason I say this is when they revealed the game, they get Game Freak and all this stuff cool, doing new things. When they revealed the game, if this is your first time showing off a brand new IP, it's running at like 8 frames a second. That's the best look you had for this game, was to reveal it with that choppy of a frame rate. Feels
I
familiar.
didn't notice that when I watched it.
Yeah, it's very choppy. And it could
I
be
just
improved.
watched it.
We're about to see it tomorrow.
Sure, it
it
wasn't
could
your
be-
internet connection.
No, it wasn't this way. I'm not
We
the
just
only
watched
one.
it.
This is a well-known. It's all over the internet. It's been widely discussed because people have joked, "Oh, it's a typical Game Freak game." Of course, it's got to have some frame rate problems. That's due to Scarlet and Violet, guys. That being said, that doesn't mean. That being
Literally,
said,
I read the opposite.
okay, but that being said, it doesn't matter. We're seeing it tomorrow, right? So it doesn't really matter. I also just don't have any faith if Game Freak's the full developer. I'm just going on the whole faith that they can't make a good game. It can look good. Who cares? It's got to be good. Nothing I saw in that reveal trailer. Only thing that people I ever see talk about with that trailer is either they're laughing at the fact that Nintendo's holding them back. Look at Beast of Reincarnation, or of Reincarnation, or it doesn't it look pretty? Cool. So how about the gameplay? Oh, we're just talking about how good it looks for a Game Freak game. Oh. Okay. So are you actually interested in how the game is looking gameplay wise, or you just think it looks pretty? So when I start to see the conversation is not really about the game itself, it's just about the graphics and then about Nintendo holding it back. I'm like, you know what? Maybe the game doesn't have the hook it needs, other than it's a Game Freak game with a realistic art style. And I don't think that's a hook that's going to sell. I think the game itself has to actually be good. And I got a feeling that if this game comes, that's not going to be a bad game. I don't think it's going to be bad. I don't think Xbox would put it in their showcase if they thought it was going to be bad. They obviously think it's going to be good. And if it's in the showcase, it's probably coming day one to Game Pass. So there'll be plenty of people playing it day one. But it's just, I could see this easily being a 75. I can also easily see this being a complete dud. Just because you're in an Xbox showcase doesn't mean you can't be duds. There's been plenty of Xbox games in those showcases that were duds. And this could end up being one of those. I think out of every game on the list, this was the only one I thought had any shot at possibly being under 70. And that's why I went with it. Because I'm like, you know what? 2 things it does. One, it is the least risky pick on the board, but it also locks it in where he can't drop it either. So let's say tomorrow the showcase happens and oh man, the reception's pretty bad. He might feel like swapping it out. Can't swap it. You're stuck. Wanted to lock him into one that I don't think is going to score very high.
I figured that is exactly what your strategy was.
Yeah.
Of all the games that are on my list, you think this is going to be the worst one?
Yeah.
Listen, I think
Which
the
is
fact
fine.
of the matter is, I think the fact of the matter is this. I think the likelihood of us drafting a game that's going to be under 70 points is pretty low, to be honest with you.
That's why it wasn't my only factor in the decision.
Yeah. So the best, in my opinion, the best picks for a counter pick is either the lowest possible 70s that you believe it's going to land in the lowest possible 70s, or if you think it's not coming out this year.
Yep. I also don't think it is, but even if it does, I'm cool.
Why would they show it at the Xbox Direct in January 2026? They're not going to release it this year.
Well, I agree with that, because that was my thought process on I better scoop up Fable, because
Why would they show
that's the headline.
I agree.
Silk Song and say all the games here are coming out in the next 12 months, and then it didn't.
Yeah, that is a one-off scenario.
Well, I mean, if you go back and look at Xbox Directs, they've shown plenty of games that weren't coming
But
out.
I also didn't think it was coming out then either.
Well,
Listen,
it's fair.
As former Fantasy Critic champion,
Not of this.
I just want to say, the game's just getting started, my friends. It's getting interesting. It's going to heat up.
Yeah.
You're going to see listen, and I've seen scenarios, because I've been playing for so many years, both just me and Colin, but also with other groups of people. Sometimes you see someone come out the gate swinging. I've seen people start with 290 plus and then get decimated, landing with the stinker, getting stuck with games that aren't coming out this year. We are so early. Anything is possible. Anything could happen. This is going to be an exciting year, and I love that we're all feeling competitive with this. Even Eric, I see Eric, having some interesting and unique picks. I think that's competitive. I think this is good. I think there's going to be some trash.
Gamer's just saying he's having a good time, guys.
I am.
He's liking how year one's going. Outside of the fact that we had to open the topic by bitching about a rule in year one.
Listen, it's not me complaining about the rule this year. It was me offering a suggestion for next year to have a more balanced game. And if you guys all disagree, then that's fine. It was just a suggestion.
Yeah, as I said, we'll revisit it at the end of the year. I'm like, when you brought it up, I was like, neat suggestion. This is our first time revisiting the league since we drafted.
Fair.
Can we talk about what's going on in the league?
Fair.
So I was like, I feel like this conversation is happening 11 months too soon.
For sure.
That being said, yeah, so that was kind of my strategy behind trying to lock that in. Now, I had thought, obviously, I knew blowing it, because they only get one. Blowing it early, I think, could be a mistake for me long haul, because as it plays out, maybe Stash isn't the person I should be targeting. I should be going after the guy running the league, or maybe Eric. These random picks he has that feel random to me. Turns out he just knows what the fuck he's talking about. And I gotta be honest, usually when Eric sees a game and thinks it's good, it does review well every single time. So maybe it's him I should have been worried about. I don't know. But this is me just trying to make sure, hey, if I don't win, sure as fuck Thunderstash ain't winning. That was my thought. That was my whole thought process. I already saw him win one title last year. We don't need to have another one this year for something else that I can have a say in. Because no, I'm not good enough at NBA Jam to beat Thunderstash.
Still gotta post that video. I still have to edit that.
He bled for that title. I'm just saying, I ain't got those kind of skills. As soon as my finger popped, I would have been like, yeah, I'm good.
I had someone ask me if the reason I didn't post it is because I lost. They're like, you lost, right? Like, no. They're like, why did you post it?
I don't even know what
I'm
the L feels
busy.
like.
You want to edit this for me?
Right.
I got games I got to review.
Then last we got my list. I'll make this a bit quick. Look, Dust Bloods. I think it's Miyazaki. He's never made a bad game. You look at the history of his games and the review scores; they're always very, very high. So, yeah, I think despite what the fan battle, PvE or whatever, who cares? The Miyazaki game. It's a Miyazaki game. He's literally never made a bad game. I don't think he knows how to. So, Yeah, I have no problem with that being a topic for Mina the Hollower. Obviously, was supposed to come out last year, got delayed. I don't believe this is a year plus delay.
How are you drafting a 2030 game? I mean, go look at the eShop, man.
I know. It does say that on the eShop. It's hilarious. Anyway, I do think Mina Hollow is actually going to come out this year. Know some stuff behind the scenes about it that I can't say. Sort of stash. And I think actually everyone does because we shared a little bit with the rest of the crew, but we can't really talk about it. But look, this is the Shovel Knight people. These are the people that just know how to make excellent games. And from what you guys have been able to play in the public demo and what we saw behind the scenes, very, very obvious. This is another one of those excellent games. I wouldn't be surprised if this is up for Indie Game of the Year. That's how much I believe in what this game is doing. So, of course, I had to make it a high pick. I had to take Rebirth, which thank you, Nate the Hate, today, saying that Rebirth is coming to Xbox and Switch 2 this year.
Saw that. Really happy to see that.
Actually, and I think it has to because I think the third one's going to come out next year, so they have to get it out.
I do too. 2027. Final Fantasy 7, 2027.
Yep.
7/7/2027.
It's interesting.
Yep. So I'm like, so I was already, that was before Nate the Hate said anything. I'm like, oh, it's got to come out. We already know, just like you took Integrate, we already know how well it reviewed. So yeah, got to get that on the list. Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis. Tomb Raider games have typically done pretty good. And this is just me looking at it and going, this one also looks in line with the recent ones that have also done pretty good in the reviews. So just kind of thinking that might continue. Could be way off on this. Yakuza Kiwami 3 and The Dark Ties. I don't think there's any qualms about that. It's very obvious. It's probably in the 80s somewhere with the review. The Blood of the Dawnwalker. Again, just one I've seen a few times. Looks really good. I think has a chance to maybe one of my lower games, maybe like an 81, 82. I think it's got a shot there.
I think it looks great, dude.
Yeah, I think it looks
can't wait
better
to play it.
But yeah, I'm just saying, I don't know. I haven't played it. I just feel like there's going to be like one thing that reviewers aren't going to like about it. That might bring it down because reviewers are sometimes overly harsh over like one minute thing that most gamers aren't even going to notice.
Yeah.
It just happens. By the way, they can be. By the way, it's their opinion, and if that little thing affects them that much, okay. Cool. World of Warcraft Midnight. Look, it is part of an ongoing expansion pack series right now. That the first one came out and was a mid 80s. Then I looked at some other X packs, and they seem to always be, low to mid 80s. So I felt like kind of a safe pick, like a known quantity that's just consistently does well in the reviews. Because also it's really, really hard. Like what's funny about reviewing like the World of Warcraft expansion packs, like they review it, but the expansion pack's not complete because it's an MMO. So the content for it comes out over a couple of year periods. So it's really funny that they had to review it without having all the content. So this is one I added. And I believe the first week that we had the league going was Half-Life. Now, I don't know if Half-Life 3 exists. I don't know if it's coming out. I don't have any information, don't know shit. I know about the rumors, but rumors are rumors. This thing's been rumored since I was was I middle school? It was a long time ago they were rumoring Half-Life 3. So this is just me going, look, if Greg Miller had the balls to put it in his team, I'm going to trust in the Miller and put it on mine. Because if it comes out, oh my God, that is such a massive W. Not just for it existing, but it's going to review probably very high based on the pedigree of the series and the pedigree of Valve. Sure. But is it actually going to come out? I don't know. We'll see. Mm-hmm. Persona 4 Revival, I think just a super easy 80s dub. I mean, even the predicting points here is saying the same thing, low 80s there. It just felt like a very obvious, hey, I can't always look to try to get all the 90s. That's not how you're going to win this league. If you're just playing to get 90s, because that's a high risk, high reward, you could be like, oh, this is for sure going to be a 90, and then all of a sudden the reviews come out and it's like a 75. You're like, what the fuck? You can disagree with the reviews. I gotta play the reviews. So I did a lot of research on OpenCritic going through and try to figure out what tends to do well with the critics, because I honestly don't pay that much attention. But for a league like this, paying attention to that stuff matters.
I don't either.
How do games tend to review? So Persona 4 just felt like an obvious, easy, free. It's going to be in the 80s kind of game. Like,
It's my favorite Persona.
like it's
All
it's
time.
gonna do great. Professor Layton and the New World of Steam. This is kind of a risky one because not all Professor Layton games review well, but they've been letting this one cook, and they definitely have not been trying to rush it out the door.
Yeah, you can see the steam rising.
Yeah. So, and what they have shown of it has looked really good. I think this is going to be potentially the best entry in the series. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm not going to get negative points on it, but I think it's got a shot at the 80s. We'll see. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Remake got a little scared because it's been delayed. But it's not technically delayed out of this year. It's delayed out of this fiscal year. But it could still be in the next one, and this fiscal year ends in March for them. So it's still, there's like 9 other months that it could come out this year. So it could just be pushed back to later this year in the summer sometime. And again, I know we don't technically know that because it's not technically announced, although it's been leaked. And then there's also been some other, there's been a bunch of, the game exists. But yeah, if it comes out, look, it's one of the highest rated Assassin's Creed games. And I don't see a world where they really screwed that up because they don't have to do a whole lot. You keep the core game the way it is and upgrade the visuals. And it's gonna review well. So I don't see anywhere where this doesn't. So as long as it comes out this year, now I'm a little nervous it might not, but as long as it comes out this year, very confident in that one being in the mid 80s and doing
What
very
if
well.
what if they remake it as a games of service?
Well, then I'm fucked. Let's just be honest. That's gonna be a nice black hole for me over there. That might go negative. That might be in the 60s.
They wanted to take another stab at a quadruple A pirate game.
And right now, the game I'm nervous about the most is Expedition 33. Now, if it comes out, it's a brilliant pick because, again, it's going to be in the 90s. But at worst, high 80s if there's some hiccups on Switch 2. But I have no idea if they're actually making a Switch 2 version of the game, and let alone having it come out this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They mentioned last year it's like one of many things they're considering, which means there was no commitment at that time. So while I do think it comes to Switch 2 someday, I don't know what that day is this year. And I took kind of a leap of faith here. I kind of figured, look, when I look at our boards, the worst thing that I think I want is a game that gets me negative points, right? I don't want any negative points. I'm okay with a couple zeros. I got 25. If I think I can afford 3 or 4 zeros and still pull out a dub. Well, if that's the case, then why not have one of those zeros potentially have the high ceiling of being in the 90s if it actually comes out this year? So that's why I'm like, you know what? I'm going to throw it on there before it's announced, and then we all have to bid like crazy to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's going to bid like crazy because it's an easy 90+ game. Like, it's going to be highly bidded on. Now, I'm going to nab it now. Get it cheap. And so that's I got a few more that I'm adding for this week, but I'm also not going to reveal what those are right now because bids are still ongoing. But yeah, I kind of just have this overall strategy of paying a lot of attention to what's going on and what's coming up and watching these, like, dude, this Xbox event tomorrow. Guys, I plan to live stream it. We'll see if that happens. But even if I don't, I'm going to be watching it differently. I'm actually more excited for the events this year. All the summer showcases, everything. Because now I'm not just watching to see what I'm interested in playing. I'm watching to see what's going to review well, which makes me look at this a little different.
Fantasy Critic does that to you. Yeah.
So, like,
even
like
genres
fantasy
you don't
football.
care about.
great trailer,
Yeah.
but that game still won't review well. I can still think that. So
You'll find yourself rooting for genres that you don't even play or like don't even like. You know what I mean? So it's funny.
yeah. So I'm cautiously optimistic about what I'm doing. Obviously, this is my first year doing it, but it's like anything. This is a competition, dude. I'm all in. I'm head for, dude. I make time for this every week, dude. I don't even make time for my fantasy basketball leagues right now. I make more time for this thing. I didn't even set my lineups today and screwed myself. I'm gonna lose this week because of that. You know what? Who cares? Because this is the real prize. Those money basketball leagues I'm in, they can keep my money.
Nate, can we scroll up to Colin's roster? I'm going to read off his games because, ladies and gentlemen, there's a third party. So we may all be competing against each other, but we also have a challenger who's approached, who's actually challenging each Nintenbyte co-host for the gold. He thinks he's got what it takes to take all of us down.
He's been kicking your ass for most.
He kicked my ass for years. He did, but I freaking destroyed.
He kind of figures, these are your friends. Well then,
I'm not playing 100% the way I have when I first played, where I was very like balls to the wall. I'm going crazy. We're getting a new Zelda this year. Boom. Because if we do, I don't want to lose it. Also, 3D Mario, baby.
Ocarina of Time Remake to my list right now.
See, 2 years ago, if I had the mindset of 2 years ago, that would have been in my draft. I've been like, well, if it does happen, I'm not missing out on it. Highest reviewed game of all time. But anyways, Colin, I think Colin has a pick on here that I think is actually one of the best picks all around. Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. I think this game looks amazing. Three Houses was excellent. Didn't quite crack the 90s on open. Excuse me, but I think this could be the game that can. Forza Horizon 6. These games crush every single time. They're literally probably the best reviewed games that come out of Xbox. I'm fully expecting this one's, I believe is in Tokyo or Japan this time around. This one's probably going to be an easy 90 for Colin. Trails in the Sky, second chapter. This could be an easy 92 because the first one landed a 90 on Open Critic, and anyone familiar with the series will know that the second game blows the first game out of the water. Sorrows. This is another success. Would it be a successor? Would you care, or would this
spiritual successor?
Yeah, I'd say it's a spiritual successor. This is one to keep an eye out. It's weird. I'm in a weird position where it's like I never want games to review poorly. You know what I mean? Like I don't want this game to be worse than its predecessor, but I'm like, don't be in the 90s because Fantasy Critic. Screw the developers. Fantasy Critic. Witchbrook, cute, cozy game. I'm sure that one will do well. I forget who's making that. Chucklefish. Yep. Phantom Blade Zero. This is, I feel like, is Colin's wild card. I think the game looks amazing, but it's also from an unknown Chinese developer. And I feel like this could be like, I'm worried if it's an example of a game that looks too good to be true, but we'll have to wait and see. It looks fantastic.
Cheers, Black Myth Wukong.
Right, which that one did really well. But we'll have to wait.
It's one of the few games that's actually dated too.
Yep, it's dated.
Which there's like nothing dated. It's Phantom Blade Zero and GTA for the second half of the year right now. So I feel like they're pretty confident in this game.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Reanimal. This is another interesting one because I think the game looks incredible. I think everyone thinks that. The thing that's always interesting to me is that this is a scenario of it's the creators of Little Nightmares leaving and doing their own game. And my only caveat with this one is I feel like a lot of times when we see creators of a popular series go off and do their own thing, for whatever reason, it doesn't turn out the way a lot of people are hoping. Think the Dead Space team went off and did Callisto Protocol. It didn't review very well. There's another example. Keiji Inafune, Mega Man. He did Mighty Number 9. Didn't do well. There's a lot of examples. It's like a weird trend. So this one, just based on that, I don't know if what would you call that? Like, I don't want to jinx it for him, but I don't know. There's a weird history with that. Sacrifier. I don't remember what game this
is. Okay, I'll tell you about it. Sacrifier is the game that I DM'd you like a week ago.
That's right. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Yeah.
Looks amazing. Thank
looks
you.
so good. I reached
It
out
looks
to him. I haven't
amazing.
heard back, but
Yes.
this game looks so good. Yeah.
Yep. Super Meat Boy 3D. This was one that I was thinking about picking. I've heard nothing but amazing things about people who've gone hands-on with this. It really looks like they took Meat Boy to the next level as a 3D platformer here. I think this was a solid pick. Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. Diablo, it's a solid series. I'm sure this one will land in the 80s. I'm not sure where. And obviously, guys, I can't give Colin's thoughts behind these. I'm just trying to add a little context. Escape from Ever After. This is the Paper Mario like. This game looks amazing. So I've only played one other Paper Mario like, and I absolutely adored it. I actually liked it more than the Origami. Oh, nice. He's got it there. I actually liked it more than the Origami King, and that was Bug Fables. If you guys have you played this, Stash?
Escape from Ever After?
No, Bug Fables.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What a game. But yeah, Escape from Ever After, I think that's a banger right there. And then I forget again, I should know this one. Order of the Sinking. There's just so many indies.
So I just watched the trailer because that was the only game on this list that didn't ring a bell. Even after watching the trailer, it does, and it's from the director of Braid.
Okay.
Which I think that from the creator of Braid.
Yeah.
I think the creator annoyed groups of people. I don't know what it was about, but whenever that game gets brought up, and again, I have no idea what this is about, but I see people in comments wishing ill things to this person, and I'm like, now I wonder how it's going to review.
Interesting.
Because
I'm curious. I haven't heard anything about the creator of Braid. I'm wondering if it's because I think of the creator of Fez, who gets a lot of hate because of really unnecessary comments. Do you guys know what I'm talking about with the creator of Fez? With the Japanese game studios when he was super disrespectful?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that was what kind of
wild. It was wild.
What kind of move is that? I was like, what? That's one way to end your career.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. All right, are we good?
We're good.
All right, well, that's the update on Fantasy Critic. Let's get to the questions and stuff from super chats and all that.
I gotta share something.
Yo, what do you gotta share?
15 minutes ago, Universal Studios Japan announced Pokemon.
Yeah,
is coming.
Hell yeah!
And and they said it's coming everywhere.
Dude,
Currently preparing for its world premiere at Universal Studios Japan, but the goal is to bring it global deployment. So
was it part of Super Nintendo World or is it something else?
They don't say Super Nintendo World, and I was looking for that verbiage, so I'm thinking it's its own expansion.
That's
which would be
really
cool.
Crazy.
That'd be cool.
That's gonna print so much money,
dude. Harry Potter, Mario, Zelda, Donkey Kong, Pokemon. What else they got there? Waterworld?
Yeah, Waterworld. Yeah,
Waterworld still hits.
Dude, that show's so good. It's actually so good.
It is actually really good. That was the highlight of my last trip there, just 10 years ago.
Yeah. It's not part of the Nintendo area.
Good.
It's replacing the Spider-Man ride. So it's just one ride.
Good.
That's Florida.
It's replacing Spider-Man. Yeah.
That's Florida, yeah, because we don't have that.
It's Universal Studios Japan, actually.
Or Japan. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not, and that's not located in the Nintendo section, but it's not a surprise Pokemon's working with them since Nintendo already does.
Dude, all they have to do is sell premium Pokeballs like they do the Harry Potter ones and the Mario bracelet. Have Pokemon catching opportunities around the park, and they're going to make gangbusters. And you could do maybe a custom ball like you build the lightsaber,
Or if you can get rare Pokemon and the Pokemon Go app that you can only find at the park.
Oh
Yeah,
my god!
But
Gotta
you could
print money.
only catch legendaries if you have a Master Ball, and the Master Ball is the really expensive one.
Yes.
You know?
Wow.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's like-
It's gonna get super predatory.
You charge by ball type. Basic Pokeball is $50. Great Ball
God.
$70.
Oh my god.
Hey, you
Oh,
want that Mewtwo? You better get the Master Ball. It's
putting
$300.
ideas in their head.
This thing was pretty expensive.
Yeah.
How much?
I
Dude, that's-
think it was at least $50.
Okay.
Jesus.
At least.
Now imagine a Pokeball, like a
I
premium.
mean, I know you get to
Pokeball.
keep it after, but Jesus. that's a
Yeah,
lot.
I mean, I like playing with it, but it has zero purpose unless I'm at the park.
Yeah.
You know,
I think
should have-
it technically is amiibo, actually.
I was gonna
Technically.
say, can you scan it on your Switch?
I haven't done it, but I could.
Yeah, I'd be interested. That would be cool if it did
Yeah.
something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do like playing with it, but
Yeah,
you know,
it is cool.
Yeah. It's a $50 background item,
yeah.
basically. I mean, it's cool while you're there, I suppose. I mean, that's what you're paying for.
Oh yeah, I
so,
really enjoyed having it while I was there. Yeah,
yeah.
it might have been more expensive, $50. I don't remember, but it was something.
It felt
like
it was
that.
a little uncomfortable. It's like, really?
I mean, it was like I'm here to splurge.
I'll
but-
do it. All right, I'll do
Yeah.
it this one time. you
Yeah,
know,
but it was
whatever.
definitely like something that like other people in my friend group did not feel comfortable with.
Yeah, so it had to be pretty pricey.
Unless the friends that are like more into the Nintendo stuff are like, all right, yeah. But if you were like not into like really into Nintendo stuff, you're like, well, yeah.
Okay, well, let's get to the Q&A segment, guys. You can get your super chats in if you're watching live. Let's go ahead here. We had just Jimzo tossing out $1 Australian to one of us. Let's see here. True Dude does a member chat say Nintenbyte Podcast, best Nintendo podcast. Woo! Nice. We did have a highest peak viewership of the year. So this week, it's only been 3 episodes, but you know. My brother, maybe they're waiting on a super chat. That was because we were a little bit late starting. Ironically, we did start shortly after that super chat, but I promise we were not waiting for super chat. My brother, this is for Andres Restart. If we get an Ocarina of Time remake, will Nintendo tone down how often Navi can get ignoring, or will they push for it for nostalgia purposes?
I think it's going to be tweaked for sure. I don't think it's going to be a Miles McKenzie. No. I mean, that's not the standard of Zelda right now, right? Like, Breath and Tears are not that hand-holdy, are they? I don't think they are.
But
No.
Zelda does talk to you in Breath, like here and there. I say they probably let you put Navi in a jar this time around.
Ooh, that would be a really funny. It would be cool, like as like if you can actually catch Navi and she like screams like, "Hey, let me out!" So you do have to let her out, but it'll be like a funny interaction.
Little
That's
Easter
a
egg.
really
moment.
cool idea, actually. I love that. But
If it
no, I don't think
happens,
she'll be.
clip this.
she'll- I imagine there's gonna be a little bit of it, but it's gonna be probably a little bit more optimized. Maybe you have an option to turn it off too.
Michael Gutman in the chat made a suggestion that we don't start the show until there's $20 worth of super chats. Dude, I would be destroyed if I started charging to start the show. Like,
Dude,
hey, this absolutely free podcast. Yeah. Until you guys give enough money, we don't even start the episode.
dude, we should try it as a social experiment. Just see what
Just be
happens.
like, hey, let's make it something. Like $20 will probably happen. Let's be like, oh, $100. We need $100 between all the channels, or we don't even hit go live. Oh my God. Just hold the whole show hostage. Hey, our special guests are on. Hey, why isn't the show starting? Dude, we're waiting. It might take 45 minutes. Just hold on. Okay.
Well, maybe if you weren't such a damn cheapskate, we
I'm
would have
trying to
started
cover
by
your
now.
appearance fee. This is how I cover the appearance fee.
Bird,
Yes, sir.
did you download the demo yet?
The which
Yakuza
demo?
Kiwami 3 demo hit.
Oh, no, I haven't.
hour
I
ago.
plan on downloading it after the pod tonight.
Okay. Sorry. I just want to make sure I tell you that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
The Monty Brawler doing the weekly reminder to bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam and NHL Hoots. Keep doing it till it happens. The one power of manifestation I wish Thunderstash had, because he says a lot of things that just come true. This is the one that it's like, God.
I call Stash Man.
Yay.
I have a nickname for him, Nintendo Damas.
That's so funny. But you know what? Hey, I'm telling you right now, I've never put out there that Jam's coming back.
No, it's always just been we want it to come back.
Yeah,
Not,
I don't.
It is.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
think they're smart enough.
that's the problem. You're not saying it will, and that's why it hasn't.
I don't have faith in the NBA leadership.
I don't have
to do
faith
the smart,
in
easy
EA.
thing.
I don't have faith in EA.
That is the other half of it. But if they wanted it done, they could commission EA to do it. They could pay them. They would do it. Saudi Arabia would be down with it. This deal would be done.
Watch, that's why they bought him. The Saudis bought him to bring back Jam.
To get NBA Jam back.
Jam come back. Okay. Let's see here. This is generic Rust 7367 says Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection is what I'm probably most excited for Q1. They're so niche. I never thought they would port them.
You know, look, I saw the box art for it, and the box art looks really good. And I was looking at it again. I looked at the trailer again. I'm like, nothing here speaks to me. I don't have any interest in it. And I want to because I love Mega Man. But have you guys played these games?
I have not. No.
Mm-mm.
But maybe this is where I should try them. I like other Mega Man stuff.
Did you watch the trailer?
Yeah. It looks weird.
It looks like a cell phone game.
Yeah, it's weird. But yeah,
I mean,
these
it is, right? It was a cell phone game, and
I literally didn't pay attention to these games when they came out.
I'll be honest with you. When they announced it at the Direct, I think it was, I was like, what is this game? And then I found out I think it was cell phone games. I'm like, oh, that's why I didn't know. It's not a real game.
Okay. I'm not going there. Holy shit.
You know it to be true. You know it to be true.
I do not go there. There are games that are on my phone that are better than what I played on the NES back in the day. So I'm like, I'm not going there. I'm not going there.
These are DS games, I think.
I'm not going to diss the most popular gaming platform in the world.
What, cell phones?
Yeah, they are the most popular gaming platform in the world.
Yeah, it's only because you have to have a phone.
Candy Crush.
Yeah.
But
It's also the lamest gaming platform.
Totally the lamest.
That is extremely true.
Nothing says lame like playing a game on your phone.
Dude, I'd rather play my OG Game Boy and burn through batteries and my eyesight than play cell phone games.
I heard mobile gaming is linked to mental illness.
I heard that too. I saw that study. Was it Harvard?
That explains a lot about me then.
Harvard or Stanford? I can't remember, but yeah. They said it creates like brain fog, which people in the comments are like, yeah, brain rot is what you mean. That's exactly what it is.
I heard it also depletes the collagen in your skin. That's why a lot of those people have their eyes are sunken in, you know?
Yeah. And it creates like almost a jaundice effect, right?
Yeah.
Starts yellowing.
Yep. A lot of yellowing of the pupils.
It's not good, dude. It's not good. Looks like really you're from Fallout.
What do they call like the radiation like ghouls?
The ghouls, yeah.
The ghouls.
You turn into a ghoul.
I'm so glad that cell phone gaming does not come up very often on this show.
Thank God. Be the lamest podcast ever.
On my phone, so I feel like I'm being just like berated and insulted over here because I play games on my phone. I'm like, sorry, they're fun. You can use a controller with them too.
Yeah, well, that's lame too. The controller exists because it's already so lame. That's why they had to bring out a controller. And the accessory
Well, I need a
makers were
controller
smart
to
to
play
do
on my
that.
other devices too.
Do what?
I need a controller to play on all the other stuff too.
Yeah, but because those were made with controllers in mind. They're trying to get you to play these cell phone games with a controller because they suck without a controller. You see what I'm saying?
Controller didn't make Fruit Ninja better. Tell you that.
I ain't playing that.
See, he's trying not to insult a game I enjoy, but he's totally like, fuck that game. I ain't even
Well,
a game.
yeah, I am. I mean, that is definitely my tone. I have no interest in playing that.
Man. It's
Dude, when
funny.
Michaela plays cell phone games, I give her shit.
Yeah, I get it, but like I always be like, dude, I grew up back, obviously, you know, back in the 80s and 90s. A lot of the games on cell phones are literally better than the games we had back then. And yeah, it just feels weird to insult it just because it's not as good as like a PS5 or a PC or something. You know?
That's completely subjective. What games we grew up with do you think are what cell phone games are better?
Well, let me see. I will say this. I think Candy Crush is better than Superman 64.
That game's a turd. Everyone knows that.
I said better than some games that I grew up. I didn't say better than the greats.
I didn't grow up with Superman 64. That game just existed on the shelf of
rented that game.
Blockbuster.
I was excited.
You know
I
what
was
I
a
mean?
Superman fan. I was excited. Oh, a Superman game on my Nintendo. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, dude, if you saw the screenshots, you knew that game looked like trash.
Dude, but see,
If you
everyone
watched the
told me Quest
QuickTime
64
video,
was
you
bad.
know.
And I get it. Quest 64 is not a good game. At the time, people told me it was bad. I enjoyed it. I had a good time. Of course, I replayed it 10 years later and realized, okay, you guys are right. This game sucks. But at the time, I really enjoyed it. Now, maybe it's because it was the only game I could rent and I forgot to return it. And it was the only game I could play for 6 months. But
It was the only RPG on Nintendo 64.
sure, there's that as well.
Literally the only one.
Because Final Fantasy left. And now you think about today, how many RPGs we got. Anyways, doesn't really matter. Okay, dude. Did you know the prequel to Octopath Traveler's on the phone and it's really fucking good?
Yeah,
really
it's
good.
you know what it is, right? It's Octopath Traveler 0. You knew that, right?
I'm walking away. I'm done. I'm no longer.
No, I'm being dead serious. They
I know
poured
you
it.
are. I'm just talking about the quality of the game on the phone was really good.
Well, it's great now because it's on console.
There's nothing on the console version that's better than the cell phone version. But it's fine.
They adopted it into a console game. They
I'm aware.
removed a ton of the cell phone bullshit mechanics. It's an actual video game now.
Yeah. The mechanics actually weren't that bad, but it's okay.
No, I heard that, but it is an actual video game now.
But when it was on the phone, it was not a video game.
No, it was a cell phone game.
Okay. Well, I bought a copy of Tetris on my phone. Is that suddenly not a real game anymore?
No, Tetris is different, man. Tetris can exist anywhere, though. It's just like Doom.
Tetris is
Doom,
a mindset.
Doom can run on your refrigerator if you have a screen on it.
Okay, I'm done. This was not. That was
Look,
not.
I'm talking about games built from the ground up. Okay, for cell phone. Right.
I feel like I'm having me and Andres restart moment when we would go back and forth just with less yelling.
We're
I just
talking
don't
about
have
video
interest in
games.
playing
Cell
those games.
phone games, and I know the whole internet's going to side with you because people trash them all the fucking time, and I'm just like, dude, I've been playing cell phone games for like a decade. You're fine. You just gotta avoid the bullshit ones like Raid Shadow Legends.
Just know that when we talk to you about this, and when we poke fun and make ghoulish remarks, it's from a place. It's because we care about you and your well-being.
Yeah, dude. We don't want to see you go down this path.
It's a really dark road, and you're not alone.
Well, the fun thing is, as you guys say all of that, I feel like you guys are trying to police my fun. I won't apologize for having a good time. I have a great time playing some games on my phone.
I'll tell you that there is something I enjoy doing on my phone that is gaming related.
Oh no.
Look up
And
news.
I'm not talking about emulation.
I know what it is. It's
Yeah,
going
emulation
on
is
to the Nintendo eShop app.
I actually do like looking at
I
the
do too.
store app. Yeah, you can
it
see your
actually is
I
placement
love it.
there.
app. It's almost
Yeah.
better than the one on the Switch too. It's weird.
It is.
Yeah.
It's so convenient. I love it.
Yeah. I was gonna say actually, I like playing PlayStation on my phone sometimes when I'm really bored. Like when I was playing through Demon Souls, I'd be like, you know what? I could probably play Demon Souls on my phone.
In remote
Because
play?
you can remote play.
Oh,
Yeah,
remote play. Okay, yeah. The remote play's great. I've done that with
Yeah.
Xbox a few times too.
But I've had the controllers. Like I've actually been able to, I've had controllers that connect wirelessly, Bluetooth wise to my phone.
Yeah.
And I can actually play the game that way. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a neat feature. I wish Nintendo had something like that because PlayStation and Xbox do.
Yeah.
Steam does.
I don't have like the PlayStation. I don't normally take my PlayStation controller with me with my phone. So, I've only done it like a couple times, but it's a nice little neat
It's
thing.
definitely convenient. Sometimes you have like a tablet and people just want to lay a certain way in bed. You can just stream it to the tablet quick. Nice. Yeah. Convenient. All right. That being said, Boomany, do any of you believe the music in the Ocarina of Time Lego set video could actually be the music from Ocarina of Time Remake during the final battle?
The answer is 99% no.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Nintendo just
It was a cool.
Yeah, you go.
I was just gonna say it was a cool tune on that video, but I think if we get a remake, it's gonna be like very symphonic, orchestrated, melodic masterpiece. Yeah.
I think if there's anything to take away from that trailer, it's that they put a lot of effort into it, and the effort shows its significance. But I don't think we should be like, oh yeah, that there's first off, like it's a Lego trailer, right? Like there's nothing Lego that's going to be about an actual Zelda team made game. That's not going to happen.
I'll say this: if that music will be in a game only if it's a Lego Zelda game, which might exist one day.
I hope not.
I'm okay if it does. I don't mind the crossovers. I just don't want it instead of. I want it in addition to. But
I will not be extremely angry if it's in addition to, but I'll probably be indifferent at best.
All right.
Sorry,
All right,
I feel like I'm too salty today.
Yeah, it's all right. We need the salt sometimes. Well, someone's got to take over the villain role. I haven't been villainous enough today.
Yeah.
Just going at Stash a couple times is not good enough. It's some true villain behavior. Besides, Stash is always right. So, like, I don't know why I even try.
This is an interesting question.
Will Microsoft announce any of their games that are coming to Switch 2 during the Xbox Showcase tomorrow? Or are they waiting for a direct?
I think
Well,
there's
we
going
know-
to be some interesting hints.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a Switch 2 logo tomorrow. I think only
Where?
one. I think only one. On what game? I mean, I hope it's Fable.
Fable is such a
But
feels like such a great fit for Nintendo.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, I
I
really
love
love
that.
Yeah.
Especially if Nintendo poisons my heart with a Lego Zelda, I could play a Fable instead.
Yeah.
There's not going to be a Lego Zelda, so
I don't think so either.
someday there will be.
maybe
Maybe a Mario.
someday. Yeah. Someday the Earth will spin out of rotation and will just explode. But until then, I'm not going to think about it.
Yeah.
Why you you just hate Lego games or something?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
No, okay. I'm joking, right? A little bit.
there's
Like,
been some really good ones.
Yeah, like Lego City Undercover, for example. Yeah.
Yep. The
Yeah,
Skywalker Saga was also
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah, there are good Lego games, but I just I'm joking, but it's mostly rooted in just trying to dispel the idea that the Ocarina of Time remake is going to be a Lego game. It's not.
I see. You're using your powers of manifestation to deny the opportunity for there to be a Lego Ocarina of Time game. Got it. Okay.
But
I don't want that.
Well, I don't want it either, but I'll probably still play it if
I
it
mean,
didn't.
I'd still play it. I'm not asking for it. though.
Maybe it could pleasantly surprise me, but
Sure.
I'd still play it as well, and I guarantee it would put a smile on my face. At the same time, I don't want that to be the way the game is celebrated, as kind of a parody of itself, because that's what
Exactly.
like. I love the Lego games, but they are spoofs on the source material. Whereas, like on an anniversary like this, or even if it doesn't happen till the 50th anniversary for whatever reason, I don't know. Yes, but I feel like these are moments that you take something that's so nostalgic and so special, and you really, I don't know, enhance that and show like the way Square did for Final Fantasy. I mean, there are so many moments in Final Fantasy VII Remake or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that like gave me chills just because I was taken back to when I was a kid. But this is a more epic and emotional telling of what I grew up with.
anyways, Fable.
Fable would be cool.
And I think it fits well. And Microsoft obviously, I mean, it could be all the games to be fair, but it's one of those things where they showed PlayStation 5 logos. We already saw them announce obviously Great Circle at a non-Nintendo event. So yeah, I think the veil is off. I think the restrictions are gone. I think anyone can reveal their games at any event they want for Switch 2. Just like Nate the Hate said, hey, dev kits aren't a problem. Anyone can get them now. Cool. So then I think the veil's off. It's just a matter of do they make advertising deals with Nintendo to be in their direct, or is Microsoft kind of like, hey, we have our own event. We can just put the logo here, just like we do with the PS5 logo. And I think they're more likely to do that since they already do that for PlayStation. Is just put the logo at their event because they don't care. They just care about selling the game. They don't care what you buy it on. So yeah, I think there'll be at least one. My hope is Fable. I don't know. It's a good question. That's a very good question, by the way. Give us more questions like that. I like that. That was a good one. With some membership gifting going on tomorrow, Brawler. Giving Thunderstash over there a membership. And then he does it for the Birdman.
Oh yeah, thank you, dude.
Then he did it for Nintendo Props. Thank you so much. Tomorrow Brawler comes in with the 10. So I definitely think there is something with that Lego set for Ocarina of Time hinting at a remake because it's based on the final battle, but it's actually not one for one the final battle. I'm just saying. You're not wrong.
I'm trying to understand the question.
It's more of a statement.
Because it's based on the final battle, but it's actually not one for one the final battle.
Like it's not exactly the final battle for Ocarina of Time, but it is.
There's changes to it.
I mean, it's the final.
Some of the scene itself doesn't actually exist in the game. That exact scene doesn't exist. Sure. So I think that's what he's saying is it's not one for one exactly what happened.
Oh, not actually. My brain was. I'm just tired.
You were tired. I thought it was a tired brain thing.
Not one for one. Got it. Yeah.
So yeah, and I think that is some evidence. We talked about it earlier with the jumping and everything. Like, maybe this is teasing something from the actual final remake game. We have no idea.
It's one of those things that every time we talk about it, people are going to call us delusional until it gets confirmed, or it's not going to get confirmed, and we are.
And we just are delusional. It happens.
Yeah.
I like being delusional sometimes. It's no fun being right all the time. Or is it? I don't know. Nash, you tell me. Is it fun being right all the time?
No, it's boring, actually.
See?
No, I'm agreeing with Andres. Yeah, it is boring.
It's really boring. Just like he wants to be beaten at NBA Jam. He's like, I want someone to beat me.
I told you that so many times. Yeah, I want.
It's not because I let you win. No. You need to beat me when I'm trying to win.
Yeah.
I like that.
10th of Avalon. Thunderstash is secretly the most prolific insider. Take note of what he predicts in the podcast. Check out his bingo board, guys.
That is a great
a couple bingo boards. Not all of them have gone well. So Then again, he puts so many games on his bingo board. It's like 2 bingo boards.
The thing is, you gotta throw off the scent for the Nintendo ninjas, or else you're not going to be around for very long.
Demonic Brawler, The Legend of Zelda 40th anniversary literally is February 21st to be exact. Yeah, which I think is a Saturday. But anyways,
what a great Saturday it will be. Oh my
Are
god!
we gonna do a very special episode that week, like a Zelda focused episode for the anniversary? I feel like we should.
Sure.
I think you should all dress up in green.
Yeah, I like that.
Of course, it'd be nice if the Bucks were winning and not getting blown out every game.
You can't wear your Milwaukee Bucks basketball shirt.
Well, they are not doing well right now. So,
Yeah, I know.
like as a fan with Giannis on the team, I'm like praying for a playing game. That's how bad it's gotten in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I
we'll
don't
see.
even watch Heat games anymore.
Supposedly a trade or something coming, but I don't know what the hell's going on. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I believe Ocarina of Time Remake will be shortly before the movie for release timing. I think that makes sense. I mean, using the movie to sell Zelda makes a ton of sense.
Yes.
And the big 3D Zelda, there's no way that's coming out by May of next year, like the brand new one. So, Demonic Brawler. Outstanding Will Into the Past will be the next 2D remake, 2D HD, perhaps.
It'd be so epic.
You know, it was weird. It's funny he mentions that comment. So, like earlier, I googled what games were announced at the Direct, the Switch 2 Direct that haven't come out yet, and it gave me, the Google AI answer. Everything was right except for one. One of the answers said, "Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past 2D remake was announced," and I'm like, where's the source?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I was reading it. I'm like, that's weird. Everything's right, but you just threw that in there.
Throw my hat in the ring quick.
Odd.
I kind of just hate how AI just basically it just pulls whatever comments are. It looks at comment sections and it's like, oh, that's the information.
Yeah, it's like, yes, we want that. That doesn't mean it was announced.
Yes, no, maybe so. All right. Demonic Brawler then comes back with my money is on Luigi's Mansion 4 and Pokemon Gen 10 this year. Ocarina of Time Remake and a new 3D Mario is next year. That'd be a killer.
I like that. I like that.
Well, if we get the Monolith Soft title, Luigi's Mansion 4 in Gen 10, the second half, we have Dustbugs and Fire Emblem in the summer. It's not bad. It's pretty good. I think they need like another thing though, something
More
else.
Switch 2 editions will be announced.
Well, if there's a Smash Switch 2 edition in conjunction with what I just said, I would say that's a good year. Not an amazing listen, Luigi's Mansion 4, Xenoblade, or whatever Molotov is working on, and a Smash edition, I'll be very happy with. But that would be I would say that would be on par with what we just got to close 2025, which is good, but not like 2017 good, if that makes sense. But if they kind of maintain that momentum, and then 2027 there is that 1-2 punch of 3D Mario Ocarina of Time Remake, and then we have Mario Kart DLC throughout, like that's solid.
I just want to reiterate: don't underestimate Monolith with the tools that they now have at their disposal with Switch 2. Again, this is a company, I know they haven't been like the system seller company, but that doesn't mean that they can't be. And whatever they have planned next could be bigger and more significant than anything they've done in the past. Maybe not, but we won't know until we see what it is and see how people react to it. In Gen 10, I mean, that's going to just, regardless of people's feelings on Pokemon, it's going to sell well. It's going to
I'm going to push back a little bit on you there.
Yeah.
Because technically Monolith Soft has been quite involved with the Zelda games, Splatoon, and Animal Crossing, and all of those are 10 to 20 to 30 million plus sellers.
Sure.
Now they're not the main developer for any of those, but they have been doing co-development for all those games. And I mean, I think something should be said there. And then there's Xenoblade games, while they're not 10 plus million sellers, they are consistently highly rated and always praised by the fan base. So,
Yep. Hey, it only takes one game to send you to the stratosphere.
It only
All it
takes
takes.
one, baby.
yeah.
All right.
And I also scoffed at, not scoffed, but I just ignored Splatoon Raiders. Like that's probably this year.
Yes, it probably is. Almost guaranteed it's this year.
It's a spin-off, so it's just a spin-off. But
I sure as hell hope so because it's on my fantasy team.
Well,
yeah. I
who
mean,
made
it
that
seems like a safe prediction.
who made that mistake? All right. Let's go to Wink to Man here. It says, could that direct have a Mario Edition Switch 2?
Sure.
I mean, anything's possible, but I don't know if I'd predict that. I feel like the opportunity. Well, I mean, I guess there was opportunity. You would think they would do it in a Mario Anniversary presentation, but they didn't. But also, it was the launch year of Switch 2, so maybe just wanted to focus on that. And now there's a little bit more opportunity. They did just start announcing some Joy-Con colors, so yeah, maybe it's more possible than I want to give it credit for.
I think the most likely themed Switch 2s for this year is Pokemon Gen 10 and Zelda for the 40th. To me, those make the most sense.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a Switch 2 Lite because of Pokemon.
Sure. Yeah.
I think that'd be good. That'd be a good choice to get the Switch 2 Lite out there ASAP.
Yeah, people think it's too soon, but it's going to be like 15. If it comes out September, it would be like 15 months after the launch of the console, which is actually in line with when the DS Lite came out in comparison to the OG DS. So,
be good. Help grow the install base. I like it.
What about the Switch SP?
I love that, man.
Okay. Moving on. TARDIS. I really hope we get 3D Mario news is coming direct or the next one. What do you guys think? We'll get 3D Mario news is direct or the next one after it.
If we don't see it at this direct, we'll see the next Mario in September. That's my prediction.
The answer to me is we're not seeing it at all this year.
Yeah, or next year, apparently.
Next year we'll see it, but it's coming out in 2028.
But the thing is, I think we've actually seen a pretty good amount of history to show that they have very quick turnarounds from announcement to release for Mario, and also Donkey Kong, which was made by the Mario Odyssey team. I don't know if we see this until the year it's coming out. So I hope it does come out this year, though. Like, honestly, if it wasn't just for the naysayers, I would be like, yeah, of course 3D Mario is coming out this year. But I'll also say we do have reason to believe Luigi's Mansion 4 is coming out this year, and then Gen 10 Pokemon is coming out this year. So just kind of thinking about fit, like it's a little hard for me to envision Luigi's Mansion 4, 3D Mario, and Gen 10 coming out in that October to November period, unless. I mean, the other thing is, like, considering the games we already know about, like, we probably already kind of have the games leading into the summer. So unless Luigi's Mansion 4 is like an earlier release, like a surprise thing that's announced, tell you what, if they announce Luigi's Mansion 4 in this next direct and they're like coming out summer, I'll be like, oh, maybe 3D Mario is happening this fall.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah.
All right. Stoked to Game says off topic, but Nate, I know you love basketball, so just wondering if you've ever been to an NBA game. I saw the Magic in person 2 years ago. It's so fun. Yes, I've been to like 12 probably in my life. I'd like to go to a lot more. The problem is the team I live closest to is the team I don't like, the Timberwolves. They're the ones that are actually within like normal driving distance that I can go to a game and come back in the same day. If I want to go to a Bucks game, it's a whole thing. You got to go down. I'm probably going to spend the night because I don't want to feel like driving back in the middle of the night, 2.5, 3 hours. So
Timberwolves are kind of a good team, aren't they?
Sure. I don't live in Minnesota, do I? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm a Wisconsin native, born and raised. Support my Wisconsin teams. You see it on Eric's shirt. He's in the same room as me. You can see it on my shirt. I'm not even from Milwaukee. I don't even care.
So proximity means nothing to you.
No, boundaries do.
Okay.
That being said, yeah. So yeah, I've been to NBA games. I'm sure Stash has obviously been to NBA games. I'm sure Andres as well. We're all NBA fans.
I used to have season ticket packages for a long time. So yeah, great time. I'm too old for that now.
I go to Heat games occasionally. Heat games are cool because they have these flames that get really, really hot when they have the opening ceremony. I think I went to Madison Square Garden once, which was cool. Yeah, I like basketball.
Yeah, fun. I'd go more often if I live closer. But yeah, one thing I haven't done yet is go to a playoff game. And that is,
oh man, that'd be awesome.
I was hoping to do it this year, but I don't know if the Bucks are going to make it this year.
Yeah.
But whenever the Bucks next are in the playoffs, like in an actual like round one, not a play in, I might go.
It'd be really nice to go to a playoff game where your team is actually good.
Yeah, you have to remind me. I missed a 5-year window with the Bucks because I was broke raising children.
I'm just saying, I'm actually down on my Heat because, like, I don't know, they've managed to be mediocre.
Not too long ago.
True, but yeah,
I know. Ever since the Jimmy Butler trade, it's just been.
Well, I mean, theoretic. I don't want to get into it.
Yeah, I know. We'll stop. We could talk NBA all night. Yeah. That's it. That for an NBA podcast. Pippuccino. That was just getting to the street. That led to me drinking the beer. The Minor Brawler. If Ocarina of Time Remake releases in March 2027, it would still be this fiscal year for Nintendo, and enough time to build up hype for the movie in May. There you go.
That would be interesting to have it come out before as opposed to after.
You look at the second boost in sales from the movie.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how Nintendo handled the Mario movie. Mario Wonder wasn't announced until afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually remember, and I think this is a really great example of just how people are on the internet. We had an interview with, I believe, Variety magazine. They conducted the interview with Shigeru Miyamoto, and he was asked about the next Mario experience, and he said, tune into the upcoming Nintendo Direct or something along those lines. And I was like trying to argue, hey, he was hinting at the next Mario. People were like, nah, that's delusion. What did they do? They next Nintendo Direct, they confirmed Mario Wonder. Yeah.
Okay. Then we have the Minor Brawler coming in. Just give me a jump button and camera control. Let's see this for Ocarina of Time. And
it's
then
actually for nothing.
He says, if it's not at least 60 FPS, I'm done with Nintendo. It's a little harsh.
Well, the thing is, the standard though has been 60 FPS for.
It has been. Yeah. But I'm not going to be like, oh my god, this one's not. So fuck Nintendo. Okay. Sometimes their games are 60, sometimes they're 30. I'm not going to get that mad about it. Especially if we're talking about Ocarina of Time. I played that shit at 15 FPS.
Yeah.
So I'm not really.
I would love if they have a 20 FPS mode. Nostalgia mode.
Nostalgia mode.
Yeah.
It boxes you to 4:3 and knocks the frame rate down to garbage.
Yeah, but they update the just like the details. It's just extremely detailed for 4x3 20 FPS.
Yeah. The most detailed 4x3 game you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, be crazy.
Carcon comes in here because it says because it'll have voice acting. I believe Ocarina of Time Remake will release after or with the movie, so 2027. Love the show as usual. Yeah, I mean, if they do voice acting, I get it. You know, voice acting now a thing that we have to talk about with Zelda.
Yeah,
so, you don't know. Yeah,
I don't think Link would talk in the game.
Not in the game. I think.
No. Although, I mean, if they want to give him a few simple, short little responses, so the flow of conversation is buried during cutscenes, I'm fine with that.
Well, they didn't do it for Samus, so
they should have.
They should have. And Samus has talked before, so it's stupid.
Yeah,
like, it was really dumb that they didn't have her talk in those cutscenes. Jorge, I think we will still have to remind ourselves that Nintendo will announce their big games when their teams are ready to share. Metro Prime 4 notwithstanding. You're not wrong. That's usually Nintendo doesn't do anything until their games are ready for the most part. But that's why I always bring up the 3D Zelda, because that always seems to be the exception. Like they always announce it and it's not out for years. But it's like the only IP they really do that with. If you think about it consistently, they normally reveal things and it's out within a year. But Zelda's been like that one exception, and it's just been like consistently that way now for decades. That it's like, okay, well, that's the one thing they could show super early. Everything else they probably won't show super early. But their strategy is that Sony likes to show their stuff, at least they used to like to show their stuff like really, really early, and not have it come out for years. Different strategies. And then Wink Demand. I hope 3D All Stars would include unreleased beta versions and unreleased games like Mario 64 too. Yeah, obviously that didn't happen. But yeah, I mean, I think people were just hoping to get Galaxy 1 and 2 on there. Get that second one on there. But yeah. Yeah, it would have been cool. Especially, I don't know. It would have made the limited nature, the FOMO nature feel more justified if there was like some actual shit you couldn't play anywhere else on there. Make it highly collectible. I mean, they still sell for an okay price, because there's limited physical copies, but yeah, that would have been neat. Takes me back to those days again. That Zelda Collector's Edition with the pre-order for Wind Waker, man. That stuff was awesome. All right, that's gonna do it. Let's head around the room, let people know what we got going on, and where they can find us. We'll start with our guest, Andres Restart.
What's up?
Yeah, what do you got going on? We're finding what, teasing the upcoming content or
Nope.
Yeah, he's like this every single time. He's just like, I'm here.
Yeah.
If you don't know who I am, I don't want you here.
No, I mean, I'll probably be talking about Nintendo Direct stuff tomorrow. Because there's more Nintendo Direct stuff to talk about.
There's just more stuff happening. It's Nintendo Direct season. This happens every time, second half of January going to February. It's like Direct stuff every day because there's new rumors, new game rumors, new this, new that.
I do try and stay on top of it all. So
it's fun.
Whatever discoveries that can be made, I will try and make them between now and whenever the video's out.
As a content creator, I really enjoy this time of year. It's nice to not have to worry. Like, I just know every day I'll have something to talk about that's worthwhile, and I like that. It's not always like that. The summer, sometimes it gets a little lean till we get to the June Direct, but
I really enjoyed actually the last few months because it was kind of like, all right, we got like I got to talk about Metroid Prime 4. We talked a little bit about Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah,
Galaxy 2. Like, that was some fun stuff. It would be nice to kind of have. I look forward. I like the balance. We got the Nintendo Direct season. Okay, now we got the games. Nintendo Direct season. Now we got the games. Like, that's to me, it's a fun balance.
Eric, where can they find you?
You can find me here and on the Clips channel. And I'm possibly going to be taking over uploading the audio version.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Gamebird.
How we doing? Yeah, guys, Gamebird Classic here. One of the greatest co-hosts in podcast history. You know where to find me, people. Here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I've got a ton of videos coming up. I've got a few collaborations. I'll let
it's just keep going. You're good.
No, what? Spit it out, dude. What is it?
Hold on.
What
I got
do
you
wrong.
I'm wrong all the time, so that's nothing new.
Anywho, I've got a bunch of collaborations going on. A couple content creators that reached out. I'm sure they'll announce what it is when the time is right. I'm also working on a couple of reviews as well as a collab video. Prime and Stash, are you guys for sure gonna submit something for this one?
By the way, I will submit something. I never got back to you.
No worries, dude.
I asked for a deadline and then you never gave me one.
Oh,
he told
I'm
me
almost positive I did.
He's calling you out.
Pretty sure.
Wait. I'm 100% positive I provided a deadline.
He's calling you out, dude.
Hold
So
on.
we may have a
gotta sift through to find it. Let's see here.
Yeah, I did. I provided one.
Let me see. Hold on. Where did this happen?
Yourself.
Where I don't even remember when you asked me, to be honest. Oh yeah, when do you need this by? Okay, yeah, you gave me.
Yeah.
So wait, he replied,
He did reply. Yeah.
Did.
and
He
you didn't
did
read,
say
and you
something
didn't read it,
Well, to be fair,
and you called him out on the podcast.
yeah. Did I not just
And you,
explain
but
that
you
I'm wrong
didn't
all the
read
time?
it.
Did I not
I
explain that
can't
I'm wrong
believe
all the
you,
time?
dude.
I literally just said I'm wrong all the time.
It's
Prime
more.
example just happened live on the show. That being said, I'm not going to blame anyone other than X for this because I'm really hating their update to their DMs. I don't get notifications for most of the messages anymore.
That is fair,
I'll
but
give you that. I don't either. Yeah.
at the same time,
because like I know, I find out like 2 days later there's been this whole conversation happening for the podcast, and I didn't even know.
It's like checking the mailbox, not knowing if you have mail yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that's what it's like. You have to actually check your mailbox. No one's gonna tell you there's mail in there, apparently.
And I see the next time that I did check the messages that day, I was pissed off. So
well, I will
that
give
went
you
that
that.
rolled through me not reading the message. Looks like
I'll give you that, Prime, but at the same time, this does feel a little bit more like ghoulish behavior. I'm just
ghoulish. I just made myself look like an idiot.
It's from the cell phone games. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, dude.
No, I don't care. I don't the
It's her
ghoulish behavior
brain,
you
man.
want to put in the cell phone games. The bottom line is you're still on the show, aren't you? So
There we go. Fair enough. Fair enough. But anyways, yes. So
Maybe-
it'll be a
Fine.
it'll be a collaborative effort. Hopefully, Prime makes the deadline. With Thunderstash, it might be participating. Andres might be
I should make
participating.
that time.
And then I believe I've got Rob at Rule 2 Review joining in, as well as Sunbro Nation. And I feel like I'm forgetting someone, but if I am, I'm sorry. I feel like there's one more. But it should be a fun time. So stay tuned. And look for me on some other creator channels because you might see me soon. And that's fun. I made a fun video for one of them. I'm like, I'll be a little creative with this. So
All right. Stash.
All right. Since last week, I've posted 3 reviews. Check them out on my channel. First one, Traveler's Refrain. It's a Switch indie game, Zelda, very much Zelda inspired. Awesome game. Check that out if you want some more details. Mio Memories in Orbit. Posted that on the 19th. And of course, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Posted that review at 4 a.m. this morning. And I'm so tired right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed right after this. Here's what I got coming up, though. It's a lot. It's a lot. Look, I'm working on a lot. I'm backed up too. But I'm working on Escape from Ever After. I hate this place. You know that game, right?
Yep.
I just
Code
got
Vein.
a code for that today.
Code Vein 2. Good. I'm glad you got one. Code Vein 2. A game I can't say yet. Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass again. And then another game that's coming up here in early February that I can't say yet. But there's only so many games coming out in early February.
Did you get a code for Ocarina of Time?
Bastard.
No.
Okay.
Lots coming up.
Lots coming up, guys. Go check out his channel for all of those reviews. When they drop, you might find a game you didn't know about that you're now interested in. And guys, you guys know me. I do news every single day. That's what I do. I cover news. Sometimes with discussion videos, and we get into theories here and there, usually in the discussion videos. But I don't know what my video is going to be on tomorrow because it's all about whatever the news is and whatever's happened while the show was going on too. So could be direct related, could not be, could be something else entirely. We'll see what tomorrow brings. But you can follow me on YouTube. We are on our road to 200,000 subscribers in 2026. We'll see if that's even remotely possible. But we gotta get to 162 first, and we're getting there. So Thank you so much for the people who have subscribed. We've had kind of a interesting start to the year. I expected the year to be slow, and yet things are actually going pretty smoothly overall. When I do get my time to work and actually get to make the videos, things seem to be going pretty well. So happy to see that. That being said, folks, you can follow this podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. We're on Apple, iTunes stuff. We're on the Google podcast app. We're on everything. So Spotify, big one there too. I think it's actually our second biggest listener base is Spotify. First is Apple, then Google. But either way, we're everywhere. And it'll be hopefully be more consistent since Eric wanted to take it off my plate because I've just been very overwhelmed with a lot of things in life right now. So people taking things off my plate, especially when I don't worry about him doing it because it's actually pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
It's extremely easy. Way easier than the clips. It's super easy to do.
Yeah.
It's not a question of that. It's just a question of me remembering to do it because I just have so much going on.
Yeah.
So much more important things to remember. So that being said, you guys are awesome. And we'll catch you same time next week. I will just note our guests next week that are scheduled at the moment are Sky Sword, Alyssa, and Favlam coming back. And you're going to see back-to-back weeks of Favlam because on February 4th, the first one in February, we have Favlam again and then Rogers Base. Those two love to talk. It's going to be, I think we might just let them have the floor. I don't even know. I don't think we need to talk. I think we just sit back and snack like Stash does half the episode.
Yeah.
We just have a pizza party that day. Let them chit chat. Anyways, yeah, it's gonna be a good one though. They both have a lot. My favorite episode that we had Rogers Base on, by the way, guys, was the episode when we were talking about some of the bullshit going on with like the negative stuff, and he just comes out. Dude, this is Rogers Base, super family friendly image. Fuck those fuckers. I'm like, holy shit! Like I know
that was great.
He's
like, good. I hope they charge more. I hope they charge $100 next time.
I'm like, holy crap! It's so great because he got such a family-friendly image. Nintendo paid for him to like go to the Nintendo Museum like last year, or the year before, and here he is just dropping F-bombs on my show. I'm like, this is great. I mean, I know he does it in real life, but I'm like, dude, this is awesome. Just it'd be like when Andre Seeger was on. If you just started dropping an F-bomb out of nowhere, I'm like, that's so out of character to your online personality. That's awesome. I love that this show literally brings out everyone's true self. Whether it's good or bad, everyone's true self comes out on this show. I don't know what it is. Oh, what was it? Kiwi Talk said something to me the other day. He's like, I don't know what it is about your show, but it's just so comfortable to be on. Sometimes I forget I'm on a show. I'm like, that's the idea. That's how we get things like Crimson Desert out of you. That's the idea. It's supposed to be comforting.
I forget too.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
See ya.